Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan, Nashville, and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers and is a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds the 23rd business meeting of its four-year term. It has conducted 16 business meetings prior to tonight during 2020, along with one adjourned meeting. Because of concerns surrounding the coronavirus pandemic, the council tonight will again conduct its business virtually, operating for a 14th straight meeting under emergency rules. Due to the health concerns, the public has requested not to be present, and most of the council members will attend and participate online. The number of council members here in the chambers tonight is limited. Remember, the size of any meetings under the reconfigured Phase 2 of Metro's reopening roadmap and social distancing restrictions has been kept to no more than 25 people. Who remain below that number, both in terms of who is here this evening in the front of the chambers, in the back of the chambers, and also out in the mezzanine, which we'll explain in just a minute. In the council chambers tonight are Vice Mayor Jim Shulman, who will conduct the meeting, and Council President Pro Tempore Jeff Syracuse, who will run the session if the Vice Mayor cannot. Council Staff Director and Attorney John Cooper is also here, along with a few other staff members and a few other council members. All of us who are present are observing the guidelines for social separation, including wearing a mask since we are in a Metro building. An executive order issued by Tennessee Governor Bill Lee allows local government legislative bodies to meet electronically during this time of emergency to handle any necessary business. The executive order has been extended to be enforced and stay until the end of September. The council has a 20-page agenda tonight. At the beginning of the meeting, there will be a call for nominations to serve as the new President Pro Tempore. The council is in the process of changing its committee chairs, as it does annually about this time of year. That includes a new Pro Temp who will be serving at the next meeting. Actually, he'll be elected at the next meeting on September 15th. Councilman Syracuse will continue to serve as Pro Tempore tonight. The council tonight will also select a member of its own body to serve on the Short-Term Rental Appeals Board, as well as appointing 6 other members who've been nominated by the mayor to serve on this new Metro board. On the rest of the agenda, there are about 4.5 pages of bills on public hearing, about 3 pages of resolutions, about 6 pages of first reading bills, 4 pages of second reading bills, and about 2 pages of bills on third and final reading. There could be, as usual, some late resolutions and ordinances filed. Because of the public attendance restrictions due to COVID-19, if you want to speak to one of the bills on public hearing tonight, when the bill you're interested in is called up for consideration, please call 629-255-1931. That's 629-255-1931. That will get you in queue to line to participate and talk on the air. Each person's time to speak will be limited to 2 minutes. There's also space just inside the council chambers here and outside on the mezzanine to watch the proceedings. People there are socially distanced. If those folks out there want to speak on a particular public hearing matter, they'll be brought in a few at a time to do so. One hot particular public hearing measure tonight is BL 2020-11. It would approve an agreement involving Metro government, Metro schools, Metro parks, and Belmont University to allow construction and operation of an indoor-outdoor batting cage and locker room training facility on the Rose Park Middle School property. For several years, the development, which also includes a baseball facility used by Belmont, has been a source of ongoing controversy with the surrounding neighborhood. A substitute proposal approved by the school board will be put into the bill and debated tonight. This matter has been up and down before. It was approved in committee, I understand, at least the substitute was, so we'll see what impact that has on the public hearing tonight. Later in the meeting tonight, in fact, at the very end of the agenda, supporters of a bill on second reading, BL 2020-387, are asking the council to rescind its action 2 weeks ago to indefinitely defer the bill, which seeks to modify health insurance benefits for council members after they leave office. This particular measure tonight is called a Rule 8 reinstatement under the council rules. It is asked to be done rarely. The debate will be limited. For an indefinite deferral to be rescinded, it takes a majority of the council members voting. If the request for an override is approved, the ordinance will be placed on the agenda for the next regular council meeting on September 15th. If the request for an override is disapproved, the clerk will permanently remove the item from the council agenda. Similar legislation was considered by the council in 2012, 2015, and 2017, but it was not enacted. The new bill would end health insurance coverage for council members if they serve beginning in the next term of council in the fall of 2023, while continuing to allow it for previous members of the council with their premium costs prorated based on their years of service and terms in office. There are several resolutions and ordinances related to the coronavirus pandemic on the agenda tonight. One resolution, RS 2020-504, would accept a $50,000 CARES grant from the National Endowments for the Arts to help arts programs and their employees endure the economic hardships caused by the closures due to COVID-19. Another resolution, RS 2020-505, would accept a $900,000 plus grant from the Department of Homeland Security for the Metro Fire Department to purchase personal protective equipment, PPE, and related supplies to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus. A third resolution, RS 508 will provide just over $86,000 from the State Health Department to help Metro Health officials prepare for, respond to, and recover from the public health threats, including but not limited to response to COVID-19. There's one other late resolution we understand that also would appropriate about $2 million out of the city's overall CARES fund from the federal government. It would provide money to small performing venues. It would provide up to $100,000 for individual venues or 2 months of revenue, whichever is smaller. There's also 2 second reading bills that expand Metro departments who can enforce emergency health orders. Under Bill 421, employees of the Fire Marshal's Office, Metro Public Works, Metro Water Services, and the Departments of Codes Administration will be granted authority to issue stop work orders or suspend a building permit or any work site operating under such permit for a violation of an emergency order. Any violation of the stop work order would be assessed as a civil penalty at a rate of $50 per day. In addition, where a violation exists, the director of the department or the director's agent may request that utility service be cut off for those who are in violation until the violation is corrected or abated. Another bill, 2020-422, states that after a state of emergency is declared, the mayor is authorized by written order to appoint employees of any Metropolitan Government Department to assist in the enforcement of orders issued by the Chief Medical Director, including without limitation the issuances of citations for violations of such health orders. There are 3 other bills tonight that involve beer sales. One, 2020-403, would seek to help restaurants impacted by social distancing and the virus temporarily operate sidewalk cafe dining facilities when the public right-of-way throughout Metro, not just in downtown. The proposal would allow permit beer holders to operate a sidewalk cafe to sell beer on the sidewalk, the parking area, or the rights-of-way adjacent to the property, or otherwise authorized by the Metro Beer Board. A third bill, 2020-404, would tighten the city's open container law for alcoholic beverages. Presently, alcoholic beverages are permitted in plastic or paper cups in businesses licensed for on-premises alcohol consumption. The new law would prohibit alcohol beverages in open containers regardless of the type of container. If you want to follow tonight's council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda online, as well as the council staff analysis with explanations of the legislation. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, and then to the Legislative Information Center. And we'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen tonight when they come up for consideration on the agenda, so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll gavel tonight's council meeting shortly to order.
So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you into the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, September the 1st, 2020. Will all members of the council as well as the public please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by Reverend Brianni Mitchell of the Mount Gilead Missionary Baptist Church, a guest of Council Member Colby Sledge.
Let us pray. Father, Son, and Spirit, we give you thanks for this incredible day that you have given to us. We rejoice and are glad in it. We come lifting up this Metro Council to you. We pray, God, for their wisdom and for the decisions that they will make in leading this city. Lord, I ask that they would be like a handful of water given to those who are thirsty, that they would be like a morsel of bread given to those who are hungry. Help us, God, to be always reminded of your selfless sacrifice for us, and that we might live our lives out in such a way that is pleasing to you. And we ask it all this day. In the name of him we call the Christ. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag
to the flag
of the United States
of the United States of America
and to the
and to the republic
for which
for which
it
it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty
and justice for all.
All right, you may be seated. So, council members, we will be utilizing WebEx tonight. If you wish to be recognized, please hit your raise your hand button. And again, on roll call votes, we will be calling the roll. So to start, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Mendez.
Present.
Hurt.
Present.
Allen. Glover.
Present.
Suara.
Present.
Hall.
Present.
Toombs.
Present.
Gamble.
Present.
Swope.
I am present.
Parker.
Present.
Withers.
Present.
Benedict. We'll come back. Van Rees.
Present.
Hancock.
Present.
Young.
Present.
Hager.
Present.
Evans.
Present.
Bradford.
Present.
Roten.
Present.
Syracuse. Present. Welsh.
Present.
Sledge.
Present.
Cash.
Present.
O'Connell.
Present.
Roberts.
Present.
Taylor.
Present.
Hauser.
Present.
Druffel.
Present.
Murphy.
Present.
Pulley.
Present.
Johnston.
Present.
Verscher. And I'm sorry, Councilman Nash.
Present.
We'll come back to Councilwoman Vercher. Porterfield. We will come right back. Sepulveda.
Present.
Rutherford.
Present.
Stiles.
Present.
Lee.
I'm here.
Henderson.
Here.
Rosenberg.
Here.
Trying again with Councilwoman Benedict.
Can you hear me now? I'm
Yes,
present.
thank you. Vercher. And Porterfield. We have 38 members present.
Okay, we heard one last comment. We're looking for Councilmember Vercher or Councilmember Porterfield.
Councilmember Porterfield is present, but she is having trouble unmuting.
Okay. All right, so she's not showing up on our screen at this point. So if anybody could get her a message, if you're communicating, just tell her to keep trying, and if she's having trouble, to call the IT line. And Councilmember Vercher, you just showed up on our screen. Are you here?
Vice Mayor, I'm on. My Google Fiber was acting up.
All right, so Councilmember Vercher is here, and we're still waiting for Councilmember Porterfield. Council members, I will tell you that. Councilmember Porterfield?
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor. She says she is attending by phone and having difficulty.
Okay,
She should be on her computer momentarily if things work.
all right. So we'll keep working on that to see if Councilmember Porterfield can join us. Right now, we've got 39 people, 39 council members on the call. Council members, I will tell you that we have some special guests in our chamber tonight. So the new Metropolitan trustee, Erica Gilmore, is here. Trustee Gilmore, thank you for being here. We would, property assessor Vivian Wilhoit is here. I see the property assessor in the back. Thank you for being here. And we have more former council members in the chamber than we do current council members at this point. Council member Sandra Moore is here. Council member Ronnie Greer is here. And Council member Ludi Wallace is here. So we have a lot of people here. So thank you all for being here, and we appreciate everybody here in attendance. So is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from August 18th, 2020? I see a motion properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
No, Vice Mayor, there are no messages from the mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make a motion that the September 1st, 2020 Metropolitan Council meeting agenda constitutes essential business of this body and the Metropolitan government, and that meeting electronically is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston.
Second.
You've heard the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39 to 0 to 0. I'm checking to see if Councilmember Porterfield has been able to get on. I'm still not seeing her on at this point. Okay, so 39 to 0 to 0. All right, a couple of announcements. First of all, this is a pretty special evening. I am very honored and proud to announce that today marks Ms. Roseanne Hayes' 46th year of service with the Metropolitan government.
Yay!
So I talked to Rosie before. For those of you in the viewing audience, Ms. Hayes works in the council office. She told me she started here when she was 2. I think it was 6. She has been a member of the council staff for 46 years. And Ms. Hayes, we are deeply, deeply indebted. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, doesn't that make her the 40th?
Councilmember O'Connell, couldn't hear you.
Doesn't that make her officially the 41st member?
It does make her the 41st member, so she will be voting tonight at somebody's desk. Second, I want to send good thoughts to our own council member, Gloria Hauser, who is recovering from a bout of pneumonia, but is on today's call. Councilmember Hauser, we very much appreciate you. I know that you've been fighting this, and we're glad that you're on today's call. And if you get tired, we'll certainly understand, but thank you for making the effort. So we're glad you're doing okay. Tonight, there you are. Tonight is a public hearing night.
I considerately planned my emergency hospital visit between council meetings.
Councilmember Hauser, you are so responsible and caring, and thank you for planning your sickness in between council meetings. You can start recovering after tonight. We'll try to get through early tonight so you can get to bed early, okay? See what we can do. Third announcement tonight is a public hearing night, just giving everybody an advance notice. When we get to those bills on public hearing, the number to call in on is 629-255-1931. We do have people in the audience for public hearing night, but if you want to use the phones, you can certainly do that. I'll go back over the numbers later before we get to the bills, but it's 629-255-1931. The fourth announcement, we have a lot of announcements tonight. Tomorrow is Councilmember Tom Cash's 25th wedding anniversary. Congratulations, Councilmember Cash. We very much appreciate you and your wife, and thank you he may have already gotten off the call now. No, he's there, so thank you, Councilmember Cash. Fifth, you'll be receiving a notice from the Veterans Caucus about the annual 9/11 remembrance, which will happen a week from Friday, so be on the lookout for that. And the last announcement is, talked to Councilmember Vercher a little while ago. She will be calling a meeting soon of the subcommittee working on the March 3rd tornado recovery efforts, so be on the lookout for that as well. Councilmember Vercher is the chair of that special committee. So we are now ready to proceed to elections and confirmations. Our first act of business tonight is to fill the vacancy of the pro tem. Councilmember Syracuse has done a remarkable, outstanding job during the first year of being our pro tem, and Councilmember Syracuse, I appreciate all your help. You have been great to work with, and we very much appreciate it. He will be stepping down after this meeting, so we will be taking nominations from the floor tonight, and we'll elect a new pro tem at the next meeting on September 15th, 2020. So the floor is now open for nominations for the pro tem for this year. So, Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Councilman Mendez.
Okay, so I have a nomination of Councilmember Mendez. All right. Councilmember Swope, you are next.
I'd like to nominate Colby Sledge.
All right. Councilmember Sledge is now nominated. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
I was also going to nominate Colby Sledge, but Swope beat me to it, so I didn't get my hand down fast enough.
All right, no problem. Any other nominations?
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry. I'm still operating via phone. This is Glover.
All right, Councilmember Glover, do you have a nomination?
Yes, sir. I'd like to nominate Councilman Hall.
Councilmember Hall is nominated. Okay. All right, so I've got council members Mendez, Sledge, and Hall. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Councilwoman Roberts.
Councilwoman Roberts is nominated. Okay, any other nominations? Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Councilmember Tanaka Vercher.
Councilmember Vercher is nominated. All right, any other nominations? All right, seeing none, I've got council members Mendez, Sledge, Hall, Roberts, and Vercher. All right, so those are the 5 nominations. We will vote on that on the meeting on September 15th, 2020. All right, we now move to remaining matters on elections and confirmations. Councilmember Johnston, is there a report from the Rules Committee?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We do have a report. We had a number of appointments to consider. First, we reviewed the appointment of Ms. Margene Cotton for the Metro Action Commission for a term expiring February 2nd, 2022. Discussion with Ms. Cotton, the Rules Committee affirmed the appointment by a vote of 9-0, and I would move for confirmation. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the appointment of Ms. Margene Cotton for appointment onto the Action Committee, Commission. The Rules Committee approved it 9-0. Proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on the confirmation? All right, seeing none, the motion is before us on Ms. Margene Cotton. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 39-0 to 0. Any changes to that?
Vice Mayor, this is Councilwoman Porterfield. I've been on the whole call. I just wasn't able to unmute.
All right, so Councilmember Porterfield is now on the call, so we'll recognize her as being on. So the vote is 40-0 to 0 for the appointment of Ms. Margene Cotton for membership on the Metro Action Commission. That's the vote, 40-0. That one's approved. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized again. And you are talking with, you are muted. There you go.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We reviewed the appointment of Mr. Michael Vandenberg for the Electric Power Board for a term expiring July 1st, 2025. The Rules Committee affirmed this appointment by a vote of 9-0, and I move for his confirmation.
All right, so you've heard the motion, properly second on Mr. Michael Vandenberg. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. This is for the appointment of Mr. Michael Vandenberg to the Electric Power Board. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The vote is 40-0. All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. So before we move on to the last group on Short-Term Rental Appeals Board, I'm going to on the election of the council member, I'm going to put that behind the confirmation of the individuals, and then we'll come back to it. So Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized on the 6 citizens' appointments to the Short-Term Rental Appeals Board.
Thank you. We reviewed 6 people. Mr. Terrence Bond for a term expiring August 10th, 2022. Ms. Julie Ryan Caputo for a term expiring August 10th, 2024. Mr. Phil Cabucci for a term expiring August 10th, 2022. Mr. Ron Hogan for a term expiring August 10th, 2023. Ms. Whitney Kimmerling for a term expiring August 10th, 2024. And Mr. Mike Loico for a term expiring August 10th, 2023. The Rules Committee affirmed each of these nominations by a vote of 9 in favor, 0 against, and I would move all for confirmation.
All right, so you've heard the motion for confirmation on all 6, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Hearing none, 40-0. Any changes to that? Okay, all 6 are appointed to the Short-Term Rental Appeals Board. All right, so thank you, Councilmember Johnston. We now go back to a nomination and election of 1 council member for a term expiring August 31st, 2022. So we're going to take nominations tonight, and we will vote tonight. So the floor is open for nominations. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I nominate Councilmember Sean Parker.
Okay, Councilmember Sean Parker is nominated for the Short-Term Rental Appeals Board. Any other Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Council Lady Erin Evans.
Councilmember Evans is nominated. Okay. Other nominations? Councilmember Hall.
Yes, Chair. I'd like to nominate Councilmember Young.
Councilmember Young is nominated. Okay.
No. Can I decline the nomination?
Councilmember Young, you may decline the nomination.
Okay, I appreciate that, though, Councilman Hall.
All right, so Councilmember Young has declined the nomination. Councilmember Hall will find something else to put Councilmember Young on later, okay? Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Councilmember Henderson.
Okay, Councilmember Henderson is nominated. Okay. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Hi there. Since we're able to decline, I would probably like to decline as well, and I really appreciate Councilwoman Johnston for thinking of me. I think that I'm not as qualified as some of the other nominees, so I appreciate it, though.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Evans. Okay, you'll be joining Councilmember Young on that special committee that I put you on. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to nominate Councilwoman Jennifer Gamble.
Okay, Councilmember Gamble is nominated.
I would like to decline that nomination, although I appreciate that consideration, Councilwoman Vercher.
Councilmember Gamble declines. All right, I'm back to Councilmember Benedict. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With this historic council being 50% women, I want to nominate another woman in Councilmember Allen.
Councilmember Allen is nominated. Okay. All right, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we close nominations.
Okay, so Councilmember Rosenberg has moved that we close nominations. I don't see anybody else's hand up anyway, so I think they're closed anyway, but we'll take that as a second. Everybody in favor of closing nominations say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, so nominations are closed. So we're voting on this tonight. We have 3 nominations. Councilmember Sean Parker, Councilmember Angie Henderson, and Councilmember Berkeley Allen. So Mr. Cooper, we got 3 nominations. So I assume what we will do is just take a roll call vote.
Yes.
If one person gets to 21, they win. If not, we take the top 2, and then we have a runoff of that, okay? Since this is just for an appointment, we don't have speeches on this one. So anyway, again, your 3 nominations are Councilmember Parker, Councilmember Henderson, and Councilmember Allen. All right? So, Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, what we're going to do is we'll call out the individual council members. You vote on one, and then we'll tally the votes at the end, and then we'll let you know what happens. Okay? So, Madam Clerk, you're recognized.
Mendez.
Parker.
Hurt.
Allen.
I understood that to be Councilmember Allen and Councilmember Allen.
Okay, so we're having trouble hearing. So go back to Councilmember Hurt. Her vote was for who? Allen? So if you don't mind, if you could mute your microphones, because we've got a lot of feedback coming in. So we're now ready for Councilmember Allen's vote?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Allen?
Parker.
Okay.
Glover.
Henderson.
Suara.
Parker.
Hall.
Henderson.
Toombs.
Parker.
Gamble.
Parker.
Swope.
Henderson.
Parker.
Parker.
Withers.
Allen.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
I'm voting for Councilmember Allen. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Benedict.
Allen.
Van Rees.
Henderson.
Hancock.
Henderson.
Young.
Henderson.
Hager.
Henderson.
Evans.
Parker.
Bradford.
Parker.
Roten.
Berkeley Allen.
Councilman Syracuse. Parker. Welsh.
Parker.
Sledge.
Parker.
Cash.
Allen.
O'Connell.
Parker.
Roberts.
Henderson.
Taylor.
Councilmember Sean Parker.
Hauser.
Parker.
Druffel.
Henderson.
Murphy.
Henderson.
Pulley.
Henderson.
Johnston.
Councillady Henderson.
Nash.
Councillady Henderson.
Vercher,
Councilwoman Henderson.
Porterfield,
Councilman Parker.
Sepulveda,
Parker.
Rutherford,
Parker.
Stiles,
Parker.
Lee,
Councilmember Parker.
Henderson,
Henderson.
Rosenberg.
Parker.
Yeah, 2015 to 5.
So the vote for this position, Councilmember Parker got 20 votes, Councilmember Henderson got 15 votes, and Councilmember Allen got 5 votes. So now we have to have a runoff between Councilmember Parker and Councilmember Henderson. All right, so we have to do this again. All right, Councilmember Allen, thank you for being a contestant in this race. All right. So now we will do the same thing. We'll go back through it. You'll be voting either on Councilmember Parker or Councilmember Henderson. Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Mendez,
Parker.
Hurt,
Parker.
Allen,
Parker.
Glover,
Henderson.
Suara,
Parker.
Hall,
Henderson.
Toombs,
Parker.
Gamble,
Parker.
Swope,
Council Lady Henderson.
Parker,
Parker.
Withers,
Parker.
Benedict,
Henderson.
Van Rees,
Henderson.
Hancock,
Henderson.
Young,
Henderson.
Hager,
Henderson.
Evans,
Parker,
Bradford,
Parker.
Roten,
Henderson.
Syracuse,
Parker.
Parker, Welsh,
Parker.
Sledge,
Parker.
Cash,
Parker.
O'Connell,
Parker.
Roberts,
Henderson.
Taylor,
Councilmember Parker.
Hauser,
Parker.
Druffel,
Henderson.
Murphy,
Henderson.
Pulley,
Henderson.
Johnston,
Henderson.
Nash,
Henderson.
Vercher, could you repeat
How many
that?
votes do I get?
You only get 1 vote this time.
Oh, one, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Vercher?
Henderson.
Porterfield,
Parker.
Sepulveda,
Parker.
Rutherford, I'm sorry,
Parker.
thank you, Stiles,
Parker.
Parker.
Lee,
Councilmember Parker.
Henderson,
Henderson.
Rosenberg.
Parker.
So the total is Councilmember Parker got 23 votes and Councilmember Henderson got 17. Councilmember Parker, congratulations. You are the council representative on the Short-Term Rental Appeals Board. All right. All right, we are ready to move on. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston, for your work on as the chair of Rules the first time. We appreciate the work. Would want to say on behalf of the Metro Council, we really do appreciate the willingness for all these individuals who went through this process, the citizens who have agreed to volunteer their time and expertise to help Nashville and Davidson County. I'll just repeat their names. Margene Codden for the Action Commission, Mr. Michael Vandenberg for the Electric Power Board, and Terrence Bond, Julie Ryan Caputo, Phil Cabucci, Ron Hogan, Whitney Kimmerling, and Mike Loco for the Short-Term Rental Appeals Board. Thank you all for agreeing to serve. All right, so we are now ready for bills on public hearing. We have done this several times. Here's how that works for a virtual meeting. What I will do is I will start calling up the bills one at a time, and we'll ask the sponsor whether she or he plans to have a public hearing on the bill tonight. If yes, if they announce that they will have a public hearing, then the bill is ready for a live call-in. Now, obviously, we have people in the gallery as well. When we get to the bill, we'll call it up. If you're in the gallery, just come on up to the microphone. For people who are having to call in, you should be able to be, you're either watching us on through the computer or you're watching us on Channel 3 through the Metro Nashville network. You should see the number at the bottom. So when I announce the item, please go ahead and make that call if you're calling in. Again, the number is 629-255-1931, 629-255-1931, and wait for operator assistance. You will be asked when you're calling in if you're calling on the current matter that's on public hearing. Be sure to mute your television if you're calling from home or your live stream when it's your turn to speak, because that may be slightly behind where we are, so you'll get feedback. So go ahead and mute your television or your live stream. Once your time begins, state your name, address, and whether you are for or against the bill. You will then have 2 minutes to speak. We've been trying to keep up and give you 30 seconds notice when your 2 minutes is close to being up. Sometimes we forget, but we will remind you. You'll hear the buzzer after 2 minutes, and then we will ask you to wrap up. Again, I am going to go through these very slowly. We'll call them up one at a time. Ask the sponsor if they intend to have a public hearing. When I announce the item and the sponsor says, yes, we're going to have a public hearing, go ahead and make that call if you're at home. 629-255-1931, an operator will help you. And then I will announce that we're ready to hear from you. Make sure you mute your television or your live stream. Once you begin, state your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill, and you will then have 2 minutes in which to speak. So we are ready for the first bill on public hearing. It is BL 2019-7 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, are you going to have a public hearing on this tonight?
Thank you. Yes, I would.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell is going to have a public hearing on BL 2019-7. It's an ordinance to amend Section 17.16.250 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding the existence of short-term rental property owner-occupied in a two-family zoning district. Again, this is BL 2019-7, an ordinance to amend Section 17.16.250 of the Metropolitan Code regarding the existence of short-term rental property owner-occupied in a two-family zoning district. Sponsor again is Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved to open up the public hearing. Anybody in the back of the gallery want to be heard on this measure? If so, come on up. Microphone is there. And what I'll need is your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you're going to have 2 minutes in which to speak. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Jeff Werrett, and I am against this bill. I live at 3304D Felicia Street in the Sylvan Summit area, and I'm absolutely against this bill. I'm here today to implore the council to reject, table, or delay the vote on BL 2019-7. This bill would greatly impact property owners who have chosen to open their homes to STR guests. Nashville is just not a destination city for tourists, but more so for those who travel together in groups and choose short-term rentals as an inexpensive way of lodging. This bill would affect the traveling habits of guests who are choosing our city to spend their vacation dollars. By requiring the homeowner to be on site is not only an insipid ask, but will most likely be rejected by the guests. The Airbnb algorithm just isn't prepared to consider these changes, although I'm sure the developers are working on it. During the COVID-19 crisis, families are financially strapped as it is. There are those who have lost jobs that are using rental income to make mortgage payments, pay utilities, and purchase food. I know of one host who is staying in their vehicle over the weekend so others can use their property to make ends meet. I have faith that the chosen committee members can work on a more responsible solution that will consider all aspects of the STR relationship with STR property owners such as myself. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for being here. Anybody else in the gallery?
Mr. President, I just want to make a point of order. We have two short-term rental bills, and I'm happy to make a comment for clarification for the chamber and the general public if it's helpful, but I think those comments might have been on a bill that is coming up soon on public hearing.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. We'll proceed with the public hearing. Anybody else in the gallery wish to speak on this particular bill? All right, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the phone queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller on the line.
Okay, go ahead and let him in. All right, we have somebody on the phone. Welcome. We need your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you. My name is Robert Griesinger. My address is 901 McFerrin Avenue, and I am against the bill. I'm calling as a short-term rental host. Professionally, I'm an artist, and I travel a lot for work, and for me, the ability to generate some supplemental income, given my profession and the inconsistency of it, is really become an essential part of being able to continue residing in Nashville. And I share the council's concerns with regards to short-term rentals being abused and really eroding the charm of our city. But it's an issue that I think in terms of the optics more broadly, it's just really unfortunate because of the negativity from the bachelor and the bachelorette parties, from the developers who are abusing, the ability to make a livelihood doing this because of them scaling it. I feel like the approach that's been proposed and set forth would really impact small individuals like myself and my ability to continue to maintain an income and a lifestyle given my profession, but that, the real offenders aren't small people, and this bill would really impact people like myself. When I'm on the road, the ability to actually rent out my whole house is really essential to me, and it's become a key part of my income. And this would pose a major challenge to that. I feel like, like I said, the shared distaste for the erosion of the charm of our city is strong. I think there's other ways to regulate that, but I feel like this proposal in particularly is very much puts a big burden on our property rights and my ability to make a living. I think we should try to go after people who commit maybe the amount.
Mr. Vice Mayor, we're at time, and I want to make a point of order. I think the speaker is again on the wrong bill.
All right. So, sir, we usually let you just go right over, so we appreciate your comments. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody else on the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
All right, send them on in. All right. Welcome. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and you have 2 minutes in which to speak.
I'm so sorry. I thought you guys were on the next bill. You can go on to the next caller.
Okay, so are we through? That's it for this bill? Ms. Godin?
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
That's what I was looking for. Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to defer the bill to the second meeting in November with a brief explanation.
Okay, so the motion is to defer the bill to the second meeting in November, properly seconded. Back to you for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill I would characterize as a duplex fix bill. At the moment, you are required to own both sides of a duplex in order to qualify for an owner-occupied permit. I know several of my constituents have looked at this as unnecessarily restrictive in terms of access to the permitting process. However, I also know many of my constituents are also still very uncomfortable with the process of whole home renting, which is addressed in the bill coming up in just a few minutes. Public hearing. My intention is to only run this one, which would expand the availability of permits if and only if BL 2019-79 it passed council. So defer BL 2019-79 tonight after public hearing to the first meeting in November, potential for further discussion and amendments. That bill does pass, then I will continue to run BL 2019-7 to expand the availability of those permits. I just want to make that clear that these two bills on public hearing tonight work a little bit as the package. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the second meeting in November. Again, it was properly seconded. Discussion on the motion to defer. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
I have comments on the bill. Is it appropriate to make those here?
Well, so the bill is being deferred. So it's simply a motion to defer. We're not actually on the bill. We're just on the motion to defer.
I have no comments on the motion. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else on the bill? I'm sorry, on the motion to defer.
Councilmember Roberts will abstain.
Okay, Councilmember Roberts?
That would be a negatory. I was waiting to speak to abstain on the bill.
Okay, so we're going to mark you as abstaining on the bill. Anybody else in the queue on the motion to defer? All right, seeing nobody else, we are on a motion to defer to the second meeting in November. All those in favor of the motion to defer, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? We got one. Councilmember Roberts abstains. 39-0-1. Any changes to that? Motion to defer to the second meeting in November passes. Councilmember Roberts, I'm going to come back to you. Do you have a point of personal privilege that you want to make?
Yes, I do. As much as I am flattered by the nomination, I would like to decline the nomination to pro tem, please.
All right, so Councilmember Roberts withdraws her name from being considered for the pro tem selection at the next meeting. Thank you, Councilmember Roberts. All right, we're on to the next. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized. For what reason?
I would like a point of personal privilege as well.
Okay, point of personal privilege, Councilmember Vercher.
I am deeply honored that our caucus president, the illustrious, the councilwoman at large, Sharon Hurd, nominated me, and I will have to regrettably decline. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Never seen so many people decline from being nominated from stuff. All right, Councilmember Vercher declines the nomination for pro tem, so now we're down to 3. All right. Now, back to the agenda. We're on BL 2019-11 as amended. This is by Councilmember Allen, Toombs, and others. Councilmember Allen, do you plan to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, I do.
All right, so if you're interested in this bill, go ahead and make that phone call, 629-255-1931. This is BL 2019-11 as amended by Councilmember Allen and Toombs and others. It's an ordinance approving Amendment 3 to the ground lease for Rose Park between the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Department of Parks and Recreation and Belmont University, and approving a new ground lease between the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metro Board of Public Education, and Belmont University for the construction and operation of an indoor batting and locker training facility. Again, this is BL 2019-11 as amended by Allen, Toombs, and others, an ordinance approving Amendment 3 to the ground lease for Rose Park between the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Department of Parks and Recreation, and Belmont University, and approving a new ground lease between the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Public Education, and Belmont University for the construction and operation of an indoor batting and locker training facility. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Do I need to get committee reports before the public hearing?
Yes, you do. So,
Okay, then I'd like to ask for committee reports.
all right, so Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized. We're on 2019-11. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of the substitute and amendment 11-0.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Education, Councilmember Druffel.
Education voted in favor, 7-0.
All right. You have a report on the amendment or no?
It's 7-0 on the proposed amendment and 7-0 in as amended.
All right, thank you. Parks Library, Councilmember Van Rees.
Parks, Libraries, and Arts, 6-0 for the bill as substituted, 6-0 on the First Amendment, 8-0 on the late filed amendment, 7-1 and 0 in total on the entire bill as substituted and doubly amended.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We voted 17 in favor on the substitute, on the amendment, and on the late substitute. And then as substituted and twice amended, we approved and referred to planning, 12 in favor, 4 against, and 1 abstention.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Back to you, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Vice Mayor, I would like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, so I declare the public hearing open. So if you're in the gallery in the back and you wish to speak, come on up. And if you are interested in calling in on this one, go ahead and make that phone call. So anybody who wishes to speak on this bill, come on up. Again, make sure that you stay 6 feet apart. We'll be watching the microphone. And come on up, and what I'll need is your name, address, for or against the bill, and you'll have 2 minutes, and the Honorable Councilmember Former Councilmember Sandra Moore is first. Councilmember?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and also to our illustrious council. I am Sandra V. Moore. I live at 916 Benton Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee, 37204. I'm here to speak in favor of Bill 2019-11, the indoor batting facility proposed. This is suffocating. A proposed for Rose Park Middle School near the Rose Park Sports Complex. Because I still have interest in the area, there have been several neighborhood meetings with all parties involved, and I had a privilege to attend one of the meetings at the Operation Stand Down facility. And I remain hopeful that this indoor batting facility will be of benefit to the community. Metro Nashville Public Schools Board has voted on this proposed batting facility, for which they will have lease agreement options and do not have to pay for building expenses. When I was in office, Metro government partners with many private not-for-profit organizations for the public benefit. That is how we get things done. So please, now's the time to act and vote on this bill. Thank you, Vice Mayor and the council.
Thank you, Council Member. If you'll hold up just a second, we're going to clean the mic. No, Council Member Moore, you can leave. Or you can stay if you'd like. We're just cleaning the microphone. All right. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Next, name, address, for or against the bill. 2 minutes.
For the bill, Calvin C. Barlow Jr., 905 South Douglas Avenue, pastor Second Missionary Baptist Church for 34 years. Have lived in South Nashville over 40-some years. I am for the bill. I come to support the children. But I do want to say that Belmont College, I've been working with Belmont College before Belmont College expanded. Belmont College has always served the honor and privilege. I was fortunate to be one of the first churches in the neighborhood where Belmont College supported a computer lab, not only for our young folks, but for our seniors. I've watched Belmont College do other things in the community as they supported our summer camps, brought us on their campus so we'll have better facilities, not only Second Baptist, but reach out over through East Nashville. I am for this bill because my oldest son is now in Birmingham, Alabama. The way he got to Birmingham, Alabama, he walked on a field at Fairfield, Miles College in Fairfield, Alabama, because he was a football player. Sports has always been a gate and open for young people to move forward. I'm in Nashville. I came to Nashville when I was 16 years of age. I came back when I was 18, did an undergraduate at TSU. Music brought me here. I am for this bill. Sports are needed, and sports help discipline our children. And the children edge here need the facility. It's not only for the children edge here, it's for the children of South Nashville. And I ask that the council will consider this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Evening. Name, address,
My name is
for or against.
Charles Howe, 1009 15th Avenue South. I am for the bill. Unfortunately, the Edge Hill neighborhood has been rocked by disagreement because there appear to be people who don't really have the interest of the community at heart. They have different agendas. I've attended about 2 years worth of meetings, and this facility meets a need that Metro Schools is unable to fulfill given the current tax environment. The athletes in the high schools do not have this kind of facility, and all Metro schools will be able to use it. The community will be able to use it. As is, the tax burden is tremendous, and this is one thing that will help the community without creating a tax burden. It'll actually create a benefit. It's going to benefit our entire area. Belmont has been extremely agreeable to the reasonable demands of the majority of the community, the long-term residents. Their children, our children, my children will benefit. So I am asking that this bill be passed so that our community can benefit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Evening.
Good evening. My name is Dr. John Faison Sr. I'm the senior pastor of Watson Grove Baptist Church. Our church is located in Edge Hill at 1415 Horton Avenue. Our church has been a part of the Edge Hill community since about 1956, and we're proud to call ourselves as part of the Edge Hill family. I stand tonight in support of this bill that permits Belmont to build a batting facility in partnership with MNPS on the unused property behind Rose Park Middle School in Edge Hill. I've been privy to the conversation around this batting facility since it began. Throughout the negotiations, Edge Hill citizens who would benefit the most from the facility have been in support of it. Additionally, several community organizations who serve those citizens have also been in support. This agreement between MNPS and Belmont University has been massaged thoroughly over several months with several meetings. And the agreement overwhelmingly benefits MNPS and the kids who live in Edge Hill. MNPS will own and share the use of the facility, totaling $6.5 million structure built into Hill. Belmont is paying utilities, insurance, maintenance and repairs, cleaning and building supervisors. Partners that are community organizations in the area that support this are Salama and Edge Hill Resource Center and Edge Hill Apartments Residents Association, and several churches, including ours and others you've heard from tonight. It's really about the kids. 568 children between the ages of 4 and 18 reside in Edge Hill Apartments. This will give them access to a sporting facility and again, provide another opportunity for them to have something to do outside of school and outside of being in the streets. James Baldwin said that the greatest test of a society is how we treat our children. This is an opportunity to do something for our children that they do not have access to in Edge Hill, and we support this bill. Thank you.
Pastor Faison, thank you for being here. Okay, evening. Name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. My name is Jacob Huff. I'm a resident at 1015 15th Avenue South. I am an Edge Hill resident. I am a proud public school graduate here in Nashville, and I'm a proud graduate of Tennessee State University. I'm here to talk to the Metro Council and remind them that Nashville is watching how they vote today. And as the Metro Council members know, that Nashville residents are more in tune with how the council votes more than ever, which was demonstrated about a month ago. We are watching on how y'all's vote today, and there is a right way to vote and there is a wrong way to vote. Frankly, this fight is about who this park belongs to. Does it belong to the people who have lived next to it for decades in one of Nashville's oldest black neighborhoods in town, or does it belong to a 95% white private Christian college that has used nefarious and deceitful action behind closed doors that is widely reported, and which I think is a wrong thing. Frankly, Belmont University has taken huge donations from Core Civic, and Metro Council members have already stated about how we feel about that private, horrific company that is Core Civic that abuses their prisoners. We have already stated about how we feel as a city on that institution, and Belmont has named a building after the founder, which is absolutely despicable. They use discriminatory hiring practices, and also on August 25th, when they went to MNPS to try to get this deal through because they couldn't go through the council, they specifically left out not discriminating on the basis of sexual orientation or sexual identity, which is absolutely despicable. While that language might be changed in the meantime, they left that out on purpose. It is 2020. They definitely left that on purpose, which is absolutely shameful. Nashville is watching, and I want to remind the Metro Council's members who are going to be up for re-election on this vote that has to do with our public land. This is our public property, and selling it off to a private Christian college that uses discriminatory hiring practices is frankly wrong. And we have a chance to put our money where our mouth is and stop gentrification, and this is your chance to do it.
All right, thank you. Evening. Ms. Searcy?
Hi, yes, sir. I'm Joyce Searcy. I reside at 1029 Villa Place in Edge Hill, and I am for Bill 2019-11.
Good, go ahead.
My name is Joyce S.B. Searcy. While I am Director of Community Relations at Belmont, I also have the privilege of living in Edge Hill. I formerly taught at Fisk, TSU, and Meharry. 22 years of my life was spent at Bethlehem Centers of Nashville, a United Methodist affiliate serving John Henry Hale, Andrew Jackson, Tony Sudicum, and J.C. Napier. A project like the batting facility is not new to me. MDHA renovated the field at Martin Luther King so our youth could play football on Saturdays and MLK could play soccer. This was a government-private, not-for-profit partnership. Sports was the carrot for students to succeed, and sports gave parents the opportunity to support their kids. Our parents ran the concession stand, coached, and led cheerleading squads. The best part, it brought the neighborhood together. People came out to the games. This lease is atypical. Normally, a tenant would just pay for office space for the owner and use all that space. Here, Belmont is designing, building, paying utilities, maintaining the facility, paying a building supervisor, and paying rent to share with the owner, Metro Schools, whose students now must practice golf, baseball, and softball in the rain and cold. We want to make sure this facility helps Belmont to accomplish its mission for our students to learn and serve. Our students will learn how to work with children under Metro teacher and serve alongside community volunteers. Belmont's purpose in doing this is to further our partnership with Metro Schools and Edge Hill community. Over the past 7 years, Belmont has invested in the lives of 257 Metro School graduates who have received over $24 million in Belmont-funded scholarships. The major measure of success here is not to see our university teams practicing in this facility, but to inspire the next generation of Metro School students who get to train in a world-class, state-of-the-art facility, and that's our commitment to this community. We appreciate your support to make it happen.
All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. My name is Ronnie Greer. I currently reside at 1242 Apache Lane in Madison, Tennessee. However, 20 years ago, I was the council representative for the 17th District in the middle of the original debate about this development at Edge Hill. As a resident of the Edge Hill community for all of my life, short of the last 2 years, as a young man who grew up on Edge Hill Avenue, I can tell you that where the park is now located used to be a rock quarry. I've seen the development, and what I know from my work in the neighborhood and with Belmont on this issue is that it is a great idea for the kids in the neighborhood to be introduced to the fundamentals of baseball in a facility that can encourage them to press harder. In addition, the facility becomes a major benefit to Metro's baseball, softball, and golf teams, because now those teams and their coaches can schedule a use of a facility unlike any other in the area without having to pay for it. That's the thing, no charge to them for the use of it. It's the right thing to do. The hill that's being utilized was empty space. I can tell you from my history that the Edge Hill, the Rose Park Junior High School was supposed to become a high school. That never materialized. So this facility being placed there just gives that neighborhood and the city another opportunity to help our kids to benefit from the introduction to baseball of those who are not already playing. And as a side to that, we've had a Metro High School graduate who recently signed with the Los Angeles Dodgers because of his hitting prowess and other parts of his game. But that contract gave that man $65 million in a bonus, signing bonus. Maybe we can get some other kids out of the neighborhood to benefit from that same type of work.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Greer. Anybody else in the gallery? All right, Ms. Godin, do we have people on the phones?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
Okay, go ahead and start letting them in. All right, we have a caller on the line. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill. You'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
My name is Calvin Bryant. My address is 4371 Summertime Drive. I'm for the bill 2019-11. And my comments are, I grew up in the Edge Hill neighborhood for 22 years. My mom and dad grew up in the same neighborhood. I've seen a lot of changes happen. I feel like this change right here would be great for the community because it gives kids in the neighborhood, particularly MDHA properties, more things to do to stay out of trouble. And it's also big because it's something that they haven't been presented before. Baseball in the inner city is not nothing that's big in the inner city. I think this would cause a good change, and it can bridge the gap in the community. I also feel that the more things we have around our community helps with a lot of other things. I'm part of the 2003 state championship team with the Hillsborough High School, and a lot of our players live in that same neighborhood, and I feel like the reason we were able to excel is the things we had added to the neighborhood and the extra things we could do. I'm definitely in support of the bill, and I hope it passes, and that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next call. All right. Evening. Need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Okay, my name is John Holmes. I live at 8012 Cloverland Drive. I work for the Parks Department. I'm Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation, and I'm speaking on behalf of the existing lease agreement. In my capacity with Parks, I oversee all of the sports-related permits and leases. This includes working very closely with the groups that either program or maintain our sports fields, or both. We view these groups as partners as they allow us to provide fields and programs that we do not have resources to provide. In this capacity, I found Belmont to be one of the very best partners we have. They spent $9 million to develop a state-of-the-art sports facility that, while it serves their home site for Belmont, it also provides availability for the fields to neighbors as well as sports teams and community groups across the county. Belmont covers almost all maintenance-related expenses associated with the sports field, as well as more than their share of the utility expenses. In addition, they make a significant contribution to be used by our recreation division for improved programs at Easley Community Center. They also provide scholarships to the young people of the Edge Hill community. When it comes to scheduling of the fields, Belmont has always made every attempt to adjust their schedule to accommodate requests from local schools and teams. I just want to say they're a great group to work with, and that's the end of my thoughts.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller.
Thank you.
All right. Need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Yes, my name is A.B. Long. I live at 1222 6th Avenue South, and I oppose this bill.
Okay.
I am also a member of the Rose Park Committee, and for the past 3+ years, we have worked very diligently to try to do what's best for our community. At a community meeting in November at the Easley Center, it was decided that there were problems with the original lease, and that what was the best way to move forward was to correct those problems first, and then to go on to try to reach some agreement with the new amendment. So some of the problems with the original lease were things like problems with scheduling and field access, parking problems, lack of community access to concessions, and the need for a financial compliance audit. So these were some problems with the original lease. And then with the new lease, there were problems in regards to the dollar amount, the second floor of the building, oversight concerns, and also NCAA conflicts of interest. So when we started working with Councilmember Allen, we were under the impression that we were working on both of the original lease and amendment concurrently. So when she brought this amendment to the first reading, we were somewhat taken off guard. So, but also just in regards to some of the other comments, everybody is talking about how this benefits the Edge Hill children. The children of the Edge Hill community use that part very, very seldom and very sparingly. The youth teams and a lot of these people who are speaking tonight, I have never seen them on a consistent basis working with the kids. The people who have been working with the kids in sports, they have had problems with getting access to those fields, and they have had to go to 7 Oaks, to the Movie Center. They've had to go to a place on 4th Avenue. So it's two different realities. And so we feel like that the lack of community agreement, lack of community input is going to lead to problems of environmental injustice, and we're already dealing with that, environmental injustice, social injustice, and economic inequity. These are things we're dealing with, and everything is not as it would seem with these agreements. And
all right, so ma'am, your 2 minutes just rang, so I need for you to conclude.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. Next caller.
I'm up.
You're up. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill. You have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Sure. I'm Allison Schachter at 1022 Villa Place, and I oppose this bill.
Okay.
Council members supporting this deal will tell you that this is great. 3 parking spots for a batting facility. But we are underselling our city, our youth, and our schools. The city is allowing Belmont University, a private university, access to public lands at below market rates at a time when MNPS cannot afford chargers for distance learning, adequate janitorial supplies, or even a new ELA curriculum. This is being rushed through by Councilwoman Allen during a pandemic when community members cannot gather. Why? Because Belmont wants this and wants this badly. Belmont has an existing facility at Fort Negley, which it currently charges Hume-Fogg students for the right to use. We need more fiscal responsibility at MNPS and Metro, not less, and I encourage you to vote against this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. Okay, Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, welcome. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
I am Joel Dark. I live at 1027 15th Avenue South. I'm speaking in opposition to the bill. I would like first to acknowledge, as I did in an email to the council members today, that the vice mayor voted against the Belmont Rose Park lease in 2007. I believe that was clearly the right decision, although it was not the majority decision at the time. And when you compare Rose Park today to Sevier Park, Coleman Park, East Park, Hadley Park, and imagine what those parks would look like if they had been taken over by Belmont, I think you can see that that was the right vote. Like a lot of people in Edge Hill, I don't think that we can undo the mistakes of 2007, but I do think that the council again tonight has an opportunity to shift the framework away from the idea that whatever Belmont wants for its NCAA athletics is good for the Edge Hill community. People talk about trickle-down economics. In Edge Hill, we have trickle-down athletics. And the alternative to that is for the neighborhood to be able to negotiate where there is a conflict in the interests of Belmont and the interests of the neighborhood. And I'm a part of an interorganizational committee, 3 neighborhood organizations, board members represented, that has been trying to do that. And I think that by voting no on this bill tonight, that the Metro Council can break a cycle that Edge Hill has been in for 13 years and hopefully create a framework for us to have an equitable arrangement with Belmont. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. Do we have a call?
Y'all be quiet and go live.
Okay. Go ahead. I need your name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Barry Barlow. I live at 3246 Morewood Drive here in Nashville. I am the immediate past president of Rose Park PTSO. I'm also president. I've been president for a number of years of the Metro Nashville Public Schools Parent Advisory Council. And I have had the privilege of working with Belmont, directly with Belmont for more than 5 years because I had 2 daughters to go through Rose Park. And I'm calling in support of Bill 2019-11. It is my belief that the batting facility will indeed impact students here in Nashville's ability to become better at playing the sport of baseball. And I certainly think that it would be in Metro Nashville Public Schools' best interest for the council to support this. Because as we all know, there are limited dollars, and Metro Nashville Public Schools does not have the dollars right now to build such a facility. So I think to say no to this, you're actually saying no to the students, to those potential future Hall of Famers that this city might produce. You know, I'm originally from Lauderdale County, and Lauderdale County only produced 1 national baseball player, and all this is them. We have an opportunity to do more than that here. So I'm asking that the council supports this bill because this bill would, in fact, allow construction to go forward. That means that these students will then have the opportunity to use this facility. So again, I ask you to support this, and let me just say this, and I'm done. Belmont has been a strategic partner with Rose Park, and it's helped them for all the years since I've been involved with them. I ask for this.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right. Next caller, I need your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill. Then you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Dewana Wade, and my address is 5321 Ryan Allen Circle. I live in Whites Creek, Tennessee. I happen to, though, work in the Edge Hill community, and I am in support of Bill 2019-11, and I urge you as council members to support this bill. You all received an email from me earlier today in support of the bill, and I wanted to call in tonight because I believe it is just that important. So I work at Salama Urban Ministries. We're a youth development organization in the Edge Hill area and have been there for 35 years and have seen the tremendous changes in the neighborhood. And Salama has been doing work for 35 years in partnership with other agencies, other youth-serving agencies, the schools, et cetera, in that neighborhood. And we've done a lot of that in partnership also with Belmont University. And even with all the work that is currently going on in the neighborhood to support youth, there still is not enough. There still are not enough places for our young people to gather. And so I'm writing and I am speaking tonight because I believe it with congregations, community members, and other nonprofits, and we've been talking about how can we collectively work so that we can help to benefit even more kids and benefit them even more deeply. My belief is that this facility will help to do that. It will not provide everything that our young people need, but it is a step in the right direction. My belief is that the partnership that is being discussed between Belmont and NNPS and other agencies and entities in the neighborhood are very, very important. And I think that this is more than a batting facility. This is public property that will be developed for public use that will benefit the children of the Edge Hill community, but also the Nashville community. Thank you very much for your time. Please support.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, I believe we have somebody on the line. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm Helen Moore Robinson, 1409 Ackland Avenue, approximately 6 houses from the Great Law School of Belmont University. I'm also a member of the Neighborhood Advisory Committee, which has given me firsthand insight to the process of moving forward with partnering with MNPS and establishing the facility at Rose Park. By no means is Belmont attempting to acquire this facility under any underhanded mechanisms. I have watched what Belmont has done in this neighborhood for 32 years. I have seen nothing but positive improvements and partnerships with the churches, local agencies, and the citizens of this neighborhood. They have guided and reconstructed this neighborhood in a positive manner that will benefit all others, and wholeheartedly welcome individuals into this neighborhood who now have come into the neighborhood with their own opinions about what Belmont is and what Belmont is not. And I don't think that they have proper history and grounds to stand on to negate this effort that Belmont has put forth to partner with MNPS. I do support this bill, and I ask the council to join me in support of this. Thank you very much, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Ms. Godin, next call. All right, evening. Need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hi, my name is Mark Mariani. I live at 917 Southside Place. And I'm calling in favor of the MNPS and Belmont Batting Facility Partnership. I'm a frequent user of Rose Park as I live right around the corner. I walk there frequently with my wife and my 2-year-old son. I attended a community meeting about this matter back in December and heard a wide variety of viewpoints, mostly positive. I came away thinking what a terrific project this is and what a great addition to the neighborhood this would be. I love that this project will be utilizing a part of Rose Park that is not being used and has very little function at all in its current state. I also love that Belmont is paying to build and maintain this facility, and schools in the area will get shared use of the facility, which I think is an incredible opportunity for the kids of this city. I'm from a small town in Montana and have played sports my entire life, including at the highest level for the Tennessee Titans. I didn't have anything like this growing up, and not many young athletes have an opportunity to be able to practice and play at a state-of-the-art facility like the one proposed. This will give young kids access to a place that will inspire them and motivate them to work hard and strive for greatness. This facility will be a resource for kids to chase their dreams. Not only will the kids have access to such a great facility, but they will have the ability to be in the presence of more accomplished college athletes who are diligently working to master their craft as well and be great. Being in this environment I believe can be influential and immensely beneficial for a young athlete.
Welcome to the best day of the year, draft day.
It will provide an incredibly and unique experience that could have a lasting impact for our youth. I find it extremely exciting and inspiring that we have the opportunity to have such a facility for these young boys and girls right in our backyard. I hope it.
All right. Thank you for calling. We appreciate it. All right. Next caller. All right. We've got another person on the line. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
All right. Hi, guys. This is Brenda Morrow. I live at 1472 11th Avenue South here in the Edge Hill community. Not only do I live in the community, but I also serve as the president of the Edge Hill Apartments Resident Association and the director of the United Way Edge Hill Family Resource Center. I'm calling today to actually say that I am in favor of this facility. We have worked very hard to put dot all the I's and cross all the T's to make sure that this facility is appropriate and that this facility will be there for the long run, for the long haul, for not only you guys, but for the children here in Edge Hill. This facility will be here for the MNPS sports students that are involved in sports. I don't know how other to say what I want to say other than what I've said to you guys, but I want the council members to know that I really applaud Councilman Colby and Council Lady Berkeley for sticking this out and being a part of all these meetings. We've been having meetings since way back before all this started in 2017. We had Councilman Colby come to the resident meeting to explain exactly what this would entail and ask residents what do they need to get out of it. Everything that residents said they needed, especially I'm so excited about the fact that there will be an education room because we really need for our kids to start from the ground and go up. We need for our kids to know the fundamentals, the techniques of every different sport that they can be playing up there at the center. I've been overloaded with calls today about a post that was put on social media.
Ms. Morrow, your 2 minutes just ran out.
Oh my gosh. Let me say before I go that you guys are doing a great job. Please continue, Metro Council members, to be good stewards of the trust of the residents in every community. You all, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Morrow. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, next caller, I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
All right, yes, this is Dr. Romy Vassar. I am the executive principal at Rose Park Magnet Middle, address 1025 9th Avenue South. I am for the bill. I wanted to just take some time to state how the partnership between Belmont University has been very beneficial for my school and also my students. We have access to the athletics field, and we really have enjoyed a collaboration with them with regard to having not only access to their fields, but even more so the partnership with the university as a whole. We're looking forward to how the baseball facility can definitely bring another added dimension, not only to our school community, but also to the community as a whole. It'd be a great opportunity for my kids to be able to have access to a top-flight facility. We think that'll help us to not only build a top-flight baseball program, but it'll also just kind of expose our students to just another top-flight facility. And I think that will only bring a benefit to my school as a whole. So we definitely are excited about the opportunity with participating with a venture like this.
All right. We appreciate you calling. Thank you. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller. Next caller.
Yes.
All right.
My name is Dr. and I'm the pastor of Kane Avenue Baptist Church, located right across the street from Carter Lawrence School at 1025 12th Avenue South, Nashville, Tennessee. And I'm calling in support of this bill. I have personally attended meetings to plan this facility and even out-of-school initiatives for the children in the Edge Hill community. And I'm excited about what can take place with your approval to enhance our community offering. We are committed to working with Belmont, who has been a faithful community partner. We as a church are committed to working with Metro School and the community to ensure that our children, the children of Edge Hill, the Edge Hill neighborhood, benefit from this new facility. So, council members, I ask that you vote to approve this bill.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for calling. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller. All right. Welcome. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello, my name is Ben Tran, and I'm at 1022 Villa Place.
Okay.
And I oppose the bill. Like many of the previous speakers, I totally agree that I want what is the best for the students, the youth, and the future of Edge Hill and the larger Nashville public. However, we have been opposing this bill for the past 4 years, since 2016, when neighbors discovered some stakes about a building that was about to be built on top of the view shed at the Rose Park. And throughout these 4 years, we've asked for very simple things that I think are fiscally responsible and reasonable. One is a fair market rate. Two is the question of private office space and no private office space. Three is accountability. And four is transparency. In terms of the dollar amount, I think we're selling our youth very, very short here. The $35,000 base amount comes from a Metro Park deal. And since that deal was punted to MNPS, no one has asked if we can get more out of the deal or appraise the land or use the appraisals that have been done for the land. The community members and activists who have asked for these appraisals, we got two, one of which belonged to Belmont and the other Metro did, but none of those reflect the base deal. So what determines this $35,000 other than a previous Metro Parks deal? So I think that no one has asked for more. MNPS can ask for more. I agree. I want more. We need more resources. My kids were at MNPS schools, and we need more resources. But why has no one asked for more? And that's all we're asking. In terms of I appreciate Councilmember Allen and her commitments to fixing the inequities of the previous ones, some of the glitches and problems in terms of sharing and so forth of the previous one. Before we move on, none of those issues have been addressed. The most glaring issue of all is that there is $363,000 from the previous deal that is unaccounted for. And it's not that the community doesn't need the money, as everyone has said. We clearly need the money. But we need more support to make use of the money and account for it. There's no mechanism, there's no adequate oversight as to where the money is going.
Sir, your 2 minutes just expired, okay? So well, we appreciate you calling in. We appreciate the call. All right, Ms. Godin, next caller. I believe somebody's on the line. Need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hi, my name is Angel Adams. My address is 2333 Rosa L. Parks Boulevard, and do I have the option to abstain?
To abstain? Well, you just got two minutes in which to talk. You don't have to say whether you're for or against the bill.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to offer up a consideration to the council as I just took a moment to pull the lease agreement and memorandum of understanding. Number 10 and 11 pretty much coincide for the extended learning site that will be on site at Rosa Parks and the annual grant that will be paid out by Belmont in the amount of $35,000 to support MNPS's extended learning site at Rose Park. As well as a Saturday program at the Easley Center, and to support the Edge Hill Community Baseball program. So that's 3 programs that are being pulled into this potential grant offering of $35,000. But as I broke down the numbers, whether it be for the baseball program for RBI Nashville or it be for the extended learning site, I would suggest and recommend that more grant funding be given in support of the extended learning site, the Saturday operating hours at the Easley Center, and the RBI Nashville baseball programs. If we're really taking this into consideration for, how we're going to give funding back to the youth, back to the community, and back to the school for that matter, I believe that whatever the greatest number imaginable can be after I've heard all of my community members share their points, whatever greatest number imaginable that Belmont is willing to offer up and MNPS is willing to accept, $35,000 is not enough money. Our kids deserve more money than that. They deserve better programming than $35,000, and that's $35,000 annually. It costs $45 a week for a child to and $100 a year per child. So that's just a consideration. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. Do we have a caller in the queue? I believe that's it. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you've got 2 minutes.
Yes, this is King Hollins. I'm at 911 14th Avenue South, and I am grew up in the Edge Hill area and went to Carter Lawrence in the 40s, and I'm calling in opposition to the bill, BL 2019-11. I am a longtime member of the Board of Directors of Organized Neighbors of Edge Hill, and we have, as an organization, opposed many of the problems in the Edge Hill area over the years successfully, and we oppose the original Rose Park moved by Belmont to build the facility at Rose Park. The community meetings roundly opposed it, but yet the facility was approved. Also, when the measure came up for a batting cage, we also opposed that. We had community meetings which soundly opposed the batting cage as it was presented. That was the original presentation. As a result of that, it was moved, the opposition was moved and proposed to be built on Metropolitan Public, the school system land. We also had community meetings there, and as a result of those community meetings, there were several issues that and a procedure that was developed. We've been working with Council Lady Berkeley, and we have been very unsuccessful in getting a lot of the issues addressed for the concerns of the community.
Sir, your 2 minutes just ended, all right? So we very much appreciate you making the phone call, all right? Ms. Godin, next caller. I believe we have a caller in the queue. Name, address, for or against the bill, and then you've got 2 minutes.
This is Walter Searcy. I reside at 1029 Villa Place here in Nashville in the middle of Edge Hill. I'm calling to support the passage of the bill, not for its deferral and not for its defeat. I'm calling for it because our children in this community and other communities need it, as was recognized apparently by the Metropolitan School Board, who voted unanimously in support. It mystifies me how persons who consider themselves community leaders can forsake children in this matter. I pray that the Metro Council is not of this mind and recognizes that an opportunity like this is something that we should be providing our children. And if we can't do it alone, welcoming private partners is a godsend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Searcy. Ms. Godin, next caller.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Godin. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I want to thank all the people that showed up in the courthouse and waited in line to make their opinions known. They are all valuable, and everyone who called in cares deeply about the community, and I respect that tremendously. I would like to move a substitute and a couple of amendments with a brief explanation, and just make sure that the folks who have participated understand how the process will work. So I guess I will begin with moving the substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved the substitute on BL 2019-11 as amended, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just for context, in general, what we're talking about is that Belmont University since 2007 has had a lease agreement with Metro Parks to build a ball field facility on the E.S. Rose Park area. And as an amendment to that in 2017, they proposed to add, as you've heard, a batting facility on the park property. That was actually passed in council, and unfortunately the process was not good, and part of what we're doing is trying to fix the process. There was not enough community engagement. And we heard after the fact of strong neighborhood opposition, so we met with neighbors, and they had already mourned the loss of open space with the original lease agreement and were not eager to lose further green space at the park. So the suggestion was made to move to school property. And a second lease agreement was then written with Metro Schools to locate it, as you've heard, in an unused hillside that also lands in a parking lot, but otherwise not space that school children have been actively using. That was passed at the Metro School Board, and through some procedural
issues that came up, it was discovered that needed to come back before council, which is a bill that came before the council back in October of this year. And as people have mentioned, once again, we need to do better on community engagement, and we're working on improving that process. That bill was deferred in October and has been the subject of a number of community meetings, and the lease agreements have been modified significantly to incorporate a number of concerns that the groups have brought up, as they've mentioned. And that is what is now before you. That went before the school board last week and was approved unanimously, and that newly approved lease agreement with Metro Schools locates this batting facility, which would be a shared facility paid for entirely by Belmont and then shared with Metro Schools for their use, for their students, and for community use, supervised community use. That is a second lease agreement that we need to consider. And the third piece of this substitute then would create a community oversight to ensure that the conditions that have been an important part of both of these lease agreements can be adhered to and reviewed on a regular basis so that things don't slip through the cracks. So the substitute itself simply revises the original Metro Parks lease agreement as it now stands with the ball batting facility that is not going to be built, and this amendment corrects that part of the Parks agreement and then acknowledges the Metro Schools lease agreement, which now places the proposed batting facility on Metro Schools property. That is what the substitute does.
All right, so
open that for discussion.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved the substitute, explained it, it was properly seconded. Questions about the substitute? Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
I have no questions about the substitute. I was just going to comment on the bill itself.
Okay, so I'll come back to you. So again, we're just on the substitute at this point. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized on the substitute.
Call the question.
Okay, so Councilmember Glover has called the previous question. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on Councilmember Allen's substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 40-0. Any corrections on that? Okay, substitute is passed. So Councilmember Allen, we're on BL 2019-11 as substituted. Back to you for amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have two. The first one is a properly filed amendment, and it creates a community oversight committee that is composed of both institutional representatives, one for Metro Schools, one for Metro Parks, one for Belmont, and one that would be designated by the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood. And then to balance that for neighborhood representatives, those would be nominated, selected by the Metro Council members that serve that area, two by District 17, where the park itself sits and where a number of residents live, one from District 18, where Belmont sits, and one from District 19, where there are a number of very engaged neighbors who are users of the park as well.
All right,
so that is what this amendment does, and I would like to move that amendment, please.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved her amendment, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Hurt, back to you. We're just on the amendment. Do you want to talk about that?
No, just want to talk about the bill.
Okay, I'll just keep an eye on your hand that's raised. Any questions on the amendment? I got a motion and a second on the first amendment. Nobody else in the queue. All those in favor of the amendment to BL 2019-11 as substituted say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40-0. Councilmember Allen, back to you for another amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move this amendment and then a very brief explanation just to process. This second amendment is a late amendment. It was a great suggestion from one of the neighbors that we've heard from tonight that was just made in the last couple of days, and I have worked very hard to try to accommodate all the concerns that have been brought up that fit into legislation. There are still a number of concerns that we've discussed that will be dealt with by this oversight committee, but this was wording that I wanted to get into the ordinance. And what this late filed amendment does is simply pick up on language that is already in the Metro Parks lease agreement. It's already in place, that specifically states that while Metro Parks does the scheduling for the use of the field, and it already gives priority to the two adjacent schools and to Metro Parks activities, Parks has also been very deliberate about giving priority to the local groups and specifically Edge Hill community groups when they call to make reservations. And we've worked to make sure that that process is better understood, and we will continue to do that. But I just wanted to acknowledge that very important prioritization and to add that language into this ordinance so that it is written down somewhere, because I think it's important for the neighbors to feel comfortable that that truly is a priority and to have that in writing somewhere. So that is why this is late filed, and I will have to suspend the rules to do that, so I would ask for a suspension of the rules.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has asked for a suspension of the rules. Did this go before the Rules Committee? Councilmember Johnston.
Rules Committee did look at this, and there was no objection.
Okay, so Councilmember Allen moves to suspend the rules to get this late filed amendment in on BL 2019-11 as substituted as amended. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Checking. Seeing none, no objection. Councilmember Allen, the rules are suspended. You are on your late filed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move the amendment, please.
All right, Councilmember Allen has moved the amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? I see no hands. No hands in the queue. We're on the late filed amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0 to 0. The late filed amendment passes. So Councilmember Allen, you are now on your bill, BL 2019-11, as substituted, as amended, as amended.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for that, and I appreciate the council members indulging me as I continue to try to make this bill be responsive to what I have heard input-wise from the neighbors. I just want all the people who participated in the public hearing tonight to understand that tonight is the night for the council to hear from them. We will have a vigorous debate on third reading as council members, and that's when most of our discussion will take place. So I don't want anyone to think that we are taking this lightly tonight as we vote on it, and that there will be a more detailed discussion of merits and other items on the next, at third reading. So, I mean, with that, I'm sure other council members may want to say things now, but just to make the viewing public aware that that's in general how the process works. So with that, I would ask for the support of council members for this bill as substituted and amended. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Allen is moving her bill as substituted as amended, as amended. It's got a proper second. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. First of all, I want to commend the council member, the sponsor of this bill. She did a yeoman's job in taking care of this community and working this particular resolution. And I want to just bring two things to their attention. Most of those people who were for this talked about their hands-on and interaction with the children directly. And that's very, very key. And the other thing is that those who were opposed to it did not offer an alternative plan. So with this being something that we need for those kids, giving them something to do, because you know that idle mind is the devil's workshop, and this is an opportunity to keep them busy and expand the things that they need to be done in that community. And I just ask my colleagues to stand with me and with Council Lady Allen and support this wonderful legislation.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Cash.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also want to speak in support of this. As a former Metro teacher and as a parent, I think this is a good partnership. I know as a former magnet school teacher that many magnet schools in our urban core don't have the same facilities that a lot of other schools that have more land on their campus do, and many of those schools send their teams and their to practices and to games all over the county. I know as a parent, I spent many of Saturday or weeknight driving to the outskirts of the county or even outlying counties because we don't have that many sports fields and sports practice facilities in Nashville's urban core. So I really think we need to do better at that, and this is a good opportunity to increase our sports facilities. You know, kids don't really, walking around the park isn't quite enough for them. They really want to play sports, and we need facilities for that. I also point out that Metro Schools leases, enters into leases with religious organizations all the time. There are plenty of churches that lease space from Metro Schools. And on the finances that I heard, some of the comments, I'll just remind council members that not only is Belmont paying a $35,000 a year lease with a 3% escalator, so it'll keep up with inflation, but they're building the building and paying the utilities and the upkeep of the building. So it's not just about a lease at market value. They're paying for the facility. And just I'll add, one caller talked about RBI, and I know that months ago, RBI baseball organization for kids was removed from the equation. And correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Allen, but I think the money goes straight to Metro and not to RBI at this point in time. So I think it's a good partnership. I think the main thing that we're hearing from folks that are against it is a philosophical one that we'll have to consider, and I think it's a good partnership, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Glover.
Call the question.
Councilmember Glover has called the previous question. So we're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We're on BL 2019-11 as substituted, as amended. All those in favor of that bill indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
No. No. No.
So this is on second reading. All right, on second reading, the bill prevails on second reading. Any abstentions? Okay. So bill prevails on second reading. So we don't.
Point of clarification, Vice Mayor. I want to make sure I didn't hear the motion reiterated that it was being referred back to planning, and I wanted to verify that that was the motion that was just passed. Correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct. The motion was to refer to planning, and I forgot to say that, but that is brought up in.
Okay, so Councilmember Allen, Councilmember Murphy, so noted. It will be referred back to the Planning Committee. Okay, but the bill passes on. The bill passes on second reading. So we are now on BL 2019-79 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, do you want to have a public hearing on this measure tonight?
Yes, please, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make the phone call in. Number 629-255-1931. So we are on BL 2019-79 by Councilmember O'Connell. It's an ordinance to amend section 17.16.250 of the Metropolitan Code regarding advertisement and occupancy of a short-term rental property owner occupied. Again, we are on BL 2019-79. Councilmember O'Connell's the sponsor. It's an ordinance to amend Section 17.16.250 of the Metropolitan Code regarding advertisement occupancy of a short-term rental property, owner-occupied. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, so declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the audience that wants to speak on this bill? We do have people who wants to speak. Okay, so come on up. You've got, need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Okay, it's David Llewellyn, 500 North 17th Street. I'm against this.
Okay.
I'm a lifelong singer-songwriter. I came here in 96, and I've totally enjoyed being in Nashville the whole time. I heard about this yesterday. The whole of the East Side, I live on the East Side, obviously, heard it. You could have heard the groan across, I don't know, many thousand songwriters, musicians, touring musicians. It's tough out there. There's no gigs. They're not paying much. We're all looking for a way to supplement our income. This is a bill that will directly and immediately impact the singer-songwriters, the touring musicians, everybody that gets out and has, has basically been looking at Airbnb or short-term rental as a way to do that. This is an impassioned plea. I hope you heard, the members here heard the two other speakers that spoke too early. They were speaking on a different bill or whatever it was. All I can say is this is crazy. When I go out, I tour the world. I go to Europe. I mention Nashville. You see the biggest smile, and immediately, Music City, right away. That's what this town is all about. And this is directly going to hurt the singer-songwriters, the writers, the touring musicians, who basically are looking for some way to keep alive, keep the food on the table, play for the guitar strings. Please, please, don't do this. This is crazy. That's all I can say. I hope I'm being eloquent. I had no way to prepare for this. I didn't know I was going to speak tonight. Please don't do this. This is craziness. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Ma'am, would you like to speak? Okay. All right, Ms. Godin, anybody in the phone queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
Okay, go ahead and send them in. Do we have anybody in the queue? Anybody on the phone? There we go. Need your name, address, for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello, Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Doug Bowman. My address is 3121 Milliken Drive in Jolton, Tennessee. Okay. And I am against this bill. There is a lot of revenue generated from Airbnb for the city. It also allows visitors to our city to stay at places that are less expensive than our local hotels, and offers opportunities for families to stay together in one location. Offering just a room in an Airbnb and being able to advertise that just doesn't qualify for people who are traveling 4, 5, 6, 7 to a group, be it a family or, of course, a bachelorette party, to actually stay in the same location. We survive these days on the tourism. That's how a lot of tax money is generated for our county, in addition to the property taxes. And those of us that do offer our homes as Airbnb generate, income for ourselves where we can pay the taxes, we can pay our house payment when times are kind of tough this time. I would ask that you reconsider this. The money that's generated could offer an oversight committee for the Airbnbs where, look, if there's a violation, there's a committee that could actually take care of that as opposed to burdening our Metro Police with that. I would just ask that it be looked at, considered, and not passed at this time.
All right. I appreciate you calling. Thank you. Ms. Godin, next caller. Do we have somebody on the phone?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you. My name is Emily Earle. I live at 1307 Kermit Drive in Nashville, Tennessee, and I am here asking that the council rejects the bill 2019-79. While I understand the need to regulate short-term rentals, the limitations that this bill proposes will hurt the community more than help it. Most short-term live-in permit holders are individuals like myself who use the income to make ends meet. We follow the rules, we pay all the taxes and fees on time, and we put the money back into our communities by supporting our local businesses, workers, and restaurants. If you're trying to contain larger corporations from recklessly consuming and destroying our neighborhoods, these specific proposed limitations are not the way to do it. In fact, this bill single-handedly hurts the individual owners and funnels all short-term Airbnb income into the large property companies, which in turn will only add fuel to the core issues we are currently facing with Airbnb rentals in Nashville. A good amount of people that visit Nashville do so because it's inexpensive and easy to stay here. People that travel in groups do not want to stay in pricey hotels with little to no amenities where they cannot cook their own food and have to pay to park. With COVID-19 as a new reality, a good amount of people feel safer in short-term rentals. By limiting and in turn eventually eliminating short-term rentals, you're pushing away tourism. And tourism is what funds and will hopefully continue to fund a lot of the growth that we're seeing in Nashville today. How is this bill anything but redistributing wealth from small business owners to multi-million-dollar companies? Tonight, I'm asking you, the council, to choose small business owners and individuals over large corporations. I'm asking you to protect us by rejecting BL 2019-79. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Earle, for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. Do we have somebody on the line?
Yes, hello, I'm sorry.
All right.
My name is Brittany Steer. I live at 912 Strauss Avenue. I'm an East Nashville mother of 2 young children, and I help provide for my family with our STRP. By limiting the way that we can market our property to these narrow parameters, you're also, in effect, forcing us to list our place for reduced prices. As a consequence, we'll be contributing considerably less tax dollars to the city, and we all know how badly our city needs money right now. We've enjoyed being able to share our home with Nashville visitors. We've actually established close bonds with a lot of our guests. Many of them even checked on us after the tornadoes and asked how they could support Nashville's recovery efforts. We're beginning to outgrow this home and hope to buy another property soon and would try to rent out a portion of that home. I understand that our permit would not transfer to the new property, and what then? We wouldn't have grandfathered status at that point. Many people count on the money we earn for sharing our properties with travelers, as you've already heard from the other callers. Think of the out-of-work event industry folks, like the gentleman that's there tonight, and the many countless musicians in our town right now that are counting on their STRPs for survival, or the teachers who are always underpaid and who use this money to supplement their income. Please, please, please stop over-regulating our honest ways to provide for our families. Please stop over-regulating your hard-working community members like myself. You're starting to make it almost impossible for us to support ourselves. When's enough going to be enough, guys? I'm tired of putting my kids to bed just so I can come here and ask you again to please let us do our jobs here. I strongly urge you not to pass this bill. Thank you for the time and the consideration.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. Do we have somebody on the line?
Angela Evans, 1700 10th Avenue North.
All right, Ms. Evans, you got 2 minutes.
I'm calling not only as a long-term resident and business owner here in Nashville, who definitely enjoys the city and the fruits of the labor of the city. I'm actually calling because today I had a conversation that really struck me. It was with a group of traveling nurses that came here as part of an effort during COVID to work at Vanderbilt for the response team. And they were telling me how very grateful they were
to have an Airbnb city where they could live, work, and interact in and around Vanderbilt. I had not thought about that. And I mean, I don't think that we could expect them to stay in hotels. And the fact that they were all living together and not making a lot of money, that really meant a lot to me. And so I walked away from lunch today thinking about that, and I just wanted to share it with the council. And so therefore, I just want to say I'm really against this bill.
All right. Thank you for calling. Next caller.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the bill to the first meeting in November with a brief explanation, please.
Okay, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved the bill to the first meeting in October? First meeting in November? Did you say November or October?
I'm sorry, I said November. I intended to say November. I hope that's what I said.
Okay. The motion is to defer the bill to the first meeting in November. Properly seconded. Back to you for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. So among the comments we heard tonight at the hearing and so much of the correspondence we received about this bill from people opposed to it, there's an interesting characteristic. Most of these folks aren't affected by the bill. If you already have a permit, you are not affected. What this bill does is it limits the expansion of whole home rentals further into neighborhoods. Two of the ongoing problems I know many of us continue to hear about are owner-occupied permits maintained by people who clearly don't reside in the home. Effectively, they are gaming the system. Bought an investment property, they might not even be principally residents of Nashville, residents because they have actually inquired, they see that people are here. I have one of these on my block. In fact, I actually have more than one of these on my block. This is not unique to Salem Town. It is common throughout the districts where owner-occupied permits are common. In 19, I know District 9 is the only district that's in place. The other issue is the people who turn their homes into effectively non-owner-occupied units on the weekends. Again, this is something that many of my constituents continue to deal with. It is the CMA Fest story, which so many of us have heard. Oh, no big deal. This helps me supplement my income when a major event is going on. I'll just skip town for the weekend. It's fine to leave town for CMA Fest. It is not fine to leave behind Blue Girls to torment your neighbors who can't. And one final point, again, this is to be coupled with the expansion of permitted for duplexes when we kind of bring these back in November. This doesn't stop anyone from renting. It doesn't stop the permits. It just stops people from renting their entire houses while they are not present. It is still a way to supplement income. It is just saying it is the only way that I have found to turn people who are renting and who have had a history of irresponsible renting into responsible renting. And it's unfortunate that it has a negative impact on the people that are rentable, but as I have already suggested to industry, the moment that the platforms credibly shut down nuisance hosts and those who are bringing nuisance guests to Nashville in the heart of residential neighborhoods where people want to enjoy quality of life, we don't have any more work to do. So I look forward to this continuing and hope you'll vote for it tonight on when we come back. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the first meeting in November. Again, it was properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Fortunately, I have to abstain from this vote.
Okay, so Councilmember Roberts be listed as abstaining on the vote. All right, so we're on the deferral motion. Nobody else in the queue. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And then we've got one abstention. 39 to 0 to 1. All right, any changes? That's the vote. Motion passes. We're on substitute bill BL 2020-197 by Councilmember Vercher. This is an ordinance declaring a 120-day moratorium upon the issuance of building and grading permits for multifamily developments on property within portions of the Antioch area of Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Vercher, believe this has been referred to the Planning Commission, so it has to be deferred. Is that right? Is that your understanding? Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Vercher? There you are. Councilmember Vercher, we're on substitute bill BL 2020-197.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, if we can have Attorney Cooper, I don't know if we're going to defer this. I just don't know to what meeting so that we can get it on the Planning Commission's agenda in November. I don't have those dates. If Attorney Cooper, if he can.
Mr. Cooper?
I think if you defer to the second meeting in October, then the Planning Commission can consider it in November, and it be advertised for the December council public hearing.
Okay, that's what we want to do, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so the motion is to defer to the second meeting in October? All right?
Yes.
All right, so that's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Councilmember Roberts, your hand's still up?
Sorry about that.
All right. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing none, we're on a deferral motion. All in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 40-0 on the deferral motion to the second meeting in October. Thank you, Councilmember Vercher. We're now on BL 2020-256 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, please, Mr. President.
All right, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your phone call in. BL 2020-256 by Councilmember O'Connell, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by making applicable the provisions of an historic preservation overlay district to various properties located along Clinton Street from 16th Avenue North to 12th Avenue North, Zone CF.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I got out of order on my bills. This one I need to actually defer the public hearing to the first meeting in October. My bad.
All right, so members of the public, we are not going to have a public hearing on this one. This is BL 2020-256 by Councilmember O'Connell. I think I just read the entire description of it. So Councilmember O'Connell, I'm going to come back to you. What do you want to do on this bill?
I'm sorry. I want to defer the public hearing and the bill to the first meeting in October.
Okay, so the motion is to defer the public hearing, defer the whole thing to the first meeting in October. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, we're on the deferral motion to the first meeting in October. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? 40-0. Bill is deferred to the first meeting in October. Councilmember O'Connell, we're now on BL 2020-364. Do you want to have a public hearing on that one?
Yes, and I apologize again. I'm caught up, and this one I do want to have a public hearing.
Okay, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your phone call. It's BL 2020-364 by Councilmember O'Connell. This was disapproved by the Planning Commission 6-0, so we'll need to see some slides. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from IR to OG zoning for properties located at 309, 401, and 407 Driftwood Street. West of the terminus of Nestor Street, it's 9.39 acres. Again, it's BL 2020-364 by Councilmember O'Connell, disapproved by the Planning Commission. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from IR to OG zoning for properties located at 309, 401, and 407 Driftwood Street, west of the terminus of Nestor Street, 9.39 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, I'll come to you. And then I believe that Ms. Milligan is on the call.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Do we do the slides before the public hearing?
We do the slides before the public hearing. So, Ms. Milligan, are you on the
Hi, Vice Mayor.
yes, if you could just give me a moment, I'm going to share my screen.
All right, thank you. So because this is a disapproved bill, members of the public, we show slides. Ms. Milligan, you're recognized.
Okay, this is request BL 2023-64. It's a request to rezone property from IR to OG. The Planning Commission recommendation was to disapprove. The property is located just west of Driftwood Street, and just west of Driftwood Street and east of I-24 West. The property is currently zoned IR industrial restrictive and is proposed to be rezoned to OG Office General. The property, as you can see, is located just south of the Cumberland River, adjacent to Driftwood Street. The land use policy for the area is primarily conservation with a small bit of district industrial, as you can see on the southern tip in purple. The green area represents the conservation policy. The conservation policy is intended to preserve environmentally sensitive land. Management of floodplains is addressed as a preventative measure within conservation areas for greenfield. However, for areas that have previously been developed, as redevelopment occurs, land within the floodplain and floodway that have been compromised by development should be reclaimed and protected in the manners addressed by the policy. This is a site that has been previously developed, but if was to be redeveloped, we would expect that the area should be reclaimed due to the environmental sensitivity. There are other considerations that the Planning Commission took into effect on this rezoning request. In addition to the conservation policy, the level of intensity permitted would be greatly increased if rezoned. The floor area ratio, or FAR, permitted by industrial restrictive is 0.6 versus a 1.5 FAR for OG. The types of uses permitted by OG are also much more intense than those permitted by industrial restrictive from a traffic standpoint, which brings us to the final point, which is the constrained access. There are several CSX railroad bridges which constrain the access to the site. As you can see, the site is located north of a CSX railroad, and the primary access to the site is underneath a railroad bridge. There are two accesses to the two closest accesses to the site are both railroad bridges. You can see here, this is the closest access to the site, and you can see that the width of the railroad bridge would make access difficult, or it would make the potential of widening the road difficult. This is the second access. This is the one further to the east of the site on Stanley Street. And so as you can see, this is also very constrained in regards to any potential for future road improvements. Given these factors, the conservation policy, the increase of intensity that would be permitted, and the access constraints, the Planning Commission recommended disapproval.
Thank you, Ms. Milligan. Your time is up. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for the information. Okay, back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. So I've got somebody right at the microphone. You're recognized.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the Metro Council, my name is Sean Henry, 315 Dedrick Street. I represent the property owner here, River Partners. This 10-acre site is not unlike River North, which this Metro Council has approved for redevelopment. This site contains 3 very tired industrial buildings that were constructed in 1958, 1960, and 1970. It's prominently positioned, as you saw on the aerial photo, right next to Interstate 24 and the Cumberland River. It's just off of Hermitage Avenue, and the MTA facility is across the street there at the corner of Nestor and Driftwood Streets. The Office General is consistent with the general plan, but the as-built condition is not consistent with the general plan, as you just heard, relative to a conservation policy. But the idea of reclaiming this property as open space is completely unreasonable. Rezoning this property to office will do a number of things. First, it'll bring property into compliance with the stormwater regulations, which presently it is not. Secondly, it'll become a better neighbor to MTA. It'll increase ridership on the Music City Star. It'll begin the positive transition of this corridor toward Donaldson, which is something that Councilman Syracuse, I understand, would love to see. And finally, it's going to increase tax revenue. By not rezoning this property, these brownfield buildings will remain at flood level. And by not rezoning this property, those pictures of the railroad trestle and the streets cannot possibly be fixed or widened. So we appreciate Councilman O'Connell's leadership on this issue. We appreciate your vote in support of this, council members. This is an important location, and in this time, it's important to consider this rezoning. I should note that the neighborhood meeting was conducted 2 years ago in 2018. There was no opposition then, and the Planning Commission recommendation is a year old. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Henry. Nobody else is, there's nobody else in the gallery now. Ms. Godin, is there anybody on the phone?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
All right, we have callers in the queue. I would like to make sure that the council members know that there has been some documents submitted to the clerk that you are welcome to see. They're in the file on this measure, but I was told by the clerk that there is documentation submitted to the clerk's office that have been handed to the clerk for review. All right, so we're ready for people on the phone. First caller, Ms. Godin. Do we have somebody in the queue?
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Godin. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My name is Pete Greenfield. My address is 3201 Cover Street, and I'm calling in support of this bill. So I work in commercial real estate, and we've actually been cultivating this area of town probably for the last 3 or 4 years, and have actually already witnessed its transition. Several companies, including the Button Group, who moved from the Gulch, Gear 7 Creative, who moved their video production studios, as well as Rail Yard Studios, have moved into this neighborhood, which is already kind of signaling all the same signs that Germantown and Wedgwood, Houston, provided early on, that being an industrial area close to downtown, nestled against the Cumberland River with near immediate access to downtown. So we've seen a lot of the transition already occur, and in addition to that, this property is immediately adjacent to the 25-acre Wharf Park, which would be just on the other side of the interstate, but on the same riverbank, which would be basically a gateway into this neighborhood. And I think that we need to look at this more as an opportunity to elevate the uses here, outside of industrial, and meet where the development is heading, and also complement the investment that the city does intend to put into Wharf Park, which is immediately adjacent. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ms. Godin, next caller. I believe we have somebody in the queue. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and then you've got 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. My name is Greg Gamble with Gamble Design Collaborative. I live at 716 Hampton Cove in Franklin, Tennessee, and I am in support of the bill. I am the land planning consultant for the landowner, River Partners. The properties proposed for rezoning border the Interstate, Music City Star Railroad, and the Cumberland River. The rezoning to office will be a catalyst for businesses that complement the land use policy, engage the river, and improve the current infrastructure. As you can see from the previous slideshow, the existing conditions of the property are not in compliance with the Metro stormwater regulations, nor the floodplain regulations. The river's water quality buffers are nearly completely developed. The back-of-house items for industrial operations include metal dumpsters, diesel storage, soil piles, all draining directly to a catch basin that likely sends untreated stormwater into the river. There is also a 60-inch sewer line that travels under the main building in the middle of the property. The conservation overlay that exists on the property is for the protection of the floodplain. Redevelopment of this property under general office will require a plan that adheres to the floodplain requirements, leaving the property better in the future than it is today. The current regulations require a balance of cut and fill for flood storage, the construction of buildings above the floodplain, the repair and restoration of the buffer zones along the river, and the continuation of the greenway along the river. It is not necessary to change the land use policy for this zoning. Office is categorized as an appropriate land use in district industrial, and office general is identified as an appropriate zoning classification. With redevelopment, the goals of conservation overlay can be implemented. If general office district is not approved, there is concern that the site will remain as it is, an industrial operation that remains non-compliant with Metro's floodplain management requirements. Thank you.
All right. Yep. Thank you. Very good timing. Ms. Godin, next caller. We have somebody in the queue. Name, address, for or against the bill, and you got 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Brendan Bowles at 214 Oceanside Drive in Nashville. I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates. I am calling in support of the rezoning request before you tonight here on item 364. And I want to address a couple of things that staff has pointed out in their discussion there about, the points of the conservation overlay on the property and really to protect what's there and to reclaim the floodplain. And Mr. Henry, pointed out that reclaiming all of this 9 acres as green space is not feasible. But what we can do is establish the Zone 1 and Zone 2 stream buffers that are required by Metro Stormwater if this rezoning is allowed to go forward, and this site can redevelop in a manner consistent with the stormwater requirements that are in place. We know that there's a way and a path forward to redevelop this property and make improvements to water quality, to the floodplain, to the stream buffer, to the existing 60-inch sanitary sewer pipe that currently goes underneath the building that Mr. Gamble had mentioned. And so there's lots of things that can be done here to improve the property, improve flood protection, improve the environmental conditions out here, but we're unable to do that if this property sits in its current state. And lastly, I'll point out the transportation restrictions that are on the site. Lisa was exactly correct. Planning was exactly correct in showing those photos. But I would like to say that the Stanley Street Bridge, which was the second of the photos that was shown, is scheduled to be replaced. The timber portion of the bridge is scheduled to be replaced by the railroad company in the near future, based on my meeting with them in 2019. And as far as the other bridge connections, redevelopment has to be able to pay for that. So thank you.
Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right. Do we have somebody in the queue?
You have callers in the queue, Vice Mayor. Please hold for a moment.
All right. Okay, do we have somebody in the queue? Do we have a caller in the queue? If we do name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Vice Mayor, we have a lot of calls coming in, so we're just going to have to wait a moment until I can pick up on the line.
Okay, no problem. Do we have somebody in the queue? Okay, I have somebody in the queue. I need name, address. For or against the bill? You got 2 minutes. All right, so we're checking on something. Give us just a minute.
Vice Mayor, this is Danielle. We have a caller coming in right now. We received a lot of calls, and they were not calling on this bill, so we're just trying to vet through the calls that come in.
No problem. Send the caller through.
Bill, somehow they're trying to process them all.
Okay.
That means there's a lot calling on something.
So do we have a caller in the queue now?
There are calls coming in right now. We're just trying to vet them to see if they're calling on Bill 364.
Okay. All right.
Here's your caller in.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Godin. So I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you got 2 minutes. We're on BL 2020-364. Somebody on the queue?
The call dropped off, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
At this time, there are no more callers in the queue.
Okay. So declare the public hearing closed on BL 2020-364. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval. Brief comment.
All right. So I got a motion for approval, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bill, I think I've averaged about one disapproved bill per term, and to actually get one to the floor. To many of the callers speak to this, this is an interesting area. It is across the interstate from downtown, heading along a corridor that eventually passes through Councilmember Syracuse's district en route to Councilmember Roten's. I mean, there's a lot of potential in this corridor. We did have an abandoned look at a community plan update to this area, and I think that still has merit. In fact, my hope is that by bringing in this bill, we bring some department attention back to it. There are, still a few things to consider. I know the planning department has expressed concerns about access there, but I do think it is important to start the future of this part of the city. I spent several years pre-flood, pre-council, going down to that area where MTA had not just its heavy fleet operations, but actually its boardroom, and their area does have issues. We that up to speed. I think most of the access issues can be mitigated. I think this deserves a rethink, and I hope we'll continue the conversation as it advances. With that, I'll renew my motion. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has renewed his motion for approval on BL 2020-364, properly seconded. Discussion on the bill. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Yes, Vice Mayor, I don't want to take any time up. Could I ask that the planning department send us the slides again tomorrow for us to look at with what they discussed tonight? Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Weathers, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I've been following this bill and just wanted to add my voice of support to it. We do have a lot of property along the Cumberland River, sort of interior, kind of between downtown and the Opryland area, that is very industrial. There has been a lot of interest for a long time, even with Metro Parks and other agencies in Metro government, looking at ways to reclaim the riverfront and clean it up. And we know that short of buying all of that and turning it into parkland, which would be great if we had the money, that we will need to work with private landowners to redevelop some of those properties in an appropriate way. And I appreciate Councilmember O'Connell's work in that on the opposite side of the river. I know that for District 6, having the north bank of the riverbank there, that we're very interested in getting that area kind of cleaned up and developed in a way that is more environmentally friendly in particular than it is today. So I would like to add my voice of support to this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. I don't believe anybody else is in the queue. Nobody else is in the queue. We're back on the motion to approve Bill 2020-364 on second reading. All those in favor of the bill, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Seeing none, 40 to 0 to 0. Okay, bill passes on second reading. We're on BL 2020-369 by Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, are you going to have a public hearing on this bill tonight?
Yes, please, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so if you're interested in this bill, go ahead and make a phone call in. It's BL 2020-369. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IR, OR20, and IWD to SP zoning for properties located at 622, 624, 626, 632, and 634 Moore Avenue unnumbered, and 625 Hamilton Avenue at the southeast corner of Hagan Street and Hamilton Avenue. It's 2.46 acres. Again, Councilmember Sledge, it's BL 2020-369, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IR, OR20, and IWD to SP zoning for properties located at 622, 624, 626, 632, and 634 Moore Avenue unnumbered, and 625 Hamilton Avenue at the southeast corner of Hagan Street and Hamilton Avenue, 2.46 acres. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can we open the public hearing, please?
Yep, declare the public hearing open. There's nobody in the gallery except Ms. Hayes. Ms. Godin, is there anybody on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read the caption one more time just to make sure. BL 2020-369 by Councilmember Sledge, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing IR, OR20, and IWD to SP zoning for properties located at 622, 624, 626, 632, and 634 Moore Avenue unnumbered, and 625 Hamilton Avenue at the southeast corner of Hagan Street and Hamilton Street. It's 2.46 acres. Ms. Godin, just checking again. Anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I'll move approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're on BL 2020-369 on second reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0 to 0, bill passes on second reading. We're on BL 2020-371 by Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Stiles, you're going to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I am going to have a public hearing.
Okay, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your phone call in. This is BL 2020-371 by Councilmember Stiles. It's ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for properties located at Mountain View Road unnumbered and Crossings Boulevard unnumbered, and a portion of property located at Crossings Boulevard unnumbered. It's approximately 200 feet east of Hickory Hollow Parkway and within a commercial plan unit development. It's, again, BL 2020-371 by Councilmember Stiles. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from AR2A to SB zoning for properties located at Mount View Road unnumbered and Crossings Boulevard unnumbered, and a portion of property located at Crossings Boulevard unnumbered, approximately 200 feet east of Hickory Hollow Parkway within a commercial plan unit development. Back to you, Councilmember Stiles. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A quick question. As Bill 371 and 372 are basically the same project, so will we need to do a public hearing on each one individually, or is it possible to do them together?
So without objection, we'll take these together. This is Substitute Bill BL 2020-372, also by Councilmember Stiles. If you're interested in either one, but they're connected, 371 and 372, go ahead and make your phone call in. Substitute Bill BL 2020-372 by Councilmember Stiles, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by canceling a portion of a commercial plan unit development overlay district for properties located at Mountain View Road unnumbered, Crossings Boulevard unnumbered, and a portion of property located at Crossings Boulevard unnumbered. Again, 2020-372 substitute bill by Councilmember Stiles, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by canceling a portion of a commercial plan unit development overlay district for properties located at Mountain View Road unnumbered, Crossings Boulevard unnumbered, and a portion of property located at Crossings Boulevard unnumbered. Councilmember Stiles, I'm going to come to you on both bills, 2020-371 and substitute bill BL 2020-372.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. So, colleagues, this project is one that I've been working on since the fall. Back in October, we have had several community meetings before COVID-19 as well as after, the last meeting being just last week. And so this project would actually be the first of its kind in our area, being multi-use. We would have live workspaces, would have...
So, Councilmember Stiles, let me interrupt you. We need to determine if you're going to have a public hearing. I think that's what you need.
Oh, I would like to have a public hearing, Vice Mayor.
Okay. All right. So declare the public hearing both on 371 and 372. Nobody's in the chamber. Ms. Godin, is there anybody in the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
All right. So go ahead and let them in. All right, first caller in. We're on 2020-371 and 372. Need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Jennifer Sardak, 3408 Maple Timber Drive in Antioch. I am for the bill. We do need some areas in Antioch that include walkable areas with restaurants, and one of the issues in that section is that we have a hotel and there's basically a bunch of dead space. And so what happens is as guests come into our area, they just get right on 24 and go down the interstate and spend their money in Smyrna, and we would much prefer they spend their money with us in Antioch. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right, thanks, Ms. Godin. We're on 2020-371 and 372. Need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
All right, I'll try and make it quick. My name is Blake Taylor. I'm at 1544 Sprucedale Drive in Antioch. I am for this bill. I think it brings much needed, revitalization to the area, along with business space and some restaurants that the area has been desiring. Outside of that, I'm definitely for this bill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, I believe we have the next caller. Name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Yeah, Andy Bhakta, 201 Crossings Place, Antioch. I am for this bill. Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you all the council members for all your service to the city. I'm for this bill because it brings much needed, it's a mixed-use development, and we are in the hotel business. We have 2 hotels there, and we lose a lot of customers due to the lack of quality restaurants in Antioch, and a lot of our customers oftentimes decide to stay in Smyrna or other parts of the county. This development does include a restaurant, and it's much needed. Also, it provides a lot of jobs to the community as well. So I am in full support of this bill.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bhakta. Next caller. All right. Name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ford. My address is 1805 Fartherland Street. I am an architect with EOA Architects, and I'm actually working on this project with Joy and her team, and I'm calling in support. Our team has been working with Joy and the community from the very beginning. We've actually had a series of 4 community meetings with the community. From the very beginning, we started not having everything figured out and wanting a lot of community buy-in, and have really appreciated working to find a really walkable, urban, amenity-centered lifestyle community that really fits in the neighborhood. So I'm calling in support. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, next caller. All right, need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you got 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Duntavius Jones. I own a store at 833 Hamilton Crossing. I am for the bill. I think it'll be a good facelift for Antioch. I think Antioch really needs this revitalization, especially on this side over here where the mall is. I'm definitely for this bill, and I hope that you guys let it through because we do need more businesses and living space over in this area. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have somebody on the queue?
Yes.
Okay. I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
This is Linda Taylor. I reside at 1382 Rural Hill Road in Antioch. I am for Bill BL 2020-371 and 372. This project, a luxury mixed-use multi-family office and retail development, will be a welcome facelift for the Antioch community. Thank you for taking this call.
All right, thank you. Next caller?
Hi, yes, this is Natalie Martin.
Okay, I need your name, address.
5141.
There you go.
Go
ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I've got you.
Okay, yes. Okay, Natalie Martin, 5141 Brookstone Court, and I am in favor of this rezoning ordinance. Being an Antioch resident for almost 20 years, I have seen many more business types and non-residential establishments come forth in Antioch, like alternative financial services and, automobile sales, beer and cigarette markets, and things of that nature. So I would like to also state that I'm in favor of passing of this ordinance because it addresses and prohibits short-term rental property owners occupied and short-term rental property not owner-occupied. The ordinance addresses the fact that business and establishments that do come to Antioch have specific conditions that shall be completed, like updating sidewalks, primary building materials are brick and natural or synthetic stone, to give it Antioch a beautification boost. So these are some reasons why I support this ordinance, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next caller.
Hello.
Hello. So I need your name, address, for or against the bill, and then you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Joyce Snell. I reside at 2408 Lee Hollow Path, Antioch, Tennessee, 37013. I am for Bill 2020-371-372. I have attended the public meetings, and I like the design for development. This will give Antioch a jump start on redefining our image. It will allow us to have a live, work, eat, and play environment. We will finally have some restaurants and maybe some juice bars. It is what we need in Antioch, and I'm asking the council to approve this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Next caller. Next caller.
Good.
Name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Anthony Kuhn. I live at 849 Dover Glen Drive in Antioch. I am for this bill, both these bills that the files put forth. I think that this is something that, I mean, we've talked a lot about this over community meetings and those sorts of things. This is something I think will be a very big plus, big bonus to the Antioch area. I mean, we don't have, this would be something like, we don't already have anything like this in Antioch. Something that basically is reminiscent of like the Gulch, you know, something that's, we can get like young professionals that come there and we establish like a whole like live, work, eat, play kind of thing over here. And it's something that'd be very convenient to like the Century Farmers Development across on the other side of the interstate, and just something to build a good vibrancy in the area with the good luxury apartments with all the amenities and those sorts of things, and plus mixed use. Does really establish some good businesses and those sorts of things there. So I think that would be very beneficial for, you know, we've been trying to, obviously Antioch needs a lot more of this kind of stuff as we continue to revitalize and just get more higher end businesses like this. And I think that's going to be a very good boon, and I think will drive a lot of further positive business that we've been really looking for a long, long time.
All right. Thank you for calling. Next caller. Next caller.
You have your caller, Vice Mayor.
All right. Need your name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes. Go ahead. Name, address. Ms. Godin, do we lose the call?
The call's still on the line, Vice Mayor.
All right. You're on the, you've got 2 minutes in which to speak. Do you wish to speak? All right. Ms. Godin, I guess go ahead and terminate the call and go to the next call.
There are no more callers in the queue after that.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Stiles, on 371 and 372. Councilmember Stiles, we can't hear you. There you go.
Many of the sentiments. You hear me now? I just want to co-sign basically what you've heard from the constituents and from the design of the would be a collaborative effort. The company that is looking to develop this land also wants to incorporate the history of Antioch on the project, wants to utilize local artists in terms of some of the design, and has been very open and willing to work with us on all the things that we've asked for as a community in bringing the project. So I would ask at this time to move for approval and ask for my colleagues' ayes.
All right, so Councilmember Stiles says move both 371 and substitute Bill 372 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bills? Seeing none, we're on the bills. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0 for both bills. Both pass on second reading. All right, we're on BL 2020-375 by Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if you're interested in 2020-375, go ahead and make that phone call in. 2020-375 by Councilmember Toombs, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RM20A-NS to SP zoning for properties located at 910 Youngs Lane and Youngs Lane unnumbered at the southern terminus of Roy Street. It's 1.64 acres. Again, we're on BL 2020-375 by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RM20A-NS to SP zoning for properties located at 910 Youngs Lane and Youngs Lane unnumbered at the southern terminus of Roy Street is 1.64 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. We still have nobody in the back of the chamber. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to read it one more time. BL 2020-375 by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RM20A-NS to SP zoning for properties located at 910 Youngs Lane and Youngs Lane unnumbered at the southern terminus of Roy Street. It's 1.64 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on 375.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the approval? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0. Bill passes on second reading. BL 2020-384 by Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker, you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I would like to.
All right, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make the phone call in. 2020-384 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 710 Oneida Avenue, approximately 200 feet east of Jones Avenue. It's 0.29 acres. Again, 2020-384 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 710 Oneida Avenue, approximately 200 feet east of Jones Avenue. It's 0.29 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Nobody's in the back. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, one more time. BL 2020-384 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 710 Oneida Avenue. It's approximately 200 feet east of Jones Avenue. It's 0.29 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd move for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Parker moves for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of 2023-85 on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, it's 384. 2023-84 by Councilmember Parker. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0. Bill passes on second reading. BL 2023-85 by Councilmember Roden. Councilmember Roden, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, so if you're interested in that one, go ahead and make your phone call in. This is 2023-85 by Councilmember Roden. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by applying a neighborhood landmark overlay district for property located at 3060 Lebanon Pike, the southwest corner of Danny Crest Drive and Lebanon Pike, zoned RS15. It's 1.34 acres. Again, Councilmember Roden, this is 2023-85. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by applying a neighborhood landmark overlay district property located at 3060 Lebanon Pike at the southwest corner of Danny Crest Drive and Lebanon Pike at zone RS15, 1.34 acres. Councilmember Roden, you're recognized on your bill.
Mr. Vice Mayor, before we start, that's Dania Crest, and I'm disappointed because you and I were in a golf cart on that road here recently during the tornado. So just remember that. It's Dania Crest.
Dania Crest.
Not Danny Crest. So just letting you know.
Thank you, Councilmember Roden. I'm not going to let you have a public hearing now on your bill. Okay.
I moved to open the public hearing, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Nobody's in the back. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to read it one more time. Councilmember Roden is the sponsor, 2023-85. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by applying a neighborhood landmark overlay district property located at 3060 Lebanon Pike, the southwest corner of, I give up, Danny Crest Drive and Lebanon Pike, zone RS15, 1.34 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roden, back to your bill.
I move approval for the bill with Dania Crest Drive in the title.
Dania Crest. I'm going to remember that forever. All right, so Councilmember Roden moves approval of his bill, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue. All those in favor of BL 2023-85 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0. Bill passes on second reading. Bill 2023-95 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, you going to have a public hearing on this one?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice President.
All right, so if you're interested in this one, 2023-95, go ahead and make your call. Councilmember O'Connell's the sponsor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by applying a historic landmark overlay district on property located at 202 6th Avenue North and on property located at 530 Church Street at the northeast corner of 6th Avenue North and Church Street, zone DTC, and located within the Capitol Mall Redevelopment District overlay. Again, it's 2023-95 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by applying a historic landmark overlay district on property located at 202 6th Avenue North and on property located at 530 Church Street at the northeast corner of 6th Avenue North and Church Street, zone DTC, and located within the Capitol Mall Redevelopment District overlay. It's 0.19 total acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Nobody's in the back. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the phone queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, BL 2023-95 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by applying an historic landmark overlay district on property located at 202 6th Avenue North and on property located at 530 Church Street at the northeast corner of 6th Avenue North and Church Street, zone DTC, and located within the Capitol Mall Redevelopment District overlay. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're on your bill 2023-95.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval. Brief comment.
All right, so motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you for comment.
Thank you. Colleagues will note that we've had a handful of properties being landmarked in and around the Church Street corridor. These are buildings worthy of preservation. I'm happy to be doing this, and even better, it leverages a preservation tool we are starting to see an increasing usage of, which is the transfer of development, right? So I hope to see this result in preservation offset by growth elsewhere where there are not vulnerable and threatened properties that should otherwise be worthy of consideration. So thanks for everyone's support, and renew my motion.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell renews his motion. Again, it was properly seconded. Nobody in the queue. Ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2020-395 on second reading say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40-0. Bill passes on second reading. Okay, BL 2020-396 by Councilmember Roberts. This was actually approved by the Planning Commission, I believe, last week. Councilmember Roberts, do you have a plan to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, I'd like to open it for the public hearing, please.
All right, so we're on BL 2020-396 by Councilmember Roberts. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R10 to RS10 zoning for various properties located along Cabot Drive, Beacon Lane, Upton Lane, South Upton Court, and North Upton Court. It's 49.24 acres. Again, it's BL 2020-396 by Councilmember Roberts. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from R10 to RS10 zoning for various properties located along Cabot Drive, Beacon Lane, Upton Lane, South Upton Court, and North Upton Court, 49.24 acres. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Nobody's in the back. Ms. Godin, anybody in the on the phone queue? In the phone queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
All right, send them through. We're on BL 2020-396. Do we have a caller in the queue? There we go. Need your name, address, for or against the bill, and 2 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Bert Spears. I live at 6608 Beacon Lane, and I am for this bill.
Okay.
I approached Lady Roberts about this some time ago. My parents bought the house that I currently own now back in 1968 when it was brand new. And after moving into this house about a year and a half ago, I approached several of the neighbors about trying to keep the integrity of our neighborhood with one home per lot, and found an overwhelming support for that. That's when I approached the council lady about this. So that I asked that as we go on, that we get the support for from the council on this, and we approve this on our behalf. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Godin, next caller. Next caller, name, address, for or against the bill. You got 2 minutes. Oh, okay. Okay, I believe we have no more callers. Is that right, Ms. Godin? Okay. All right, so apparently we have no more callers. So declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
Okay, so Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval on BL 2020-396, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
So this is an established neighborhood that has had traditionally single-family houses, and I think this is the right thing, but there are a few exceptions, and so I intend to amend it on third and carve out a few exceptions. But for the most part, to rezone 50 acres and only have one caller, and I do realize we're in a pandemic, but it's a pretty exciting thing for my neighborhood and for my constituents. So I'm excited to move this, and we will revisit it when we get back to third.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Roberts. Okay, we're back on your bill on second reading. Any discussion on the motion to approve on second reading? Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Just very briefly, maybe I missed this. This is being referred back, or being referred to the Planning Commission. It has not been heard yet.
It was approved last week.
Here we go. Mr. Cooper?
I believe it was approved by the commission at their meeting last week.
Okay. It says on my agenda referred. So
Right, yeah, when the agenda came out, it hadn't been considered.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing nobody else in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2020-396 on second reading, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anybody else? I heard two ayes.
There's both of us.
Okay.
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye. Aye.
There you go. Opposed, no? Any abstentions? 40 to 0. Bill passes on second reading. BL 2020-397 by Councilmember Rutherford. Councilmember Rutherford, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, so if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your phone call in. It's Councilmember Rutherford's bill, BL 2020-397. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from AR2A to RM15 zoning for properties located at 5215 Blue Hole Road and Blue Hole Road unnumbered, approximately 545 feet north of Bell Road. It's 3.87 acres. It's BL 2020-397 by Councilmember Rutherford. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from AR2A to RM15 zoning for properties located at 5215 Blue Hole Road and Blue Hole Road unnumbered, approximately 545 feet north of Bell Road. It's 3.87 acres. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to open the public hearing.
All right, so Councilmember Rutherford has moved to open the public hearing, declare the public hearing open. Nobody's in the back. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the phone queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read this one more time. BL 2020-397 by Councilmember Rutherford. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from AR2A to RM15 zoning for properties located at 5215 Blue Hole Road and Blue Hole Road unnumbered, approximately 545 feet north of Bell Road, 3.87 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are callers coming in right now. We're just screening them to see if they're calling on this bill.
All right, thank you.
These are more health insurance calls. Maybe we should announce that public hearing is for, we're to advertise for public hearing. We're not hearing from the public on any other matter or something.
So while we're waiting for that clear up, what we're hearing is that we're getting phone calls on the last matter on the calendar. This is the Rule 8 reinstatement. Apparently, people are calling in. That is not up for public hearing tonight, so that's why we're getting calls in and that we have to screen them. So the only bills that are up on public hearing tonight are the bills on public hearing. That bill is not on public hearing tonight. So anyway, that's why we're having to screen the calls.
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, so declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Rutherford, back to you on your bill.
I move approval.
Okay, Councilmember Rutherford moves approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Councilmember Glover, you're recognized. Oh, hands down. Nobody else in the queue. All those in favor of BL 2020-397 on second reading, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0. Bill passes on second reading. Bill 2020-398 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, thank you.
Okay, if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your phone call in. 2020-398 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from CS to MULA-NS zoning for properties located at 1300 and 1304 Jefferson Street at the northwest corner of 14th Avenue North and Jefferson Street, located within the Jefferson Street Redevelopment District Overlay, 0.34 acres. Again, it's BL 2020-398 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to MULA-NS zoning for properties located at 1300 and 1304 Jefferson Street at the northwest corner of 14th Avenue North and Jefferson Street, and located within the Jefferson Street Redevelopment District Overlay. It's 0.34 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
President, I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Nobody's in the back. Ms. Godin, anybody in the phone queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'll read it one more time. BL 2020-398 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from CS to MULA-NS zoning for properties located at 1300 and 1304 Jefferson Street at the northwest corner of 14th Avenue North and Jefferson Street, and located within the Jefferson Street Redevelopment District Overlay, 0.34 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of brief comment.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell moves 2020-398, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
President, looking forward to this one. This one is mixed-use development that should include some housing right on the Jefferson Street corridor and just a couple blocks from our new Pocket Park, in walking distance to the Matthew Walker Comprehensive Health Center. And I think a good addition to the area and some under-improved property. So looking forward to the fruition. Hope colleagues will support it. Thank you very much.
All right. Motion is to approve. Again, it was properly seconded. Nobody in the queue. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions? 40 to 0. Any corrections to that? Bill passes on second reading. We're on BL 2020-399. 399 by Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one?
Yes, sir, Vice Mayor.
All right. If you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your phone call in. Councilmember Sledge, BL 2020-399, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by amending a neighborhood landmark overlay district on property located at 611 and 609 Wedgewood Avenue, approximately 260 feet west of Branchford Avenue. It's 0.48 acres, zoned R6 within a neighborhood landmark overlay district to add a second story to an existing restaurant. Councilmember Sledge's bill 2020-399, ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a neighborhood landmark overlay district on property located at 611 to 609 Wedgewood Avenue, approximately 260 feet west of Branchford Avenue. It's 0.48 acres, zoned R6 and within a neighborhood landmark overlay district to add a second story to an existing restaurant. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Please open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the phone queue, Ms. Godin?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to read the bill one more time. We're on BL 2020-399 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by amending a neighborhood landmark overlay district on property located at 611 and 609 Wedgewood Avenue, approximately 260 feet west of Branchford Avenue, zoned R6 and within a neighborhood landmark overlay district to add a second story to an existing restaurant. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Now, Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, Councilmember Sledge moves approval, properly seconded. Any discussion from the members? Seeing none, we're on the bill. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 40 to 0 on second reading. Okay, last bill on public hearing. This is Bill 2024-400. Councilmember Toombs, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, I do.
All right. If you're interested in this one, go ahead and make your phone call in. 2024-400 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS5 to RM15A-NS zoning for property located at 1527 Baptist Rural Center Drive. It's approximately 260 feet southeast of Seminary Street. It's 0.34 acres. Again, Councilmember Toombs is the sponsor. BL 2020-400, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the code by changing from RS5 to RM15A-NS zoning for property located at 1527 Baptist Rural Center Drive, approximately 260 feet southeast of Seminary Street, 0.34 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the phone queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read it one more time. This is a bill BL 2020-400 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS5 to RM15A-NS zoning for property located at 1527 Baptist Rural Center Drive, approximately 260 feet southeast of Seminary Street, 0.34 acres. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of BL 2020-400 on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're on the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Bill passes 40 to 0. Any corrections to that? 2020-400 passes on second reading. That takes us to the end of bills on public hearing. Ms. Godin, thank you for your work on that. Appreciate you handling the phone calls. And Theo. And Theo also, Theo Washington also was on the calls as well. All right, so we're now on bills on the consent agenda. These are resolutions, and these are both consent agenda resolutions and resolutions. All right, so based upon what I have, we only have 4 bills, 4 resolutions that are on the consent agenda tonight. All right. So I'm going to go through those, and then you can knock any of them off, but there's only 4 that are on the consent agenda resolution calendar. 2020-502, 506, 507, and 514. Those are the 4 bills that are on the consent agenda tonight. Anything that needs to be bumped? Let's check. Okay, so I'm going to go through the bills on the consent agenda. I'll read the captions. 4 bills, Resolution RS 2020-502. Resolution amending ordinance number BL 2020-234 is amended to extend the time period for the waiver of certain building permit fees for the repair or rebuilding of property damage as a result of the March 3rd, 2020 tornado. That's BL 2020-502. 2020-506 by Toombs and Gamble, resolution approving a contract bond between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Justice Tracks to provide maintenance and support for software utilized by the Metro Nashville Police Department. BL 2020-507, resolution RS 2020-507 by Taylor and Welsh, resolution approving a resident clinical fellow education agreement between the Metropolitan Government acting through the Metropolitan Board of Health and Vanderbilt University Medical Center, residents and clinical fellows to experience training in the Metropolitan Public Health Department's tuberculosis elimination program, and resolution RS 2020-514 by Councilmember Johnston, resolution approving the election of certain notary publics for Davidson County. Anything that needs to be bumped off the calendar? All right, seeing none, I need committee reports. I'm going to go to Councilmember Toombs first. You're on for 2020-502 and 506.
For
For 2020-502, Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 11-4, 0 against. For 506, the committee recommended approval, 11-4, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Cash, Codes and Fair and Farmers Market, you're on 502.
On 502, we recommend approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Taylor, Health and Hospitals, 507.
Ours 2020-507, Health and Hospitals, recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Gamble, Public Safety, you're on 506.
Yes, I need to clear up for the record. There were 7 members in committee, not 6, and we voted in favor, 7-4, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gamble. That was on 506. And Councilmember Johnston, 514.
Rules voted in favor, 9 in favor, 0 against. With that, I would move passage of all items on the consent agenda.
Okay, you've heard the motion by Councilmember Johnston, properly seconded. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Yes, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. The ones that are on this, yesterday I thought in Budget and Finance that would knock them all out. Can I ask Mr. Cooper to give me clarification, because I was trying to keep up with everything and apparently I missed this part of it.
Mr. Cooper?
So the ones that were on the consent agenda in Budget and Finance that the chair put together, there was a no vote on that consent agenda, thus making them ineligible to be on the consent agenda tonight. The ones that are on the consent agenda received a unanimous approval in the various committees yesterday and today.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
All right, we're on the consent agenda. Councilmember Johnston moved approval. It was properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of items on the consent agenda say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Consent agenda passes 40 to 0. All right, so now we're going to go back to the resolutions that were not on the consent agenda. Resolution RS 2020-450 is the first one by Councilmember Dreville, Mendez, and others. This is a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement by and between the State of Tennessee, Department of Transportation, and the Metro government acting through the Department of Public Works for the reimbursement of railroad crossing safety improvements at Post Road. Councilmember Dreville, you're recognized.
Reports, please.
So I got Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs? There you are. You're muted. There you go.
Sorry.
That's okay.
At the request of the sponsor, Budget and Finance voted to defer one meeting, 11-4, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
We deferred one meeting, 17 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works voted for a one meeting deferral, 9-4 and 0 against.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Dreville.
Yeah, thank you. Chair, move to defer one meeting. It looks like the public work costs are just about in, and I got some confirmation that they'll be ready for the next one, so we won't have to come back and rehash this one.
All right.
So move to defer one meeting.
All right, Councilmember Dreville has moved to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussions on the deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral. Councilmember Glover? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the deferral say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill is deferred one meeting. Okay. Resolution RS 2020-480 by Councilmembers Glover and Swope, a resolution providing amendments to the charter of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in accordance with Article 19, Section 19.01 thereof, and setting forth a brief description of each amendment to be placed on the ballot. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized on Resolution RS 2020-480.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report, please.
All right, Charter Revision Committee, Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The
Charter Revision Committee voted in favor of the bill as substituted, 7 in favor, 1 against.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Back to you, Councilmember Glover.
So, Vice Mayor, here is going to be my request to the council. I think that the reason I was going to defer this, in fact, in the committee, I asked to defer it one meeting to take it to the commission to let them look at the language and help us try and determine what was right, what was wrong about this one, what was right or wrong about the one that's going to be on the ballot. I believe there's enough signatures. I would ask us to allow that process to happen, and if the substitute is a good way to do it, then you know what? That may be the way we go. But I think we need to have a good discussion as opposed to always stepping in and squashing any ideas that come before us. So I'm simply asking us to defer this one meeting and to move it to the commission and let other lawyers look at this as well. And then if it's determined that we need to revise the language, I believe, and I'll ask Mr. Cooper this, I believe that we would be able to do so, and we would be able to reach a compromise in language to figure out what might be best for the city of Nashville. It bothers me when we always have another alternative without hearing all the evidence, and we don't always understand all the facts. I mean, right now we have more revenue coming in than we thought was going to be here, and we're not listening to that. I'm just asking us, please, to do that prior to voting on this, and then let the commission tell us the good parts, the bad parts, and then we come back together as a council and determine where we go. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, so Councilmember Glover, your motion is to defer one meeting, right? Properly seconded. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I'd like to move the substitute, Vice Mayor.
So we actually have a pending deferral motion that has to be disposed of.
Yeah, so Councilmember Mendez, we have a pending motion before it, so you can't move the substitute until we take care of the motion to defer.
All right, can I speak on the motion to defer then?
You can speak, that is a debatable motion. You can speak on the motion to defer.
All right. So the petition that is pending that Councilman Glover said he thinks will have enough signatures, that's the feedback I get from an election commission member I've talked to. And that means that that petition, which is wildly dangerous to metropolitan government, will likely be on a ballot on December 5. In addition to doing a lot of other things, that petition would create an enormous number of referendums. Every tax increase for the last 30 years would have caused a referendum. Every capital spending plan that we've passed in the last term would have gone to referendum. The Rose Park lease that we talked about today would go to a referendum. An upcoming transit hub lease in North Nashville that would go to a referendum. Ford Ice Center, list goes on and on about the number of referendums we get. It would terribly bog down government, and we need to get another item on that ballot on December 5 to clarify the confusion that thing will create and how the charter is supposed to work. So it's important that we get the substitute on the bill today so we can have that clarity. And frankly, with all respect to the sponsors for this resolution, the Charter Committee has looked at it twice and more or less killed it twice, attempted to kill it twice. Our own analysis says it violates state law. It's got terrible policy to it. So I would ask that you all defeat the motion to defer so we can put the substitute on. And then after the substitute's on, I would ask that we defer it a meeting then so it can go to the Charter Revision Commission on September 11th when they already have a planned meeting. Councilman Glover knows that he can refile his and still get it before the commission. But it is important that we get the substitute out for the public to look at for a couple of weeks And so I would ask, again, defeat the motion to defer so we can add the substitute to this resolution. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, so procedurally where we are, we're on a motion to defer one meeting by Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would agree with Councilman Mendez that it's important to get this substitute on tonight for all the reasons he stated. So when it is time for us to vote, please vote no on the motion to defer. Thank you.
Okay, next person in the line is Councilmember Swope. You're recognized. Councilmember Swope, there you go.
Previous question.
Previous question is called on the motion to defer. We're on the previous question. We're not on the deferral motion. We're just on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. We're on the vote. This is on the motion to defer one meeting, okay? We'll try by voice vote. All those in favor of the deferral one meeting say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
I have no idea. So
call vote, please.
I can't, there was no way to tell. We're going to have
Vice
to.
Mayor, I would ask that we have a roll call vote, please.
We are.
I can't tell anyway. It was too close. So we're going to have to take this by roll call. So Madam Clerk, so let me tell you where we are. So Councilmember Glover has moved to defer his resolution RS 2020-480 one meeting. And that's what we're voting on. It's a deferral of one meeting. So if you want to defer, then you would vote yes. If you want to not defer, then you would vote no. Okay? Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Mendez.
No on the motion to defer.
Hurt.
No.
Allen.
No.
Glover.
Yes.
Suara.
No.
Hall.
Yes.
Toombs.
No.
Gamble.
No.
Swope.
Yes.
Parker.
No.
Withers.
No.
Benedict.
Councilmember Benedict?
Okay, we'll check again.
She's on there.
Oh.
That's a no. Can you hear me now?
Yes, and the vote was no.
My answer was a no.
Thank you. Van Rees?
No.
Hancock?
No.
Young?
Yes.
Hager?
Yes.
Evans?
No.
Bradford?
No.
Roten?
No.
Syracuse? No. Welsh?
No.
Sledge?
Abstain.
Cash?
No.
O'Connell?
No.
Roberts?
No.
Taylor? Councilmember Taylor?
No.
Hauser?
No.
Druffel?
No.
Murphy?
No.
Pulley?
No.
No.
Johnston,
No.
Nash,
No.
Vercher,
No.
Porterfield,
No.
Sepulveda,
No.
Rutherford,
No.
Stiles,
No.
Lee,
No.
Henderson,
Yes.
Rosenberg.
No.
All right, so the motion failed, 6 yeses, 33 noes, 1 abstention. So the motion to defer is defeated. We're on the bill. So I'm going to go back to Councilmember Mendez. You're recognized for a motion.
I'd like to move the substitute, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right, so Councilmember Mendez has moved the substitute properly, seconded. Back to you. Do you want to have an explanation, any other explanation on the motion?
I'll keep it short. The language of the petition that looks like it's going to get on a ballot creates multiple inconsistencies that are really just intolerable to have our governing document have inconsistencies. This amendment would put another item on the referendum, which would clarify the inconsistencies in favor of the current language, and ask that we pass this substitute.
Okay, so we're on the substitute. There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, Mr. Cooper, here's my question. I think there's a number of people who don't like the 34 to 37% property tax increase. That's my opinion. I could be incorrect. But the inconsistencies that have been discussed tonight, rather than going to the commission next week, et cetera, in the event the substitute plays out and it goes there, what exactly do we need to ask the state to do? And if you need to give me an answer tomorrow, what exactly do we need to ask the state to do to help us clarify how we help protect our taxpayers somewhat better than what we have done in this past referendum, or not referendum, but in the past vote that we did and raised the taxes the way we did?
I think it would probably be better if we had an offline discussion on that. I'm not exactly sure at this point. So if we could talk tomorrow, that'd be good.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. I mean, I'm not trying but I do think it's only fair that the taxpayers get an opportunity to speak on this, and that's what I was trying to do with this. I get the fact that we want to squash everything, but I think at some point we're going to have to listen to the taxpayers. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Glover. All right, so we're on Councilmember Mendez's motion to on a substitute, to approve the substitute.
I will ask for a roll call vote, please, sir.
All right, so I've got a question for a roll call vote. I'll need to see 3 hands.
I second that.
Okay, I see 1 hand. 2 hands, 3 hands, I've got them. Okay. So we're going to have a roll call vote. So we're on the motion to substitute. Madam Clerk, hold on just a second. All right, so what we're on now procedurally is Councilmember Mendez has moved the substitute, and that's what we're voting on. So, Madam Clerk, if you'd call the roll. If you're for the substitute, you'll vote yes. If you're against the substitute, you vote no.
Mendez.
Yes, on the motion to substitute.
Hurt.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
No.
Suara.
Yes.
Hall.
No.
Toombs.
Yes.
Gamble.
Yes.
Swope,
No.
Parker,
Yes.
Withers,
Yes.
Benedict,
Yes.
Van Reese,
Yes.
Hancock,
Yes.
Young,
Yes.
Hager,
No.
Evans,
Yes.
Bradford,
No.
Yes.
Roden,
No.
Yes.
Syracuse, yes. Welsh,
Yes.
Sledge,
Yes.
Cash,
Yes.
O'Connell,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Hauser,
Yes.
Druffel,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Pulley,
Yes.
Johnston,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Vercher,
Yes.
Porterfield,
Yes.
Sepulveda,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Stiles,
Yes, and substitute.
Lee,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Rosenberg.
Yes.
36-4.
Yeah. So the motion passes 36 yes, 4 noes. So the resolution RS 2024-80 is now as substituted. Councilmember Glover, you're the chief sponsor. I'm going to go back to you.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Councilman Mendez is the chief sponsor now.
So let's check on that. So who's the chief sponsor of the bill?
Right now, it's Mendez.
Mendez is the chief sponsor. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Mendez, you're the chief sponsor of the bill now.
All right, thank you. I would like to ask Director Cooper a question just to make sure I've got the process right. Mr. Cooper, I understand that in order to get this item in a window for December 5, the time for the petition, as well as to give the Charter Commission a chance to look at it at their meeting on September 11, that at this point I need to move the resolution as substituted to be deferred for one meeting. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct. There's only one meeting when the council could act and meet the timeline, which is on the 15th of September.
All right, so with that, Vice Mayor, I would move to defer the resolution as substituted for one meeting.
Okay, so the motion is to defer one meeting. The resolution as substituted, properly seconded. Councilmember Swope.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please remove my name from this if Glover is no longer the lead sponsor.
So,
It is.
so it's all taken off? Okay, so Councilmember Swope, your name will be taken off, as will Councilmember Glover. So Councilmember Mendez takes over the resolution. All right? All right. Anybody else in the queue? Councilmember Glover, I've got your hand up. Do you wish to be recognized? Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right.
Well, you know, I think it's fascinating that I ask us to simply take this to the commission, and we still would have been able to do the same thing. So we passed a substitute, and once again, we kind of bypassed the taxpayers. And I realize that everybody thinks that, no, we're doing the right things. And I appreciate the fact that we apparently have a lawyer that tells us what we have to do and what we can't do. I'm not a lawyer, but I do rely on the lawyers in our council office. I don't understand, quite frankly, Vice Mayor, why we don't let the process play out. I was willing to try and work, as I have been throughout the entire process on the tax increase, but we apparently don't want to do that in this council anymore. So if this is the way we're doing it, I guess people will just have to buckle in and be prepared for whatever this council decides that people are going to do, and we apparently don't listen to them anymore. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Glover. We are now on Councilmember Mendez's motion to defer. It's one meeting. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. Can I just get Director Cooper to sort of explain to everyone what, for lack of a better term, what just happened? So what Councilman Glover has presented, and then what now the substitute does, just so that we're all clear.
Mr. Cooper.
So the Councilman Glover, Councilman Swope charter amendment resolution would have made proposed various amendments to the charter dealing with revenue projections and electing committee chairs and a cap on the tax rate, increases in the tax rate. The substitute basically replaced all of those amendments with one amendment that changed several provisions of the charter, which is directly related to the changes that the petition that was filed attempts to make to the charter. And so the substitute charter amendments that have been filed would essentially, any discrepancies between the charter and that petition, it would resolve those discrepancies in favor of the existing charter.
Okay, thank you. And at this point, though, Councilman Glover could reintroduce his legislation his way, and it would go before the commission, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Johnston asked the question that I was going to ask, so that the public is clear, because there's been a lot of politicizing this, and you know how I am about the narrative as it relates to our finances, and just the city, we're at a delicate place. So I don't think it's incumbent upon us as a body to create more confusion in that space. So Director Cooper, he clarified it. I wish we would have, the sponsor would have, for the benefit of the public, would have articulated more. The initial sponsor would have articulated more what he's actually trying to accomplish with this for their full understanding. But that horse has left the barn, so I guess the initial sponsor can bring back his legislation if he wishes, or send it over to the commission if he wishes. My question is this, Vice Mayor. When council members are actually speaking with our legal director as it relates to various proposals of legislation, I think it needs to be clear that council members do receive legal counsel as it relates to the legality of legislation. And I only bring that up because of some conversation regarding this legislation in committee. And if we're going to be advised that certain language in legislation is illegal or it contradicts with state law, then we really don't need to be bringing that type of legislation forward, because it's an absorbent amount of time on council staff, on the body, on our legal director, just everyone as a whole. We really didn't even need this debate on this tonight. So thank you so much for indulging me, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Vercher. I've got Councilmember Allen. You're recognized.
I think I've asked the same same question. I'm still a little unclear on how this interacts with the referendum that is going to happen simply because enough signatures were compiled. If someone could perhaps just explain if both of these pass, what happens, or if the other item that's now on the referendum passes without this, what happens? Or can this pass without the other item that's on the referendum?
All right, so we're getting lots of questions about this. We're actually on just a motion to defer. Right. But because the nature of this, if you want to proceed, I'll certainly ask Mr. Cooper the question. Mr. Cooper?
I think Councilmember Mendez wanted to respond, but I'll give it my quick take. If the petition passed and this amendment gets 27 votes in the council, gets on the ballot and passes, basically the status quo charter would be preserved. If the petition passed and this amendment got on the ballot and did not pass, we would have the various concerns that Councilmember Mendez raised initially about the various inconsistencies and what that would mean going forward. If they both fail, then no harm, no foul.
Councilmember Allen?
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it.
All right. I'm now at Councilmember O'Connell.
Call the question.
Councilmember O'Connell has called the previous question. The motion before us is a motion to defer, but Councilmember O'Connell has called the previous question. We're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Previous question prevails. We're on the motion to defer. This is a one-meeting deferral by Councilmember Mendez. All those in favor of the motion to defer one meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Motion passes. The motion is the resolution RS 2020-480 as substituted, substitute resolution. That is deferred one meeting. We're now on resolution RS 2020-496 by Councilmember Hall. Resolution requesting the Department of Finance or Director of Finance to take the appropriate action to recoup all funds appropriated in the fiscal year 2020-2021 Metropolitan Government Operating Budget to the Metropolitan Hospital Authority that were also covered by the Federal CARES Act and other COVID-19 related funding sources. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
So for a little clarity, let me get committee report first.
All right. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to approve the substitute, 11-4-0 against. The committee recommended approval of the resolution as substituted, 7-4-4 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. Health and Hospitals recommended to approve the substitute, 7 in favor, 1 against, and approve the substitute, 6 in favor, 2 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Hall.
So again, for clarity, this is something that we discussed in previous meeting. I spent a bit of time working with the administration on the substitutes that they had proposed, and we had great conversation and work together with that. And Mr. Jameson is still on the line. I'd have him explain the substitutes that they proposed.
Mr. Jameson, you on the call?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Hall. And yes, that is correct. The sponsor and Director Crumbo, and we had very productive conversations. The substitute recommended from that discussion was, as originally proposed, it would have required the Director of Finance to simply recoup monies that were purportedly redundant as received by the hospital authority from Federal CARES Act and other COVID-19 related funding sources to the subsidies submitted by the council in its operating budget, and would have the director then allocate those funds to the Mayor's Office of Economic and Community Development. The substitute, as proposed, allows the director first to assess whether, in fact, there was any redundancy or duplication, and if so, to, instead of simply recouping it and redirecting it, submitting a report to the council for their determination to make at that time. There is a regularly scheduled audit underway currently, the regular annual audit authority. It will be completed October 31st, and the director has requested 60 days after that to make the recommendations to the report.
Councilmember Hall?
So, and for a little additional clarity, this CARES Act money that was provided came with a very short and strict list of what the funding could be used for. And so this isn't taking money away from General Hospital in any other capacity. It's simply saying that any monies that were allotted in this previous budget that's covering one of those things, that the money from the CARES Act would stay and take care of those things, and the money that was allotted from in the budget would come back to council to reallocate. And so we want to move forward with this. I'd like to pass it as substituted and allow the audit and the finance director to continue, and we'll come back to this in December when those reports are completed.
Okay, so Councilmember Hall, I think, is moving the substitute resolution, properly seconded. Discussion on the resolution, on the motion to substitute. Councilmember Virtue, you're recognized. Okay, so there you go. There you go.
Thank you so much, Mayor. If the administration can speak to, are we taking this approach for any other department that's receiving CARES funding?
Mr. Jameson?
Thank you, Councilmember Verscher. No, we are not, because the CARES Act funding is submitted to the general fund for allocation by the council, and so no other council member has requested any other department take this approach.
Okay, this is my suggestion, Vice Mayor. If we're going to take this approach, specifically targeting our hospital that serves the most vulnerable in the city, this needs to be a citywide effort. It needs to be across departments that's receiving this type funding. So I move for a deferral on this, and I'll be more than willing to work with the sponsor on this so we can expand this across government.
Okay, so your motion is to defer for how long?
Point of order.
Let me get the motion first. Motion is to defer for what?
One meeting.
Okay, the motion is to defer one meeting. There was a point of order from somebody?
It was from me, Vice Mayor, Councilman Hall.
Councilmember Hall? Yeah.
We covered that in, not in Budget and Finance, but that question was asked in Health and Hospitals, and the reason being it's not targeting the hospital. The hospital authority is the only one that gets the money directly. It doesn't apply to other departments. That's why other departments don't do it that way. It's simply because that money goes directly to the hospital authority, and then we review it. Everybody else, it comes to us first.
So Councilmember Hall, let me explain procedurally where we are. So Councilmember Virtue has moved to defer one meeting. That takes precedence over the other motion. So we are now on the motion to defer one meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a second. All right. So we're now on Councilmember Virtue's motion to defer one meeting. It's properly seconded. Discussion on the motion to defer one meeting.
Vice Mayor, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this, please.
All right. So Councilmember Glover has asked for a roll call vote. Do I need to see a show of three hands. I see 1, 2, 3. All right, so this is a motion to defer one meeting. This is Resolution RS 2020-496. Councilmember Virtue has moved to defer one meeting. Madam Clerk, we're going to call the roll. What this is we are voting on Councilmember Vercher's motion to defer one meeting. If you want to defer, then you would vote yes. If you don't want to defer, then you would vote no.
Discussion on the deferral?
Yeah, we did not have discussion on the
Okay.
deferral, unfortunately.
All right, so discussion on the deferral. So I've got several people in the queue. Not sure who was called first. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
I would speak against the motion to defer. I understand the frustration over this bill. I don't know that this bill, I don't know that it's necessary. I think that whole money transaction, the CARES Act money that came in after the budget has already been perfectly explained, but the hospital's going through an audit anyway, so be it. I don't think we need to kind of push this bad idea off on every other department now in relation to these, unless there's some indication somewhere down the line that there was something wrong. So I speak against the motion to defer.
All right. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Thanks. I'm going to support the motion to defer. I agree with most everything Councilmember Nash said. I think there is a feeling that this is probably not necessary, and I understand the perspective from Councilmember Vercher and Councilmember Hurt and others about, especially in the context of years of the hospital always being sort of the bastard stepchild and getting short shrift. If there's questions out there about whether the hospital is being singled out, then I think we owe it to folks to keep working on it to get through that. And so for those reasons, I'm going to support the motion to defer. She didn't make a motion to kill it. She just made a motion to defer to make sure the questions get answered. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Mendes. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just remind colleagues this is a non-binding resolution. I can't imagine what more work is going to improve about the bindingness of it, and I would encourage anyone who does not appreciate its current content to vote no and don't think we need a deferral.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a point of clarification. If we don't vote for the deferral, then will the vote go back to the sponsor's original resolution that to extend this until December? I want to clarify that.
So we were on a motion to approve. Yeah, we were on a motion to approve of the substitute resolution. That's where we were when the motion to defer came in. So we haven't taken an action on that motion. Councilmember Gamble?
Okay.
You got it?
Just to clarify, the substitute was to extend this out until the audit?
Yeah, the substitute resolution was what was Councilmember Hall explained and Mr. Jameson explained. That's what the substitute resolution was. It was to do the audit. So do we need to refresh you on that?
I just want a clarification.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want a clarification on that. Thank you.
All right. So again, we were on a motion to substitute by Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Vercher, then moved to defer, and that's what we're discussing at this point. Councilmember Hall, I believe you're next. Councilmember Hall?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, and again, just for clarity's sake, this, per Ms. Gamble's just recent question, this wouldn't be revisited until the end of the year after that audit was done, which is already taking place. Again, this doesn't take money from the hospital. There's a very short list of what that CARES Act money can be used for. On that very short list, if we allocated revenue for the same things, they would keep the CARES Act revenue or funds, and the other money, if we saw fit, would come back and be reallocated to something else in the community. That's all this does. So the audit's going to take place because it's an independent audit. That was already happening. General Hospital doesn't have a problem with this process or the legislation. So I don't think we should either. Again, this is just taking a second look at things and seeing if that short list, if there's something available at the end of the day that can come back and be utilized in the community.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hall. I've got Councilmember Glover next.
Call the question.
Councilmember Glover has called for the previous question. So we're not voting on the motion to defer. We're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on a motion to defer. Now, let me go back and make sure we're clear on this. Councilmember Vercher has moved to defer this one meeting. That's the motion of Councilmember Vercher. As I remember, Councilmember Glover asked for a roll call vote on this, and he got 3 hands. So, Madam Clerk, we are ready to vote. This is on a motion to defer one meeting. If you want to defer, you'll vote yes. If you don't want to defer, then you would vote no. Okay? Any questions before we go? Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Mendez.
Yes.
Hurt.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
No.
Swara.
Yes.
Hall.
No.
Toombs.
Yes.
Gamble.
Yes.
Swope.
No.
Parker.
No.
Withers.
Yes.
Benedict.
Yes.
Van Reese.
Yes.
Hancock.
Yes.
Young.
No.
Hager.
No.
Evans.
No.
Bradford.
No.
Roten.
No.
Syracuse.
Syracuse
That was
says yes.
Welsh.
No.
Sledge.
Nope.
Cash.
Yes.
O'Connell.
No.
Roberts.
No.
Taylor.
No.
Hauser. Councilmember Hauser.
I'm looking. Councilmember Hauser is not on the list. Okay.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah. Councilmember Hauser?
This is Councilmember Stiles. No, this is Councilmember Stiles. She actually got off the call to go to bed.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Druffel.
No.
Murphy.
Yes.
Pulley.
No.
Johnston.
No.
Nash.
No.
Vercher.
Yes.
Porterfield.
Yes.
Sepulveda.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Stiles.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Henderson.
No.
Rosenberg.
No.
So there were 19 yeses, 20 noes. So the motion fails. So we are back, the deferral motion fails, so we are back on Councilmember Hall's motion to approve a substitute resolution. So I'm going to go back to Councilmember Hall.
I'd like to move the bill as substituted.
Okay, so it's a resolution that moves the substitute resolution. Okay. And it was properly seconded. Councilmember Virtue, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. As it relates to the hospital being on board with that, I don't know if that's completely accurate. I asked that colleagues vote this substitute down. Many of us have been in, for lack of better words, the trenches with the hospital authority. You know that is very, very delicate as it relates to the operations over there. And in this body, we have, for lack of better words, again, finagled with the finances with the hospital authority, and that resulted in them having to come back and request a supplemental funding. Anything that deals with this hospital is very delicate. It has a long, sensitive history here in the city, and my concern is that if this body passes this legislation, what the headliner will be as it relates to our hospital. It may be in good intentions from the sponsor, but we know good intentions always don't fare well. And again, the support of the hospital authority, that's not. I don't know if that's completely accurate or not. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember O'Connell.
Call the question.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell has called the previous question. We are not on the motion yet, which is to approve the substitute. We're just on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye. Yes. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Previous question prevails, so let me tell you where we are. Councilmember Hall has moved his substitute resolution. That's where we are. If you're in favor of the substitute resolution, you would vote aye. If you're not in favor of the substitute resolution, you'd vote no. We'll try by voice vote. All those in favor of the substitute resolution say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No. No. No. No. No.
And I'll call you back.
Dr. Webb?
I can't tell.
You can't hear.
I can't hear and we can't tell. So we're going to have to go back on a roll call vote. So sorry about that, but I can't tell. So if you want, so here's where we are. If we are voting on Councilmember Hall's motion to approve his substitute resolution, that's where we are. We haven't even gotten to the resolution as substituted. We're just voting to approve the substitute resolution. So if you are for Councilmember Hall's resolution to approve the substitute resolution, you would vote yes. If you're against it, you would vote no. Right? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Mendez.
Vice Mayor, just a quick point of order. So if the substitute gets added, there's still going to be a further motion on the resolution as substituted, right?
That's correct.
All right. With that, I'll vote yes to add the substitute.
Okay.
Hurt.
No.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
Yes.
Swara.
Yes.
Hall.
Yes.
Toombs.
Yes.
Gamble.
Yes.
Swope.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Withers.
Yes.
Benedict.
No.
Van Rees.
Yes.
Hancock.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Hager.
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Bradford,
Yes.
Roten,
Yes.
Syracuse, yes. Welsh,
Yes.
Sledge,
Yes.
Cash,
Yes.
O'Connell,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Hauser,
She's not
I'm
on.
sorry, thank you. Druffel,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Pulley,
Yes.
Johnston,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Vercher,
Councilmember Vercher?
No.
Porterfield,
Yes.
Sepulveda,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Stiles,
Yes.
Lee,
Abstain.
Henderson,
Yes.
Rosenberg.
Yes.
I did too.
So, my ears are getting bad. There were 35 yeses, 3 nos, and 1 abstention. Sounded a lot closer on that voice vote. 35 yeses, 3 nos, 1 abstention, so the motion passes. So, Councilmember Hall, you're now on your resolution as substituted.
Vice Mayor, I've got a question for Attorney Cooper. For clarity, again, Attorney Cooper, could you tell us again that this resolution, as substituted, the next time it would be revisited would be at the December date as in the resolution after the audit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, colleagues, again, we're just saying let the process play out. Without politicizing this, this is not targeting the hospital. This is not doing anything other than saying if that committee finds something, if there's something found with that audit, we as a body get to determine what happens next with what they find. That's all this is. Again, and it's why it's non-binding in addition to that. So with that, I'd like to move as substituted.
So you're moving your substitute resolution, properly seconded. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I echo Councilmember Vercher's concern about it appearing as if the hospital is being isolated. But the question that I have for the sponsor is this. If this is not doing anything until after the audit, if this does not do, I mean, it's basically not doing anything. So what is the point of filing it now? Why not wait until after the audit to see where it goes? And then if there's a need to file something, then file it then. And also by that December date, we could also look at if this applies to other departments or other people that get there's money. At this point, it's all in the air. So what is the rush to pass it now? I guess that's what does it do to pass it now?
So Councilmember Suara, hold on, Councilmember Suara, is that a question to Councilmember Hall directly?
Yes, it is a question, and in a way, it's also a statement to be able to say that I think, for me, I will be voting and asking everyone to vote no, because it really does not do anything for us tonight with the sponsors' admission that this is just to hold the place until December. So I really don't think there's a need for it. So that's my thought.
All right, Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
So the December date was put in so that we didn't have to defer multiple times. And through the conversations with the administration, with the finance director, and with Ms. Wiggins and Mr. Jameson, it came to light about the timetable on the audit, when the information was going to be available, what the hospital was currently in the process of doing, which is also part of why the hospital didn't oppose or have an issue with this, because they were already going through that process and were already going to have to report back. So this just simply had already been filed. through the working with the administration and the finance director, we saw the dates that were coming back in terms of when we could revisit this. So this is basically, by default, it was already a deferral because we added in the extended date to include time for them to complete that audit. It's not a placeholder or anything like that. It's simply allowing them to complete their process and then we come back. In effect, it would be as if I deferred it until December.
Councilmember Suara?
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, sir. I am kind of confused on this. I guess I just want a little clarity from the sponsor, if you could please. Are you saying that you have talked with the hospital on this and they are okay with this legislation?
Councilmember Hall, the question is to you.
I've spoken with the nonprofit, with Dr. Webb and the CEO and Mark Brown before, during this process, even before speaking with the administration.
And they're okay with it?
And not only don't have a problem with it, but we're discussing as part of this, if there's any redundancies, what suggestions would be next for those funds. They're actively participating in and going to help decide what happens with that.
Councilmember Lee? Okay. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Previous question. Councilmember Young has called the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on Councilmember Hall's.
More light in here.
Councilmember Hall's motion to approve his substitute resolution. It's 496. And we're voting on that. All those in favor of that motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
No. No. No. No. No.
Resolution passes. Substitute resolution passes.
No, we need roll call.
No. Roll call. Roll call.
Just getting the substitute on. They still have to vote on it.
This is on the substitute resolution. We've already approved it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. But if there's a no vote, there has to be a...
This is on the final vote.
And there was a no vote, so there has to be a roll call. That's what I'm saying.
All right. That's fine. Okay, so we're on the board because there's a no vote. Okay. Members of the council, we are now voting on the motion to, on the substitute resolution 496. We're going to call the roll. We're going to take a vote. If you're for the substitute resolution, you're going to vote yes. If you're against it, you'll vote no. Madam Clerk?
Mendez.
No.
Hurt.
No.
Allen.
No.
Glover.
Yes.
Suara.
No.
Hall.
Yes.
Toombs.
No.
Gamble.
No.
Swope.
Yes.
Parker. Councilman Parker.
No.
Withers.
No.
Benedict.
No.
Van Rees.
Nope.
Hancock.
No.
Young.
Yes.
Hager.
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Bradford.
Yes.
Yes. Roten.
Yes.
Syracuse. No. Welsh.
Yes.
Sledge.
No.
Cash,
No.
O'Connell,
Yes.
Roberts,
No.
Taylor,
No.
Druffel,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Pulley,
Yes.
Johnston,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Bircher, no, Porterfield,
No.
Sepulveda,
No.
Rutherford,
No.
Stiles,
No.
Lee,
No.
Henderson,
Yes.
Rosenberg.
No.
Did you get 17? I got 16 for some reason. 16, yeah, 1623.
Okay, so the vote was 16 yeses, 23 noes. Motion fails. So we're through.
That's it.
So the resolution fails, substitute resolution fails. So we move on to Resolution RS 2020-503 by Councilmembers Toombs, Taylor, and others. Resolution accepting a grant for the United Way of Middle Tennessee to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metro Action Commission to support delivery of supplemental nutritional assistance program employment and training-related services. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on 503.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
You've got one of them, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 9-4, 1 against.
All right, Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Taylor.
Yeah, Health and Hospitals recommended to approve, 8 to approve, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you. Move for approval.
All right, Councilmember Toombs has moved approval of Resolution RS 2020-503. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Hall, I assume that hand is up from before. Okay. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution RS 2020-503 passes. All right, we're on RS 2020-504 by Councilmember Toombs, Van Rees, and others. Resolution accepting Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Securities Act grant for the National Endowment for the Arts, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Arts Commission to help arts programs and their employees endure the economic hardships caused by forced closure due to COVID-19. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Committee report.
All right, Parks and Library, Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes, the Parks, Library, and Arts Committee voted in favor, 8 0 against, and are enthusiastically supported.
All right, Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
There's also a Budget and Finance report. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 9-4, 1 against.
All right, and Councilmember Toombs, motion on the resolution?
Move for approval.
All right. Somebody's got a child up way too late. Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of Resolution RS 2020-504, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Resolution passes 44-0 against, 39 to 0 to 0. We're on Resolution RS 2020-505 by Councilmember Toombs, Gamble, and Welsh. Resolution accepting assistance to firefighters grant for the United States Department of Homeland Security to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville through the Metro Nashville Fire Department to provide funds for the purchase of personal protective equipment and related supplies to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Committee report.
All right, Public Safety, Councilmember Gamble.
Public Safety recommended approval, 7-4, 0 against.
Councilmember Toombs?
Budget and Finance also recommended approval, 9-4, 1 against. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions on this? 39-0 resolution passes. We're now on Resolution RS 2020-508 by Councilmembers Toombs, Taylor, and others. Resolution accepting a grant from the State of Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Board of Health to prepare for, respond to, and recover from public health threats, including but not limited response and recovery from COVID-19. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Committee report.
Councilmember Taylor, Health and Hospitals.
Health and Hospitals recommended to approve 8 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on 508 budget report.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 9-4, 1 against. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of Resolution RS 2020-508, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
No. Any abstentions? 39-0. Resolution RS 2020-509 by Councilmembers Toombs, Taylor, and others. Resolution accepting a grant to the State of Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Board of Health to provide an array of programs to direct patient care services to meet the public health needs of Tennessee citizens. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Committee report.
Councilmember Taylor, Health and Hospitals.
Health and Hospitals recommended to approve 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on 2020-509.
Budget and Finance also recommended approval, 9-4, 1 against. Move for approval.
All right, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of RS 2020-509, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39-0, 2020-509 resolution passes. Resolution RS 2020-510 by Councilmembers Toombs, Hager, and others, a resolution accepting a hazard mitigation grant from the State of Tennessee, Tennessee Emergency Management Agency to the Nashville government through the Department of Water and Sewerage Services, and authorizing the acquisition, demolition of 3 houses located in various floodways, floodplains in Davidson County. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Committee report.
All right, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy. We're on 2020-510. Councilmember Murphy?
17 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Public Works approved, 9-4, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Toombs, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance voted to approve, 9-4, 1 against. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval on Resolution RS 2020-510, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39-0, Resolution RS 2020-510 passes. Resolution RS 2020-511 by Councilmember Toombs, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the property damage claim of Patricia Ostrowski against the Metropolitan Government in the amount of $40,185.10, said amount to be paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Committee report.
It's yours.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 9-4, 1 against. Move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval on Resolution RS 2020-511, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39-0. Resolution passes. Resolution RS 2020-512 by Councilmember Syracuse. Toombs and others, a resolution approving amendment number 1 to an agreement by and between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Department of Public Works for the acceptance of work in connection with the construction of a sidewalk on Lebanon Pike from McGavick Pike to Old Lebanon Pike. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 9-4, 1 against.
All right, Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning.
17 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works recommended approval for 9-4, and 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Move approval.
Councilmember Syracuse moves his approval of Resolution RS 2020-512, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39 to 0. Resolution on RS 2020-512 passes. We're on Resolution RS 2020-513 by Councilmembers Johnston, Toombs, and others. Resolution approving Amendment 1 to an agreement by and between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Metropolitan Government through the Department of Public Works. Acceptance of work in connection with the construction of sidewalks along the south side of Harding Place from Danby Drive to Nolensville Pike. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 9-4, 1 against.
All right, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Voted to approve, 17 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Public Works recommended approval, 9-4, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move approval.
All right, Councilmember Johnston has moved approval of RS 2020-513, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 39 for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Resolution RS 2020-513 passes. All right, we have two, that concludes our resolutions. We have two late filed resolutions. I'm going to call them up individually. The first one is by Councilmember Johnston and Gamble. Resolution proposing recommendations by the COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee for distribution of $2 million in CARES Act funds for the COVID-19 Pandemic Fund to provide financial support to live music venues to be administered by Pathway Lending. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I need to move to suspend the rules, please.
All right, so Councilmember Johnston has moved to suspend the rules. Did that come before your own committee and the Rules Committee?
It did come before my committee, and there was no objection.
All right. I guess that's fair to say. So Councilmember Johnston has moved to suspend the rules. Any objection to suspension of the rules on this one? Okay, checking. I see no hands up. Rules are suspended. Councilmember Johnston, you are on your resolution.
Thank you so much. This is the third resolution from the COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee with regard to allocating CARES Act monies. The first two resolutions addressed rent, mortgage, utility, and food support for individuals, and the two being presented tonight support our small businesses that have suffered so greatly. Due to the significant impacts that live music has on Nashville, the committee decided to earmark dollars specifically for the live music venues that are the nucleus of the cell of our local live music industry. Live music is the heart and soul of Nashville, as well as a huge driver of our local economy. Annually, live music venues account for 5,600 concerts, significantly impacting tourism. $5 million in compensation to 46,000 musicians. Hundreds of jobs, over $2 million in state and local taxes, and over $1.1 million in rent payments to local property owners. Because of the nature of their business, which is bringing large groups of people together in relatively small places for large periods of time, they will be completely shut down, the longest of any other business or industry, according to our reopening strategy. Additionally, the nature of their business makes it impossible to pivot their business model to accommodate a virtual or takeout model of business. They've lost an average of 90% of their revenue since the initial shutdown in mid-March with no end in sight. Today, there's an average of 4 weeks until these venues close their door forever. 11 weeks from now, all but one will be permanently closed unless they receive assistance. We risk losing the irreplaceable foundation of Nashville's entire live music ecosystem, the loss of which would be culturally unfathomable and devastating economically. This resolution earmarks $2 million in grants for emergency support for live music venues that have an annual revenue less than $5 million to be used for 2 months of expenses, including rent or mortgage payments, insurance, and utilities, or $100,000, whichever is less. This grant is not to be used for payroll expenses. The purpose of these grants is just to keep these doors open, so when we emerge on the other side of COVID-19, this industry will still be alive. These venues are not eligible for grant dollars to be allocated in the second resolution forthcoming to be presented tonight for our small and micro businesses, so no duplication is allowed. I'm extremely proud of the work this committee has done on this resolution that will quite literally save these businesses from closure, and I encourage my colleagues to support.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. We're going to get some committee reports because even though they were late filed, they did get to Budget and Finance and to Parks. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 11-4-0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Toombs. And Parks and Library, Councilmember Van Rees.
Parks, Library, and Arts Committee voted in favor, 7-0 against with 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to you, Councilmember Johnston. You want to move for approval, correct?
Yes.
All right, so I've got a motion to approve this resolution, properly seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So does this mean that this is be exclusively to venues and not to festivals that may have been impacted by COVID?
Yes, this is exclusively for venues and businesses, not for events.
So, but a nonprofit that may have this and utilize this as their major fundraiser, would that exclude them?
It would exclude them for this particular allocation, but they would be able to apply for the next resolution that Ms. Gamble will speak to with the same amount of money. So they can still apply. This is specifically for the venues.
Okay, so is there going to be an IFP or what's the process to request those funds?
Yes, you will go. They will go directly to Pathways Lending, and they will have an application process.
Is it first come, first serve, or how are they going to evaluate the priority?
Yes. So it is first come, first served, obviously, and then we are getting every 2 weeks we will get a report on where we are on the allocation of those funds and the balance of the $2 million. So that we will know how quickly it's being depleted, and if we need to allocate more, we have the ability to do so. If it's not being used, we have the ability to recoup those monies. But this is just for 2 months of just to keep their doors open from an emergency standpoint, knowing that they will be closed.
So is there any way to determine if people are already aware and they've already made applications, so the Johnny-come-latelys are unable to take advantage of it?
The application process hasn't even started yet because the monies haven't been allocated. So we will start an outreach process to all of these venues that would be eligible now. In fact, that outreach has started. But the application process has not started, if that answers your question.
Oh, so the outreach has started, but the application process has not?
Correct.
So I'm just concerned about the minority businesses to make sure that they have been included in this process.
Absolutely. And so in in that 2-week, that biweekly reporting, we're asking for demographics of the owners of these businesses that are receiving money, so that we do know those demographics to make sure that we are taking care of those minority-owned businesses as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hall. You're recognized.
While I appreciate the hard work that the committee's done, I need to be marked as voting no on this. The previous resolution that I had proposed with General Hospital and the CARES Act revenue, if people read the original version and listened to Mr. Jameson's explanation, that original, if there was something to be there, would be found. That initial mindset or resolution was geared toward creating and partnering with the Economic Development Department for any funds to be found to specifically go to anti-gentrification pilot programs and to be matched with grants and private money to save businesses and venues along Jefferson Street in North Nashville and in Bordeaux. And so to me, this is a backdoor way of trying to pick winners and losers, which we quite often do, and then we have to come back on the back end and ask about minority participation when it could have been included in the beginning. So I need to be marked as a voting no on this.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Glover?
And Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, but I'm going to end up by voting no on this also. You know, I chair along with you on the, well, not along with you, but along with others on the Small Business Task Force. And here we are months later, and I heard the council member say, we all agreed we'd shut this all down. And no, I don't think we all agreed. I think it was done to the small businesses. And they didn't have a say in this. And $2 million right now, I just don't think it's going to actually be enough. And frankly, I don't see that this is going to actually save some of these businesses, because I know too many who have gone out of business now. And I think what Councilman Hall just said is exactly right. How this is going to be utilized, et cetera. And who, I mean, if it's going to take 2 more weeks to actually start handing money out, that's 2 weeks that these small businesses don't have, didn't have, never had. And so I'll end up voting no as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have 2 questions for the sponsor. The first is, how are you defining live music venue? And the second is whether or not these grants would be available to for-profit and nonprofit music venues alike, or what any restriction would be. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. Great question. So eligible venues must be independent, Nashville-owned, and primarily used for live music entertainment. They must require concert tickets, admissions, and/or cover charges for entry for at least 50% of the time the facility is open to the public. Ancillary services such as alcohol, food, or merchandise must be subsidiary or dependent upon live music performances. And again, the gross revenues cannot exceed $5 million during the previous 12 months of operation. I think that answers your question, but there may have been another part to that. Lady Welsh, did I get everything?
Councilmember Welsh.
There is a distinction between for-profit or nonprofit.
So either can apply.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to speak on this because I think there's some confusion. This resolution is specifically for music venues, and we've had questions about small businesses, which will be addressed in the next resolution. So the $2 million is specifically for music venues, but there is money allocated for small business. And so if we have questions on that, I'm sure we can go into that resolution when it comes up, and Councilwoman Gamble can further address those questions.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sepulveda. Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I would also like to add to what Councilwoman Sepulveda said. This particular resolution addresses live music venues. There is state money, the State Department of Revenue has allocated $150 million in CARES Act funding for nonprofit organizations. This particular resolution is directed because we have such limited funds in our COVID-19 allocation or available funding. We had to narrow in the focus. We wish we would have had enough money to give all of the larger nonprofits and others money in this resolution. But because we are dealing with so little funding and we have not even scratched the surface of all that we need to address in our city, we are starting with allocating this $2 million for live music venues that are play a big part in the economy in our city. Businesses that have assets of $5 million or less would qualify for this particular grant funding. And these businesses have also, most of them, have gotten PPP and EIDL funding through federal and other state programs. However, it wasn't a lot, and it wasn't enough to keep them throughout the duration of the 6 months that we've been into this shutdown, into this pandemic shutdown. So these funds, what we're trying to do is give them something now, because although the state has allocated more additional funding, they have $90 million left for small businesses, and they just recently announced another $83 million for small businesses. Because that process is so slow and so long, and our process at 2 weeks is much shorter than the state process, we wanted to get something out to support these businesses that are hurting and as it's been stated before, are in jeopardy of closing. So that's why we're doing this $2 million allocation specifically for live music venues. And as Councilwoman Sepulveda said, I will address small businesses and making sure that we are making sure that our minority and women-owned businesses and our micro businesses are supported as well. But that will be discussed in the next resolution. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Syracuse? No? Okay. Councilmember Swope?
Thank you, Your Honor. A couple of questions. And first one's mostly a clarification question. Is the sponsor advocating for $2 million out of $121 million that we have CARES funding acts being allocated to live music venues that make less than $5 million a year? Is that what we're doing here?
Yes, capped at $100,000 or 2 months of operating expenses, sans payroll expenses, just an emergency funding to keep their doors open because, like I stated, they are looking at closing in the very, very near future. And we anticipate more funding coming from the state, so that's why we chose 2 months. This is just emergency funding, knowing that we can get that dispersed very, very quickly in anticipation of those additional funds coming from the state.
Thank you. And you have stated earlier, and maybe I missed this, and if I did, I apologize, but you said that Pathways Lending is responsible for the dissemination of this $2 million?
Yes.
Who is Pathways Lending?
So it's a company that is pretty involved with a lot of the different organizations like Entrepreneur Center and Conexión Americas. They are uniquely, they do grants, they do loans. This is specifically loans, and the reason we chose them is because they have a turnaround time from the time they receive that ACH of about 48 hours to get that money to these businesses. This is their bread and butter of what they do day in and day out. They are the experts, and again, time is of the essence. And so we chose people with that infrastructure ready to go, and they've already been doing grants with CARES Act, not CARES Act, but they've been doing grants already. So that their infrastructure and their processes and procedures are already in place.
Councilmember Swope?
May I ask what their fee is?
For this particular fee, there's not one allocated. In the next resolution, they're going to be allocating another $2 million for small and micro businesses, and there's a $200,000 infrastructure type fee, I guess administration fee you could say, and so it's $200,000 for basically administering $4 million in grant funding.
So 5%.
No, 200,000 of what's that math? Somebody give it to me.
Yes, it's 5%.
2 million, it's 10%.
No, 200,000 of permit.
Is 5%.
Then yes, 5%.
My last question, and thank you very much for your honesty, but my last question is why is it only $2 million, considering that music venues are the lifeblood of the city? As a former musician, as somebody who has been in the entertainment business for 40 years, we've given $100 million to nonprofits.
Hey, Councilmember Swope, you're out of time. Go ahead and ask your question. I'll let that be asked, okay?
Thank you. Why are we only giving $2 million and not 10?
Right. Well, because out of all of the money that we had, which we started off with 121, we're left with $33 million. The other part of that, so we have to be very, very selective. Number two, when we talked to the owners of these independent music venues, they quantified their request, and it was right at $1.5 million. And that was to get them to the end of the year, actually. And so what we decided to do was a 2-month expenses or $100,000, whatever is less, because literally this was just an emergency basis to keep their doors open, to give us some time to figure out what the state was going to be providing. And we didn't want to over allocate either, which would make the state less willing maybe to do what they were going to do. And so we took the lead from Representative Love on that one. But we felt like for this initial emergency 2-month, let's just get us through the next 2 months, we felt like that amount was more than enough, and the owners of the music venues are very pleased and feel the same way.
I appreciate your answer, sponsor, and thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Young.
Previous question.
Councilmember Young has called the previous question. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Previous question prevails. Now we have gotten, so we're on the bill. We're on the late filed resolution. Because of the rules, we know there's going to be a no vote, so it has to be a roll call vote. All right? So, Madam Clerk, if you would, you're going to have to call the roll. If you're for this late file resolution, then you would vote yes. If you're against it, you would vote no. All right? All right, Madam Clerk, if you would, call the roll.
Mendez.
Mr. Vice Mayor, due to a client representation, I'm going to abstain on.
Hurt.
Okay. Councilmember Hurt?
Yes.
Okay.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
Given the small business, I'm going to abstain on this.
Suara.
Councilmember Suara. Okay, proceed ahead.
Hall.
Abstain.
Toombs.
Yes.
Gamble.
Yes.
Swope.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Withers. Councilman Withers.
He's trying to say yes. I see it.
Yes.
Benedict.
Yes.
Van Rees.
Absolutely yes, and with due haste.
Hancock,
Just plain yes.
Young,
Yes.
Hager,
I'm going to abstain. I'm not happy about this. Thanks.
Evans,
Yes.
Bradford,
Yes.
Roten,
Yes.
Syracuse, yes. Welsh,
Yes.
Sledge,
Yes.
Cash,
Yes.
O'Connell,
Yes.
Roberts,
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
I think Ms. Hauser is not available. Druffel,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Pulley,
Yes.
Johnston,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Vercher,
Councilmember Vercher? Okay, proceed.
Yes.
There you go.
Porterfield,
Yes.
Sepulveda,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Stiles,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Rosenberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, should I try Councilmember Suara once again?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Councilmember Suara, can you hear us?
He abstained. $34 to 0 to 4. Yeah. I know.
The vote is 34 yes, 0 no, and 4 abstentions. So late filed resolution passes. All right, so we have one other late filed resolution before us. This is a resolution by Councilmember Gamble and Johnston. Resolution proposing recommendations by the COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee for distribution of $3.7 million in CARES Act funds from the COVID-19 Pandemic Fund to provide financial support to small businesses to be administered by the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce, Conexion Americas, the Nashville Business Incubation Center, Nashville Entrepreneur Center, and Pathway Lending. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Move to suspend the rule.
All right, so Councilmember Gamble has moving to suspend the rules. It went to the Rules Committee. Councilmember Johnston?
Yes, it did come to rules, and there was no objection.
Okay, so I've got hands up. So
There's actually a mistake in this one that has just been realized that I need to get clarified before we actually,
So Councilmember Gamble has moved to suspend the rules. Is there objection? I've got hands showing up here, but I don't know whether that's from before. Okay, so I've got one hand. So the rules are suspended. Councilmember Gamble, you're on your late file resolution. And we'll need committee reports as well.
Yes, committee reports, please.
All right, so it was referred to Budget and Finance. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 11-4, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move for approval with explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Gamble has moved for approval, properly seconded. Back to you.
As I stated earlier, small businesses play a vital role in creating jobs and driving our economy. And of course, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused shutdowns that have caused hundreds of businesses to close and hundreds of more jobs lost. This resolution hopes to address that, to stop the hemorrhaging and hopefully save some of our businesses that are continuing to be in jeopardy of closing. The resolution addresses small businesses again. Because of the limited funds, we started out with $121 million, but as you know, there was about 63 already allocated. I'm sorry, 43.5 million allocated before the committee even met for MNPS computers and hotspots and emergency response and community support. So we were starting with almost half of the money being allocated before the committee even met. So we are trying to be very careful and due diligent in how we're allocating these funds. So we are recommending $3,700,000 in COVID relief funding to address small businesses. That money will be allocated in the following ways. One of the things that we wanted to do, in addition to providing grants to businesses to help sustain some of the losses that they have experienced, we also wanted to make sure that we were offering technical assistance and sustainability services so that these businesses can figure out ways to reimagine themselves, whether it's a retail business looking at adding e-commerce to their business or marketing in ways that they can survive through this COVID pandemic and even after. So that is included in this resolution as well. We are recommending $100,000 go to the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce to aid small and medium-sized businesses in Nashville to find guidance and resources to recover from the pandemic, in addition to helping them tool up for business forums and events that will come up next year, and providing guidance and resources for small businesses in the downtown area, particularly hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. We are recommending $200,000 allocated to the Connexion Americas to provide $150,000 in direct grants to small businesses and support the immigrant and refugee micro entrepreneurs on the Nolensville Pike commercial corridor. We are recommending $600,000 of CARES funding to go to the Nashville Business Incubation Center to provide business development and sustainability services to small businesses affected by the COVID-19, to host workshops for restaurants and reentry, financial services like e-commerce, website capability, digital strategy development, and legal support to small businesses. $600,000 to the Nashville Entrepreneur Center to provide relevant expert insight through classes.
Councilmember Gamble, you just have to stop. You've run out of time.
I'm almost done. I just want to get to the grant part, if you can indulge me for a few more seconds. Hello?
Well, you just have to hurry. You've already run past your time.
And then of course, $2.2 million in grants to businesses, small businesses with assets of $1 million or less, and we are asking for recommending a set aside for micro businesses that we're classifying as $250,000 or less, and also minority, a set aside of 30% of the overall $2 million that will go for small businesses to 30% set aside for minority businesses.
All right. So Councilmember Gamble is going to move approval of the amendment. I think we've got all the reports in properly seconded. We've got people in the queue. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Vice Mayor, I believe I was second in the queue.
Okay, I can't tell, so I'll go to Councilmember Hurt first. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Benedict, for your acknowledgement, and thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Again, my question is regarding nonprofit organizations. I understand that United Way did have funds, but those funds were designated for what's to come, what it is that you're going to do, and not recouping any money that may have been lost as a result of COVID-19. So I was just wondering if there were any way that could be included in what it is that you're doing, because oftentimes small nonprofit organizations are overlooked because they are not recognized as small businesses.
This resolution does not exclude nonprofits. The requirements for grants and assistance include minimum gross receipts of $35,000 as evidenced by the tax returns, no more than $1 million in assets, must not have been convicted of a citation or warrant in violation of any of the health orders or shutdown orders.
I understand that those funds may not be utilized for that, but if it's possible for you all to bring some recognition of that to those who are in charge of dispersing of that COVID-19 and CARES Act money.
Councilmember Gamble?
We'd be happy to do that. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. We'll be happy to do that. And also, I would add that we will also be looking at support for nonprofits specifically. That has come up. We have talked with several nonprofits and gotten proposals from the Nashville Zoo, for example, that have expressed the need for support. This particular resolution addresses small businesses. As I mentioned earlier, there is state funding available for nonprofits as well, but we will be looking at if there's a need. And we've been in getting regular updates from Representative Harold Love, who serves on the committee, in regards to the state funding that's available, CARES funding support.
Right, but they have so many restrictions on that.
Councilmember Hurt, you got to direct the questions to me, and then I direct them back to Councilmember Gamble. Okay. What's the question?
The question is, how do you ensure that monies are directed to those organizations that may be neglected and excluded in situations such as this?
Councilmember Gamble?
These allocations, as I mentioned earlier, or as stated earlier, are available to all small businesses that meet those eligibility requirements. It is a first-come, first-served basis, but we have allocated a $600,000 set-aside for micro businesses that are have assets of $250,000 or less, and then a set-aside of 30% of the overall $200,000 in grants for minority businesses. And so I guess if your question is, as it relates to nonprofits, there's not a specific set-aside for nonprofits in this resolution. We will consider support for nonprofits exclusively in another resolution of support, but this resolution is specifically addresses small businesses in those areas that I mentioned.
Thank you, Council Lady. And Vice Mayor, I have another question, and that is how do we ensure that the disparity of disproportionate disbursement of funds such as this get to those grassroots nonprofit organizations?
All right, so Councilmember, you're over time, so I'm going to come back. Let me get these other people in the queue, and then I'll come back to you. All right? So I've got Councilmember Benedict. You're next.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Call the question.
Councilmember, Councilmember Benedict has called the previous question. All right, previous question. All those in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on Councilmember Gamble's resolution. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions? 39 to 0. Councilmember Gamble's resolution passes. All right, so that takes care of all the resolutions on the agenda, including anything that was late filed. We're now on bills on introduction and first reading. Any bills that need to be considered separately? Seeing none, we'll take them all together at one point, one vote. Is there a motion to adopt? See a motion, properly seconded. All those in favor say, aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any reason to abstain? Hearing none, 39 to 0 to 0. All the bills on first reading pass. We're now on bills on second reading.
Please mute.
Okay, we are on bills on second reading. We have several that are on a second reading consent agenda. And so I will read those that are on the consent agenda, and you let me know if any need to come off. They are BL 2020-401, 406, 407, 408, 409, 414, 415, 416, and 422. Any of those that need to come off of the consent agenda? Scrolling through, I don't see any hands. So I will read the captions of those that are on the consent agenda. All right. So 2020-401, Councilmembers Mendez, Toombs, and others, authorizes the approval of subpoenas issued on behalf of Metropolitan Community Oversight Board by resolution of the Metropolitan Council. 2020-406, Councilmember Mendez approves an amendment to the contract for staff augmentation services between CBRE Erie, Inc. and Metro Government, which extends the contract term for 12 months and makes certain changes to the scope of services. 2020-407 amends the Metro Code to address procedures for the procurement of real estate brokerage services. 408, Syracuse, Hager, and others, accepts a Greenway conservation easement for property located at 2841 Lebanon Pike. BL 2020-409, Young, Hager, and others, accepts a Greenway conservation easement for certain property located at 0 North Graycroft Avenue. 414, Hager, Murphy, and others, abandons a portion of an unnumbered alley right-of-way and easement from center northeastward. 2020-415, O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson abandons a portion at the southeast corner of Union Street and Rosa L. Parks Avenue right-of-way and easement. 416, Van Reese, Murphy, and Henderson abandons existing public sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manhole, and easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 514 Madison Station Boulevard. And 2020-422, Mendez, Pulley, and others, amends the Metro Code to permit the mayor to enlist metropolitan employees outside of the Health Department and MNPD to issue citations to enforce emergency health orders. All right, those are what we have on the consent agenda, and I will go through and ask for committee reports on, let's see here, all right. Apologies. All right, BL 2020-401, need a report from, mercy.
Excuse me. Speaker Pro Tem?
Is that a point of order? Is that,
Is a point of order.
Councilmember Swope.
Yes, sir. Can I pull 401 and 422?
You want to pull off 401 and 422. Very good.
Thank you.
All right. So back to the consent agenda, minus those two. We'll now get committee reports from for 406. So Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 11-4-0 against.
And I'm sorry, I apologize. Do you want to go ahead and get us Budget and Finance report for those that are on the consent agenda? So that would be 406.
406 and 407.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No problem.
Go right ahead.
So, 407, Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 11-4, against.
Very good. All right, thank you so much. All right. Consent report, committee reports look a little different this time. All right, so that is 406, 407. Next, we will go to, let's see, did I miss 390? That was not on consent. BL 2020-390. Let me add that to the consent. Things are a little differently this time. Okay.
Mr. Pro Tem, that one was getting deferred, I believe. It probably should not be on consent.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. I have conflicting reports. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. All right, so on to health, hospitals, and social services. Councilmember Taylor for a report on, well, we just took that off of consent. Moving right along to Councilmember Van Rees, Parks, Library, and Arts for a report on 408 and 409.
Yes, on both 408 and 409, the Parks, Libraries, and Arts Committee voted 8 in favor, 0 against on both 408 and 409.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Van Rees. On to Planning, Zoning, and Historic. Councilmember Murphy for a report on 408, 409, 414, 415, and 416.
We voted 17 in favor, 0 against on all of those on the consent calendar.
Thank you so much. Oh.
We need to make a motion.
We're not there yet. Public safety, beer and regulated beverages. Councilmember Gamble for a report on 40. Okay. Yeah, okay. I need a report. Actually, you're off the hook, Councilmember Gamble, because it looks like everything was pulled. All right, moving on to Public Works for Councilmember Nash. Need a report on 408, 9, and 414, 15, and 16.
The Public Works Committee recommend approval on all of those, 9-4, 0 against.
Thank you so much. And finally, we need a report for the consent agenda from Councilmember O'Connell, Traffic, Parking, and Transportation for 414 and 415.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. We recommended in favor, 5-4, 0 against in Traffic, Parking, and Transportation on both bills.
Thank you so much. And if you would go ahead and move the consent agenda, please.
I would be happy to do so. Move approval.
Thank you so much. There's a motion to approve that amended consent agenda. Do I have a second? There is a proper second. All in favor of that consent agenda? Let me check. Any other discussion on that consent agenda? No, very good. All in favor, say aye.
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 Sure.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, consent agenda passes. All right, thanks very much. We are now, we'll take up those that are not on consent, and we will start with BL 2020-221. Council members Lee and Mendez. Amends 1.0 acres from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 12558 Old Hickory Boulevard to permit up to 2 residential units, office, retail, warehouse, and building contractors supply. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, sir. May I have committee reports?
Councilmember Murphy, Planning, Zoning, and Historic.
Thank you. We voted to indefinitely defer this, 17 in favor, 0 against.
Back to you, Councilmember Lee.
Yes, I would like to move to indefinitely refer this with a statement afterwards.
Sure, that is a proper motion. Do I have a second? You'll note, everybody, I'm the only one in the chamber, so I'm the one that's been seconding all night, so I'll just at least give you, there you go. Very good, thank you. It is a motion and properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, sir. We have not had any community meetings on this request, so we want to give us some time to be able to do that. And with all of the Zoom stuff, maybe a little later, we'll be able to get together so that my community can see that. So I renew my motion.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Lee. Any other discussion on the indefinite deferral motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against or any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes for indefinite deferral. Thank you, Councilmember Lee. On to substitute bill 2020-224, Councilmember Taylor and Hauser. Amends the Metro Code to require landlords to provide notice to tenants prior to a sale of the property. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Committee reports.
Over to Councilmember Suara for a report from Affordable Housing.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Affordable Housing voted 8 in favor, 1 against for the amendment, and then we voted 8 for and 1 abstaining for the bill as amended.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Murphy, Planning, Zoning, and Historic.
Thank you. We voted to defer this bill 1 meeting, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Back to Councilmember Taylor.
Just a point of order, Councilmember Murphy. Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm the full report.
I'm sorry, Councilmember O'Connell with the point of order. What was that?
I don't recall it being 0 against. I just want to make sure we get that reflected correctly.
In what report?
Planning.
Yeah, I believe it was voted 9 in favor to defer.
I heard 9 in favor, 8 against.
Correct.
I heard 0 against.
9 in favor, 8 against. We good? All right. Thank you so much. All right. Go ahead, Councilmember Taylor.
This is deferred by rule. I'd like to just have a brief explanation. We've been working on this bill for a little while, and in planning, we had some really good conversation and discussion in regards to this bill, and so I'm going to continue to work on this and bring this bill back here for 1 meeting deferral.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. All right, deferred by rule. On to BL 2020-386 as amended. Councilmembers Allen, Hancock, and Bradford amends the Metro Code regarding the selection of appraisers for the sale, purchase, lease, sublease, or other disposition of property owned by the Metropolitan government, and to require a community meeting prior to the execution of lease agreements. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Committee reports, please.
Over to Planning, Zoning, and Historic. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. On the amendment, we voted 17 in favor, 0 against. The bill as amended, 17 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Allen?
I want to thank planning for doing that while I was zipping back and forth between committee meetings. I would like to move the amendment, please, with a brief explanation.
There is a motion to move the amendment. I got a second. Thank you. I see that. All right. And back to you, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. So this bill the purpose of this is to require a community meeting before any long-term leases of property worth more than $1 million is put up or is brought before the council. And the amendment would simply add to the groups that are notified. In addition to neighborhood and community groups within a 1 mile radius, this would also add property owners within 1,000 feet, which is the standard distance for zoning notifications, and it includes specific instructions on who's responsible for the mailing, that council members would be responsible for setting up the community meeting, because I think we're the best qualified to do that, and that specifications for the signage for that. That was at the request of several council members at the last meeting. So I have appreciated that input and would love support for this amendment, please.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Allen. Anybody else seeking to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, All in favor of the amendment of 386, say aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
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 Any against or any abstentions? Seeing none, amendment passes. Councilmember Allen, you are back on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. And now I would like to move the bill as amended with a brief explanation.
That is a motion. I see a proper second. Thank you so much. Back to you, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you. This bill as amended now is part of what I hope to be a suite of bills, or at least a process that is set up so that we can be more intentional about our long-term leases of public spaces. This is an issue that came up earlier when we had the public hearing on the Rose Park and Belmont lease, that these things work better and they should always be part of a community dialogue. And that for large properties or large projects on areas that are going to last longer than 5 years, it is better when it starts with the community engagement. And I hope to also follow this with other requirements for community input on conditions of the land lease, and a community oversight group that would be responsible for regular review, which is what we're working to set up as we're kind of learning from how not to do it. So with that, I would love to get this one approved, and then I will come back and would invite other council members to join me on this journey, and feel free to co-sponsor this. So with that, I renew my motion for approval.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Seeing nobody else in the queue for discussion on 386 as amended, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against or any abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none, 386 as amended passes. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. On to BL 2020-388, Councilmember Sledge amends the Metro Code regarding parking on private property. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Committee reports, please.
All right, over to, I believe, Councilmember Cash for a report from Codes Fair and Farmers Market.
Codes recommend approval of the amendment 9-0, and then of the bill 9-0 as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Cash. Back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you. I'd like to move the amendment with a brief explanation.
All right, there's a motion to move the amendment. Seeing a proper second, back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thanks. So the amendment actually came out of good discussion in committee. It clarifies a couple of items in the bill that I can talk about in a minute. Basically says, includes all different sort of paving or parking surface types, which include pavers, gravel, asphalt, concrete, and then also clarifies that this bill, whenever it's in conflict, if it were ever in conflict with ADA or local laws pertaining to disability, that those laws would supersede this bill. So that's the explanation of the amendment.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Sledge. Seeing nobody else in the queue seeking recognition on the amendment to 388, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against or any abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none, amendment passes. You're back on your bill as amended, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem, and I will move approval as amended with a brief explanation.
It's a motion and a proper second. Back to you, sir.
So this bill is meant to clarify basically how much of a improved lot, a residential lot, can be used for parking. What I'm seeing, and I think some other council members are seeing, is right now the code says up to 25% of the total lot area. Well, what's occurring is we're seeing rebuilds or new builds that are taking up a substantial part of the lot area, and then basically the rest of the lot is getting paved or graveled or whatever it might be. And what that's doing is putting a lot of stress on our stormwater system, a lot of washouts that are occurring from gravel or just straight runoff when it comes from non-porous or impervious surfaces like asphalt or concrete. So what this bill does is it moves it from 25% of the total lot space to 25% of the unimproved lot space. So really, we're making the calculation now based on what's left when you get past the building, instead of including all of that in it, so that we're doing a better job when it comes to stormwater, and we're ensuring that there is some green space that's maintained. So with that, I would renew my motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Seeing nobody else in the queue seeking recognition. Oh, Councilmember Allen, you're seeking recognition?
Yes, Mr. Pro Tem, just a question for the sponsor. Have you had the opportunity to sort of do some what-ifing and see if a driveway goes on our tiny little lots in the inner part of the city, if you have a typical width driveway that goes to a garage in the back, does just doing that risk going over this limit?
Thank you, Councilmember. In speaking with codes, we didn't go through scenarios exactly like that, but in speaking with codes, they didn't seem concerned, I guess, on items like that. So no, I don't think it'll run into an issue where it would bump that over the limit.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I shared some of Council Lady Allen's concern about the smaller lots, and 25% would be maybe one car in some places. That said, is there anything in legislation that might allow for pervious kinds of paving that would absorb some of that stormwater? Any exceptions for that?
Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you. So the bill counts basically any surface that's used for parking that does include items like, pavers or, gravel, which is technically pervious in some way, but also creates those other issues I mentioned previously. So it incorporates all surfaces used for parking. I did make sure in committee when we were talking about this doesn't include landscape pavers or anything else that you might use that's not used for parking. So no, it only applies to those parking surfaces, but it does incorporate all those types of parking surfaces.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we are on 388 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against or abstentions?
No.
I hear one no. That looks like Councilmember Swope.
It is.
Taylor.
All right.
Taylor is a no.
It's a voice vote.
No, Glover.
Gotcha. Okay. So 388 as amended on second reading passes. All right. On to BL 2020-390. Councilmember Mendez, Murphy, and Henderson. Grants a franchise to Google Fiber Tennessee LLC to construct, operate, and maintain a fiber optic communications system within Metro Nashville. Councilmember Mendez.
Committee report, please.
Councilmember Toombs, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval 11-4-0 again.
Over to Councilmember Murphy, Planning, Zoning, and Historical.
We voted to defer one meeting, 17 in favor, 0 against.
And Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks, Mr. Pro Tem. I guess, I don't know whether it's a question for Mr. Cooper. 2 committees approved, 1 wanted a deferral, 17-0. This is the first I'm knowing about that. I just want to ask Mr. Cooper, is whatever obstacle got run into, is that being addressed so it'll be taken care of by the next meeting?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of that question.
I'm just trying to figure out the nature of the recommendation from planning and zoning and whether it's likely to be taken care of by the next meeting.
So I was not in the planning meeting. I was in the other strain of meetings.
it's not an automatic deferral because this is the second deferral from that committee, and since you do have recommendations from other committees, it technically can move through on second reading, but I don't know the nature of what led to the deferral.
All right, well, this is what I'll do then, Mr. Pro Tem, is I'll move approval just to give an opportunity for somebody from planning and zoning to move to defer to at least tell those of us who weren't in that committee what happened. So I'll move approval at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. As a motion to approve, it is properly seconded. Councilmember Murphy, do you want to speak to this? I see your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. So we had deferred it previously based upon the Public Works and Budget Committees deferring it. And so today, I had it down for deferral because I was under the impression that the other committees had deferred it, and it was not corrected in our committee. And so we did not fully discuss it today. We brought up some questions and asked for some information to be shared with us, but we were running out of time, and so there was not a discussion. I think this furthers the conversation that it would be helpful that whatever happens in Monday committees accurately gets reported to the other committees on Tuesday. But what I would ask the sponsor to do, and I'm a sponsor as well, of course, on this, is if we could get a re-referral before third reading, and so planning could discuss the questions and information that have been shared with the other committees. I think that would take care of it in one meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Glover.
So, Mr. Cooper, is this amendable on third?
It is not amendable on third without suspending the rules.
So then I would ask that the deferral take place tonight because I was not on that. I did vote in Budget and Finance yesterday, but there were things I still, and I've been reaching out to ask some questions, but since it's not amendable on third, I think the deferral for one meeting and actually have it re-referred back to Budget and Finance as well, or if we pass, if it goes back and it's re-referred to Budget and Finance and Planning, then what's the likelihood of any amendments being done at that point, Mr. Cooper?
I don't see, well, I mean, it's a franchise agreement, so it has to be agreed to by both parties. The agreement was negotiated by Metro with Google Fiber. So I'm not sure what amendments the council could put on without, going back and renegotiating the contract. So I'm not sure at this point.
Okay. Well, yeah, and there's a lot of things that are very hard to follow because of the way we're doing our meetings right now. I'll leave it up to the council, but I mean, there's no need to defer if there's nothing we can do if it is deferred. If we're just going to go ahead and pass it and move it forward, then I guess we will do that, and I'll just vote no.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I was just going to make the point that we had a very extensive and robust discussion on this in Public Works Committee. And so between second and third, I was not able to hear the discussion in Budget and Finance, but I would welcome any colleague to review that committee meeting. And to Mr. Cooper's point, this is a negotiated, legal agreement. So, also in the Public Works Committee OneDrive, there's an extensive primer on franchise agreements by Terry Costonis, just so the body can understand that better. And so with all that input, it was advanced in Public Works. So for what that's worth, I would encourage not deferring. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Seeing nobody else in the queue, Councilmember Mendez, we are on your motion to approve, but you wanted to speak to that, so you got your hand raised? Or you just want us to pass it? You're on mute.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I guess I mean, the committee voted 17 in favor, 0 against to defer, and so I don't want to just steamroll that. So I really do, if it's okay, want to put the question to Chair Murphy about whether she wants to, she's heard what everybody's had to say about materials online and the conversations with other committees, but if she wants her committee to have a chance, I'm going to respect that and move to defer a meeting. So I would like to put it to her.
Councilmember Murphy?
I think this just reiterates that when information is shared and given in one committee, the interested parties that have brought the legislation to council should be providing and sharing that to all committees. And so I do not think this needs to be deferred tonight. What I think my recommendation would be is to pass it on second and refer to planning so we can kind of just round up that conversation. We literally went for an hour and a half today, which is not typical of our committee. And I do think that we can get it done before third, assuming that we are given that information as well. Again, you know, I really think that this just could be passed tonight and re-referred to planning. No problem, no drama.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Glover.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Cooper again. If it's re-referred to planning and it can't be amended, then there's really not a reason to have anything really re-referred, is there?
Well, it would simply to allow the committee to have some discussion about it. That would be the only real reason to have discussion and get any questions the committee had answered. But as far as meeting to change the agreement, that would not be the purpose.
Okay. Well, so what I don't want to hinder anything. I'm just trying to figure out where everything is. And I heard 17 members wanted to defer at one meeting, and I'm just trying to follow along, as we all are trying to follow along. I mean, I'll end up supporting it if the chair of each of one of these committees and the committees say that this is where we want to go, because budget and finance, I mean, we did support it yesterday, and so I'm just trying to follow along as we're taking each one of these bills. Obviously, this is a challenge. We're after midnight again tonight. So and unless there's a real reason to defer, I don't know that it's the right thing to do, I guess is what I'm saying.
Councilmember Mendez, are you okay with moving to approve with the re-referral back to Planning, Zoning, and Historical?
That's exactly the motion I was going to make. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. I see
I will second that.
I got a second. Any discussion on this with the approval with a re-referral back to Planning, Zoning, and Historic? Councilmember Murphy, is that new or is that from before? Your hand is raised. Thank you. All right. Seeing nobody else in the queue. All in favor of approval with a re-referral back to Planning, Zoning, and Historic, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Yep.
Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. On to BL 2020-401, Councilmember Mendez, Toombs, and others. Authorizes the approval of subpoenas issued on behalf of Metropolitan Community Oversight Board by resolution of the Metropolitan Council. Councilmember Mendez.
Committee report, please.
All right, over to Councilmember Gamble for Public Safety Beer Regulated Beverages.
Yes, public safety, beer, regulated beverages, recommended approval, 7-4, 0 against.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval with a brief explanation.
That is so moved. I see a proper second. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Under our charter and state law, the Community Oversight Board has the ability to have subpoenas issued on their behalf through the Metro Council. Currently, that would take a 3-reading ordinance to do. All this bill does would be shorten that up so that if the COB requested it, the council could issue subpoenas on their behalf with a resolution as opposed to an ordinance. That's all it does.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Roten?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to bring something up to have legal take a quick look at it. It says that TCA section is 388352. I believe that's 312, but if they changed it since last year, I just looked it up and it looks like it's 312. Could I get legal to verify that?
That's a keen eye for after midnight. Mr. Cooper?
Yeah, well, it could just be a typo in the citation number, but we'll take a look at that and make sure that it's right for third reading.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Roten. Councilmember Glover.
So then, given Councilmember Roten's question, Mr. Cooper, is this amendable on third?
Again, when it would take a suspension of the rules, but typically for fixing a typo, that is generally done.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, again, I'm not an attorney. Didn't realize I had to be in order to get this position I got elected to. I'm trying to figure out what exactly are we trying to do that is not already in place. So I don't know if Mr. Cooper, you can tell me that, or if there's attorneys on the council that can help me understand how this actually would work and what exactly this does.
So right now, the state law says that the COB through the local legislative body or with the approval of the legislative body can issue subpoenas. Our charter says that we can only act by ordinance unless there is another law that specifies action by resolution. So this would be that other law specifying future action by resolution. So it's just, as was said earlier, it's just a mechanism to avoid having to do 3 readings when you can do it in 1.
And how many other counties in the state allow this to happen now through their local legislative bodies?
Well, it's a statewide bill, so whoever has a community oversight board, I know Knoxville does, I think Memphis does. I'm not sure what other counties or cities in Tennessee, but it's technically applicable statewide.
All right, so let me clean up my question. Does Knoxville and or Chattanooga, are they going ahead and have they passed ordinances in their city councils that would allow what this does allow?
They may not have to. It depends on the language of their specific charters. They may be able to act by resolution without any other authorization. So I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to figure out why we feel like we need to be doing this now. I don't understand it. So, I'm not real keen on saying yes on a vote here because I don't fully understand what this actually accomplishes.
Point of order, the council member is able to vote no, correct?
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Glover, do you have a question, or are you just, okay. Councilmember Hall?
I did ask my question, and yes, Councilman O'Connell, yes, I can vote no. I'm just trying to understand whether I want to vote yes or no. But thank you for asking.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall, floor is yours.
Just for clarity, I was trying to go back and see, wasn't this discussed during the creation of the Community Oversight Board, whether or not they would have subpoena power, and what was the reason for it not being given this way at the beginning when it was created?
Mr. Cooper,
the charter did give subpoena power to the Community Oversight Board when the charter amendment was passed. After it was passed, the General Assembly preempted the metro government and the Community Oversight Board from issuing subpoenas without going through the council first.
All right. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Previous question.
Previous question's been called, and you are the last in the queue, so we are on the vote for 2020-401. There's been a motion. It is properly seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none. 401 passes. Thank you so much. On to BL.
Pro Tem, I ask for a roll call vote, please.
Need 3 more.
I see a couple more hands if somebody wants to go back and do a roll call vote on that.
You have to ask for a roll call. A vote on the previous question?
Mr. Cooper?
That's what he's asking for.
That's right.
No, I'm asking for a roll call vote on the vote as we're going forward. The question got called. I'm okay with that. I'm saying as we move forward, a roll call vote.
If there are
Okay.
4 wanting it, then.
Thank you. Okay. 10-4, Councilmember. Thank you. All right. On to BL 2020-402, Councilmember Murphy, Gamble, and others.
We've got to have a. Did enough want a roll call vote?
We haven't done 401 yet.
Okay.
That was just a vote on calling the question.
Yeah, we're good. And the question was called, and we went back and voted on 401. So we're good. We're moving on to 402. Okay.
No, we voted on the previous question.
Point of order, sorry, Speaker Pro Tem, this is Councilmember Sledge. I know that I had called the question, but I believe in our rules that if it's the last person in the queue who calls the question, then it's not actually called, that it actually just moves to the vote. And I may ask Mr. Cooper about that.
So the rule doesn't specify that, but practice is if there was no one left in the queue, then you don't actually vote on the previous question.
So we did indeed just vote on 401.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for any.
That's the first time we've done that in years.
Sorry for any confusion. As I had mentioned, when Councilmember Sledge called the question, he was the last one in the queue, so we moved on and took the vote.
Point of order, practice, not rule.
All right, we're going to move on to 402. BL 2020-402, Councilmember Murphy, Gamble, and others. Amends the Metro Code regarding lobbyist registration. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 11-4, 0 against.
Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections, Councilmember Johnson.
Rules voted in favor, 9-0.
Thank you so much. Back to Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. So this is just the compromise agreement that was the late filed amendment to the ethics reform that was objected to by members. So again, in the interest of good government, transparency, and ethics reform, I ask for your support and your vote on this moving forward.
Thank you so much. So that is a proper motion. I have a proper second. Is there any other discussion on this? Councilmember Glover, is that from before? Thank you so much. Seeing nobody else in the queue for discussion on 402, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Against?
No.
Any abstentions?
No.
Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. On to BL 2020-403, Councilmember Parker, Toombs, and others. Amends the Metro Code relative to sidewalk cafes and the retail sales and storage of beer. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Could I get committee reports, please?
Sure. Public Safety, Beer Regulated Beverages, Councilmember Gamble.
Yes, for
403.
Okay, thank you. 403, there was a substitute. Do we need their report first, or?
No, you just give your report on the bill, if it's as substituted or whatever. Yeah.
The committee recommended approval, 7-4, against.
Was that as substituted? Was that the?
As substituted, yes, as substituted.
Good. Thank you so much. Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works approved as substituted, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you all. I'd like to move the substitute, please.
All right, that is a motion and is a proper second. Back to you, Councilmember Parker, on your substitute.
All right. So this is a bill that would allow some of our small businesses that are facing capacity reductions due to COVID to expand seating into outdoor areas. So this bill accomplishes that in 2 ways. One is expanding the existing sidewalk cafe permit, which is currently only available to businesses in the DTC or in the downtown code area. It expands that countywide, and it also allows businesses to temporarily utilize their private parking spaces to expand seating so that they can serve more customers safely outdoors. And I've been working with various departments on this. You know, the most important thing to me was to not create, we know our departments are working very hard right now in very difficult circumstances, so I didn't want to create any kind of cumbersome burden, and I think that we've accomplished that with this bill. But in conversations with departments and with the administration, there has been a sort of parallel effort from the administration working on this exact issue. So what we think might happen is that we might have another substitute on third, and because this doesn't affect any of the sections of code that allow it to be amendable on third, applying that substitute on third would require suspension of the rules. And so I'm happy to re-refer this back to committees if the relevant chairs believe that to be prudent. But essentially, one thing that I'm asking of this body is if you have any issue with considering another substitute on third, that will be produced in coordination with the administration to ensure that this is not going to be burdensome or cumbersome for our departments and that it's going to work smoothly and help deliver relief to our small businesses. If you're not comfortable with that possibility, then we can defer one meeting and keep it on second, and that'll just kind of bump out the availability of this program for businesses another 2.5 or 3 weeks, because then we'd have to have 2 more readings beyond today. So my motion is to go ahead and pass this as substituted on second, but if anyone's not comfortable with that approach of suspending the rules potentially for another substitute on third, please let me know now, because I want to make sure that we get this right and we get our small businesses able to expand capacity a little bit in this super trying time.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you so much. All right. So we are on the substitute. It was motioned and properly seconded. Is there a discussion on the substitute? Councilmember Murphy, I saw your hand first. Was that from before or just now?
No, it's from this bill. Thank you. I believe, Mr. Cooper, can you verify? I believe that our analysis said that this would still have the $100 per table permit fee. Is that correct?
This ordinance would provide for a waiver of the permit fee while the ordinance is in effect, and it has a sunset date of January 1st, 2021.
Okay, perfect. That's why I was hoping that we could waive the fee, and so I must have read it wrong, and I apologize for that. So thank you for reading my mind and including it.
Councilmember Nash?
I agree with Councilmember Parker. I think we need to move forward on it, but I think it also would be prudent to have it come back to the committees on third reading, just so we can see what the substitute bill looks like.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Glover?
Mr. Cooper, is there any way to make this amendable on third without a suspension of rules?
No, sir.
And that is what?
I'm given the way things happen here, I'm not extremely comfortable. Look, I want to support the businesses. I will always support businesses, but I'm not extremely comfortable with we get it back, and because if we get 2 votes against it, then it's still going to take the time. So that's why I'm asking the question to find out how we can figure out, and it may not be possible. I think what you just told me it's not, a way to bring it back and have it amendable on third. I'm very uncomfortable with letting it move forward, realizing that 2 people could vote no when we go forward with this, and we're still in the same boat that was just described to us. So with that, I'm going to vote no tonight on letting it go forward, and we'll see where everybody else goes.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I make a motion to suspend the rules to make this bill amendable on third reading?
You really can't suspend the rules in advance, I think, is the issue.
Let me ask Mr. Cooper here. We have 2 options. We either move the substitute and have the bill as substituted and then defer the bill as substituted, or we pass it with the understanding that next time, if there is another substitute, as Councilmember Parker said, then we would have to agree to suspend the rules. Is that correct?
That's correct. And worst case scenario, I guess, if it was passed tonight and then there was a substitute offered, rules suspension was objected to, the council could rescind action on second reading and get it back on second.
And would that put it back on second reading at that next meeting, Mr. Cooper, at this September 15th meeting?
No, it would be second reading at the following meeting. So it would set it back.
So there's no way to suspend the rules now, making this bill a bill that can be considered on third reading, amended on third reading.
I have never heard of suspending a rule in advance. I mean, I guess in today's day we can do anything, but that's, if the council wants to go ahead and make that motion and suspend the rules now, then we can just remember next meeting that we did that.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
Point of order.
Councilmember Glover.
Is that in our rules now, Mr. Cooper?
No.
So how do we do that then?
Well, you're suspending the rules.
Now, how do we do it?
I mean, the motion would be to suspend the rules to make this bill amendable. It has not been done before, but the council is in control of its own rules.
Pro Tem, can I just say a little something? Can I interject into this discussion, please?
Councilmember Parker, please.
So the reason I made it clear that we might need a suspension of the rules on third is because I trust this body, and I asked specifically for anyone who might consider objecting to a suspension of the rules in this particular case to make that clear. And so far, no one has made that clear. And if that remains the case, I trust that will be the case on third reading. And I'm personally comfortable with that.
Okay.
I withdraw my vote.
Sorry, I didn't make it clear. I will make it clear. I may object on third.
Okay, thank you. We are on the motion to approve the substitute. Councilmember Allen, your hand is freshly up.
Thank you. I just want to thank Mr. Parker for his bringing this bill forth and for his suggestion of trusting each other and working together, which I think would be a fantastic idea. And I think that we all want to do anything we can to help businesses succeed downtown and in our other small business districts. So I hope that we would cooperate on this and be open to knowing that we might need to suspend the rules, which is not the end of the world, and if there's a good reason for it, and this would be an excellent reason, that we would stop bickering and get on with this and finish our business tonight and support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. All right, seeing nobody else in the queue, so we are on the substitute for 403. It has been moved and properly seconded. Is there anybody else who wanted to speak on the substitute? Seeing none, Councilmember Parker, I assume you're going to want to, okay. All right, all in favor of the substitute of 403, say aye.
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 Aye. Sure.
Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none, the substitute passes. Okay, Councilmember Parker, you're on your bill as substituted.
All right, thank you, Pro Tem. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to hope that we can get through third reading on this as a body, even if another substitute does come in coordination with the administration. If that's not the case, then what is the vote? You know, is it an up and down majority vote to rescind previous action on a bill? So if we did have to go all the way back to second reading and add another 4 weeks to this timeline, what's the vote threshold there? Is it 2 or is it what is it?
Just a majority vote to rescind action.
That's what I'm going to do then. I'll move to re-refer this to Public Works, re-refer this to Public Safety, and approve as substituted on second reading. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Parker, that's a proper motion, and I see a proper second. Councilmember Glover.
So, Mr. Cooper, I just want to make sure I understand. Look, I want to support this. Obviously, I'm a big supporter of small business. If we get to the point and there's a hang up on the substitute, and I don't know if there would be or not. We haven't gotten there yet. But in the event there is, the only question I would ask of the sponsor is, can we actually have a logical conversation to where we look at every aspect of this outside of just his district, and we look at the entire city as a whole? And if we have that assurance, then guess what? Then the entire city wins, and that's a good thing for every business in Nashville. So if we have that, I'll end up supporting this, and I hope that we go forward, and let's let our small businesses be back in business.
Thank you, Councilmember Glover. So we have a proper motion and a second on the bill as substituted, I believe. Councilmember Parker, any last words on that? You're on mute.
I think that given the sort of unusual circumstances of this, I can't speak for the chairs of either Public Works or Public Safety, but I know that as this motion re-refers it to those committees, I hope that they would welcome council members who are not members of that committee into the discussion in those committee hearings. So I hope that that's the case, and I would strongly recommend anyone join us there.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilmember Parker. So there's a proper motion to approve 403 as substituted with a re-referral back to Public Safety, Beer, Regulated Beverages, and Public Works. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none. Your bill passes. Thanks for your work on that, Councilmember Parker. On to BL 2020-404. Councilmember Porterfield, Benedict, and Polley amends the Metro Code regarding alcoholic beverages in open containers. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
Over to Public Safety, Beer, and Regulated Beverages. Councilmember Gamble.
Yes, Public Safety, Beer, Regulated Beverages voted to recommend a 2-meeting of deferral, 7-4-0 against.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Gamble. Back to you, Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you. I move for a 2-meeting deferral with a brief explanation, please.
All right, that's a proper motion and a proper second. Anybody else in the queue? Back to you, Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so much. I did request a 2-meeting deferral so that we can work on the language. I just want to make sure that the intent is clear and that there aren't any unintended consequences with this legislation. So we just wanted them to work out that language. And with that, I ask you all to please support the deferral. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Porterfield. So the motion is to defer for 2 meetings. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none. 404 is deferred for 2 meetings. Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. On to BL 2020-410. Councilmembers Van Rees, Mendez, and Murphy. Declare surplus and authorizes the conveyance of property located at 0 West Due West Avenue. Councilmember Van Rees.
Committee report, please.
Over to Budget and Finance. Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 9-4-1 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy, Planning, Zoning, and Historic.
17 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Councilmember Van Rees.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval with a brief explanation of this property for my colleagues. This particular area is sandwiched inside the current parcels for Good Pastures School, facing I-65. In fact, before 65 went through there, it used to be part of the old landfill. On the other side of the highway is where Music City Solar is. This small piece of property will be purchased at market rate, a little over $14,000 of new revenue that District 8 is happy to put into the coffers. And with that, I move the.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Van Rees. That is a motion. I see a proper second. Thank you so much. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing none, all in favor of 410, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none, 410 passes. Thank you so much, Councilmember Van Rees. BL 2020-411, Councilmembers Hancock, Mendez, and Murphy. Authorizes the Director of Public Property to transfer to Roger F. Williams, Joseph G. Donaldson, Scott Anderson, and Earl E. Williams any remaining interest Metro government may have in the property located at 310 Myatt Drive, excluding the right-of-way. Councilmember Hancock.
Committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 9-4-1 against.
Councilmember Murphy, Planning, Zoning, and Historic.
17 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Hancock.
I move approval with a brief explanation.
That's a motion, a proper second. Thank you so much. Back to you, Councilmember Hancock.
So in 1968, we wanted to create a road named Myatt Drive, and we acquired easement rights to this family's property. We paid them $400 when we actually took the easement in 1971. But through no mistake of our own, the courts accidentally deeded the entire piece of land over to us. That was unknown until Ms. Williams passed away last year, and they figured this out and wanted to do a quick claim to put the name rightfully back in her estate's hands. So I certainly want to support this bill, and I urge you to do the same.
Thank you so much. Fascinating. Never a dull moment, right? That is a motion. That is a proper second. Seeing nobody else in the queue. All in favor of 411, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none. 411 passes. Thank you so much, Councilmember Hancock. BL 412, Councilmembers Sledge, Mendez, and others. Authorizes the acquisition of certain right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights for purposes of the Volks Lane sidewalk improvements. Councilmember Sledge.
Thanks, Speaker Pro Tem. Committee report, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 9 for, 1 against.
Planning, Zoning, and Historic, Councilmember Murphy.
17 in favor, 0 against.
Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
9 in favor, 0 against.
And back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you. I'd move approval.
That is a motion. That is a proper second. Seeing nobody in the queue, all in favor of BL 2020-412, say aye.
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 Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, 412 passes. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. BL 2020-413, Councilmembers Nash, Mendez, and others, authorizes the acquisition of certain right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights for purposes of the Brewer Drive sidewalk improvements. Councilmember Nash.
Committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 9 for, 1 against.
Planning, Zoning, and Historic, Councilmember Murphy.
17 in favor, 0 against.
And Councilmember Nash on your bill for Public Works report.
Public Works was 9 in favor, 0 against.
And you may,
and I would move for approval.
Thank you so much. All right, proper motion as a proper second. Thank you so much. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor of 413, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any against or abstentions?
Aye.
Seeing none, hearing none, 413 passes. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Okay, on to BL 2020-421. Councilmembers Mendez, Pulley, and others. Amends the Metro Code to permit the Nashville Fire Department, Fire Marshal's Office, Metro Public Works, Metro Water Services, and Metro Codes to enforce emergency health orders. Councilmember Mendez.
Committee report, please.
Codes Fair and Farmers Market, Councilmember Cash.
Yeah, Codes recommended approval, 8 for, 1 against.
Health Hospitals, Social Services, Councilmember Taylor.
Health and Hospitals recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Public Safety, Beer, and Regulated Beverages, Councilmember Gamble.
Recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
And Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
9 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you all. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval.
Thank you. That is a motion and a proper second. I see Councilmember Glover in the queue. Floor is yours. Councilmember Glover, your hand was raised. Was that from before?
No, it was not. I'm sorry. I thought I hit the mute. I want to be counted as a no. I just want to make sure it's counted as a no. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing none, hearing none. All in favor of 421, say aye.
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 Aye. That's fine.
And I know I have one no. Councilmember Glover, anybody else? No or abstentions?
No. No.
All right. Motion passes.
Whoa.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. On the BL 2020-422, Councilmember Mendez, Pulley, and others. Amends the Metro Code to permit the mayor to enlist Metropolitan employees outside of the Health Department and MNPD to issue citations to enforce emergency health orders. Councilmember Mendez.
Committee reports, please.
Health, Hospitals, Social Services. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. Health and Hospitals recommended to approve this bill, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Gamble, Public Safety, Beer, Regulated Beverages.
Recommended approval, 7 for, 0 against.
Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval.
There's a motion, a proper second. Thank you so much. Councilmember Glover.
Once again, I will ask to be a no on this.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell.
Mr. Pro Tem, I guess I might ask the
administration on this, an example of the intended use.
Do we have anybody from the administration still with us? Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mr. Jameson, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Emeritus. The demands placed on the health department by the pandemic, I think, are well known to the council members, and the intent was in 421 to broaden enforcement abilities by those departments that have permitting power, and in this one to broaden citation issuances. Currently, employees within certain departments can issue citations related to the code provisions within their specific purview or domain, if you will. This would allow the mayor to authorize employees outside of the health department to issue citations, but solely and strictly related to the enforcement of emergency health orders, just so we broaden the enforcement capability. We did have, as you'll recall, some shortages of manpower when the number of health violations was exploding compared to the number of personnel we had. Have had effective partnerships with the police department and others in effectuating that. This will go a long way towards making sure we've got complete enforcement through citations when needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. I think maybe a follow-up there in terms of an example. Would this then be to say, for instance, somebody in the library department participating in curbside pickup happens to drop off some books, sees somebody without a mask, and could issue a citation at that point?
That is correct. The mayor would authorize it, and again, only during enforcement of emergency health orders, so not across the board, but that would be correct.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell.
And thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. One more on that note. Does the mayor have to issue that authorization, or does this bill effectively constitute blanket authorization for the entire Metro employee workforce in that regard?
This ordinance would give him that authorization. He would then enlist the employees, those outside the health department.
And I guess then, in the same line, are we expecting that, I guess thinking from a real-world application standpoint, will departments then be provided with citation booklets or some other way to actually issue the citation?
I believe so. I believe that's correct. They would be provided the forms on which to issue them, and I will follow up in the morning if I could, just to make absolutely sure that I'm telling you correctly.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Jameson. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Swope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't really have a question. Councilman O'Connell pretty much asked the questions I was just about to ask, so let me just make one statement, if you don't mind. I think this is a massive overreach of government to allow librarians to issue citations on emergency health orders that only happen once every 100 years is insanity. This is also predicated on the fact that we expect emergency health orders to go out all the time. I don't believe that's going to happen. So I'm wondering why this is even necessary. And it's terrifying to know that, somebody who is, and nothing to be said bad about the janitorial staff at MMPS, but theoretically, the janitorial staff at MMPS can now write citations. I'm a complete no vote on this, and I ask that everyone else be a no vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, in addition to the booklet and stuff, would there be training? Because what I don't want us to have is vigilante employees doing stuff at their own whim. That is my first question. The second question is, if somebody is issued a citation what does that mean? Is this another thing that leads to jail time and all of that stuff? I'm interested in making sure that we're not having things that continue to perpetuate people in jail. And so what does the citation mean? Is it just being a fine, or does it come with a jail time?
Mr. Jameson.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. No, there would be no criminal penalty. This is merely a civil citation. And as far as I know, there's been no outcry from the public in terms of citation authority that is currently in the possession of those departments that have citation capacity. This would simply extend those across to emergency health orders enforcement as well.
Thank you. That helps. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Suara. Councilmember Hager.
Mr. Jameson, how do you have an uncommissioned officer issue these citations? I thought under the state statute, only a commissioned police officer could issue these citations. If you make it a Class C misdemeanor, am I right or wrong?
Well, under state law, the mayor has the authority by written order to effectuate the enforcement of civil citations, and he has that authority now through the specific departments that issue citations currently, including, for example, Codes Department employees. If they are similarly allowed, the intent here is not to deputize 9,000 Metro government employees to go out issuing citations. The mayor, by specific written order, would authorize a limited number and necessary number of those employees needed to effectuate health orders. If we get to the point where we have reached a more liberalized phase and we have far more employers operating their businesses, there needs to be some comfort level that we have raised the commensurate enforcement level through the citation capacity of additional employees. This is going to make opening more businesses easier while we rest assured that we have enforcement capacity of health orders.
And who's going to train them to write these citations, and do they get subpoenaed to court?
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Mr. Pro Tem.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Jameson.
With your indulgence, I owe Councilman O'Connell a response specifically to follow up on the distribution of citation forms, and I will submit a response to you as well, Councilmember Hager, and copy the remaining council members.
All right, thank you. Councilmember
Gamble?
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I just want to make it clear that Bill 422 goes with 421, if I'm not correct, if I'm not mistaken. The Bill 422 permits the mayor to enlist Metro employees, and Bill 421 lists the departments that would be specific to Bill 422, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not sure if someone from Metro Water is on the line, but I believe Metro Water already issued citations for violations against people stealing water and other things. So this would be similar to that, but it would just relate to health orders. Is that correct?
Councilmember Gamble, is it okay if I get Mr. Cooper to answer that?
Sure, okay. Thank you.
So while these are both related to enforcement of health orders, 422 is broader than the departments that are provided in 421. So it could theoretically be any employee that the mayor decides to authorize to issue citations.
Councilmember Gamble?
Thank you. I'm not sure if anyone can address that Metro Water already issued citations. So it's not something that the employees aren't accustomed to doing. I'm not sure is there anyone that can speak to that?
Mr. Jameson, do you know the answer to that?
That is correct. departments that include Metro Water Services that have experience routinely issuing citations within their purview. Metro Water Services employees issue citations for those facilities that are not meeting Metro Water-related regulations. In all likelihood, the mayor would tap those departments that have experience with citations issuance. The only extension here is that they would have the authority to issue them for health violations. Again, in that context where we're expecting possibly more health violations because more businesses are opening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Pro Tem. My question is for Mr. Jameson. So, Mr. Jameson, as I had understood it with kind of the hypothetical scenario that Councilman O'Connell laid out, I think what I was understanding or thinking would be, say at the library or at another Metro agency, that there might be a particular staff member who, was afforded that kind of authority or ability because, you're in the library and you don't have your mask on, or you're at the Metro Action Commission, or you're at the, I was thinking of it, I guess, for whatever reason, within the context of, expanding this authority, but having it related to, compliance on kind of Metro properties and with those entities. So I'm getting a little concerned when we talk about okay, well, more businesses, and then, so beyond the cohort of Metro employees that currently issue citations, Health Department, Codes Department, for example, mentioned Water Department, those who have, the enforcement capability already. So it seems like such a kind of stretch here. With all the departments that already have that authority, in a concerted effort, if there were a particular concern, I don't know why that would not be sufficient. My impression of inability to address this previously, when there was kind of a big wave of this, was just kind of organizational. And so I just, can you speak, Mr. Jameson, a little more to what you're saying about businesses, and then why then, random people from Metro departments would then be engaging with business? And we're not talking about what happens on Metro properties. So.
Sure. Right now, the state of the Metro Code is that the health director can take whatever action is necessary to enforce through his staff Metro health orders. The employees of other departments, despite the fact that they may have extensive citation experience, for example, Metro Water Services, cannot provide assistance. You will recall several weekends over the past several months where there was weekend activity, where there was difficulty with the enforcement resources had on the street at the time. The health department, the demand placed on them during the last few months has well recognized by the county. So as we move into hopefully broader phases of orders that allow more and more businesses to across the county, and be more opportunities for violations left undetected, the ability for the mayor, by specific written order, to authorize employees within these other departments likewise have health order enforcement capability to serve as the eyes and ears across the county is intended to make citizens rest comfortably while we continue to open businesses in the coming months.
Okay, I apologize, Mr. James. It's like 1 a.m. and so are you then saying, and I think I'm not understanding the difference between the two potential lists, that then people with the fire department, the water department, the codes department that already have the existing ability, then those people would be deputized, correct, or if I just got off on a tangent because Councilman O'Connell used the hypothetical of a librarian. Like, can you just please make the distinction between, you know, I am less uncomfortable with, you know, people who already engage our departments like codes and stuff being out and about in our city, that they would be given that authority.
We got to wrap it up.
Not understanding the distinction. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Jameson, I'll let you speak to that, and then we got to move on.
Sorry, yeah, this is just, again, in all likelihood, this has to allow some flexibility for enforcement approaches as the situation may deem necessary. Let me just pick a random example. Movie theaters have been closed until recently, but in past months they've been closed. As they open up, perhaps there are going to be suspected violations occurring at movie theaters. Which personnel would be most appropriate for movie theaters? Perhaps that's codes, and perhaps in that instance, the mayor then authorizes a codes department employee to enforce emergency health orders, not just health department staff.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jameson.
Thank you.
Councilmember Young?
Previous question.
Previous question's been called. All in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Previous,
I'm going to abstain.
Previous question prevails. We are on 422. Councilmember Mendez. I believe you did motion. Oh, that's right. We've got a previous question. So, I'm tired too. All in favor of 422, say aye.
I would like. Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against or any abstentions?
No.
No.
I abstain.
422 on a voice vote passes, and that concludes bills on second reading. Pro tem out.
Mr. Pro Tem, I'd like those of us who said no to be registered as no, please.
Then we're going to have a roll call. It's the only way to do that.
I was trying to ask
Councilmember Glover, the only way to do that on a vote is you're going to have to request a roll call vote with a show of hands.
I get that. I was trying to, and we got cut off, so I was trying to, Vice Mayor.
Okay, but I mean, so you've made the request, it's after, that's pursuant to rule.
I asked to be marked as a no. Was I marked as a no on that vote?
It's a voice vote. That's simply all it is. If you want a roll call vote, you're going to have to request a roll call, and there'll have to be 3 people to support it.
On a voice vote, you're not listed as voting in favor or against.
Yeah, it's just a voice vote.
Okay, well, I'm still a no on that. I don't like this one. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we're now on bills on third reading. So we have a consent agenda, so I'm going to go through those real quick. All right, these are the bills on consent agenda.
Vice Chair, just a point of privilege, please. I'd like to acknowledge our pro tem, Jeff Syracuse, for his excellent work this last year, and thank him on behalf of the council.
I second that.
All right.
Good job, Jeff.
All right, so we're now ready for bills on third reading. This is the consent agenda. These are bills on the consent agenda. So I'm going to read them through quick. 313, 380 is on consent. 391 is on consent. 392 is on consent. 393 is on consent. And 394 is on consent. Anything that needs to be bumped off that calendar? I would say there's a number of hands still up on the board, so please take those off, all right? So we can actually get through some of this. We're on BL 2020-313. All right, anybody need to bump any of those bills off? Hearing none, here they go. BL 2020-313 by Councilmember Rutherford, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A to CLA and MULA zoning for properties located at 6944 Nolensville Pike and 7236 Old Burkett Road, northeast corner of Nolensville Pike and Old Burkett Road. BL 2020-380 by Councilmember O'Connell, ordinance amending Chapter 12.48 of the Metropolitan Code regarding loading and unloading zones to allow the Traffic and Parking Commission to make rules establishing a curb loading zone management program, governing the use of certain designated curb loading zones. BL 2020-391 by Councilmembers O'Connell, Mendes, and Murphy, ordinance declaring surplus and authorizing conveyance of a parcel of real property located at 0 Spence Lane. BL 2020-392 by O'Connell, Mendes, and others, an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of interest in 2 parcels of real property and the granting of an easement in those same parcels in connection with the development of a project in downtown Nashville. BL 2020-393 by Taylor, Murphy, and others, an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing sanitary sewer manholes, easements, and to accept a public sanitary sewer manholes and easements for four properties located at 3837, that's Dr. Walter S. David Boulevard. And the last bill is BL 2020-394 by Cash, Murphy, and Henderson, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville to negotiate and accept permanent and temporary easements for the Cedar Lane Stormwater Improvements Project for 2 properties located at 2005 and 2007 Cedar Lane. Those are the items on the consent agenda. I think I need one committee report. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy, I need something on 2020-313. Councilmember Murphy. 313.
We voted in favor.
17-0, is that right?
Yes, 17-0. And I would like to make a motion on the consent agenda.
All right, Councilmember Murphy has moved the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the consent agenda say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Passes 39-0 to 0. All right, we're on BL 2020-368 by Councilmember Rutherford. That's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to MULA zoning for property located at 6228 Nolensville Pike, 580 feet southeast of Bienville Drive, and with a corridor design overlay district, 6.55 acres. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Committee report, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We voted to defer this one meeting, 17 in favor, yes.
All right, Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
And that is my motion, one meeting deferral. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Rutherford has is moving to defer this by one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussions on the deferral motion? Seeing none, we're on the motion to defer one meeting. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, bill is deferred one meeting. We're on BL 2020-376 by Councilmember Swope and Johnston. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from R15 to R20 and R40 to RS15, RS20, and RS40. Zoning for various properties located along Broadwell Drive, Woodhurst Drive, Bradfield Court, Bradfield Drive, Granbury Heights Drive, Heather Lane, Heather Springs, Hill Road Circle, San Marcos Drive, Thyman Drive, and Wakefield Drive. Councilmember Swope, you are recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Committee reports, please.
I've got one committee report, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We voted 17 in favor, 0 against on substitute, and then also to approve.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Back to you, Councilmember Swope.
Thank you very much. I would ask approval with a brief statement.
Needs to move the substitute.
Second.
Councilmember Swope, you have got a substitute you've got to put on this bill.
Oh, yeah. It might be. It is like 1:32 in the morning here. I would move the substitute.
Okay. Councilmember Swope has moved the substitute. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you very much. This is a very large community in and around Granbury country. Everyone giving to 8 months now to opt out of this. Only 7 homes have. The reason for this substitute is the 8th home decided to opt out the day this winning 2 weeks ago. Rather than change the rules or ask for the rules, I just opted to defer the thing for 1 week and file a substitute. I ask for approval of the substitute, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Swope has moved for passage of his substitute. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, we're voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? All right, 39 to 0. The substitute passes. Councilmember Swope, you're now on your bill as substituted.
Thank you very much. I would move approval of the bill as substituted with a brief comment.
All right, so Councilmember Swope has moved approval of BL 2023-76 as substituted, properly seconded. Back to you for a brief explanation.
On behalf of myself, Council Lady Johnson, and the entire Hillview community, we want to thank Lucy, Lisa, and specifically Matt at Planning for working all of us through this. This was quite an endeavor to basically keep this community the way it is right now and not allow multifamily housing from being built on existing 1 acre and 1.5 acre lots. And with that, I move approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Swope has moved approval. Again, it was properly seconded. Nobody in the queue. We're voting on the bill. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? Bill passes on third reading, 39 to 0 as substituted. All right, I believe that's it on third reading. Okay, so everybody needs to. It was on consent.
It was on consent, wasn't it?
Okay. All right, so that completes all bills on third reading. We are now on the last item on the agenda. It is Rule 8 reinstatement. It's BL 2023-87. It's a Rule 8 reinstatement. So here's how this works. If you look at Rule 8, only 2 people are allowed to speak. I'm going to read you the rule real quick. Okay? Only 2 people are allowed to speak, and then we're voting. Any ordinance or resolution that receives a recommendation of indefinite deferral from 2/3 of the members present and voting of any committee to which it is referred over the objection of the sponsor shall be indefinitely deferred at the regular council meeting following the report of the assigned committee. Thereafter, the sponsor may submit a written request to the clerk that the matter be reinstated onto the agenda for the next regular meeting for purposes of requesting override of the indefinite deferral. This matter shall appear on the agenda as the last item prior to adjournment. Debate of the requested override shall be limited to A, the sponsor of the deferred legislation, which is Councilmember Hancock, and B, the chair of the committee requesting indefinite deferral or a designee thereof. The chair of the Personnel Committee is Councilmember Rutherford, but he's actually a signature on the bill. So he cannot speak on this bill. He cannot speak against it because he's a proponent for it. So he had to designate, he has designated Councilmember Parker, who is going to speak on the other side. It is a debate. They're the only 2 people that are allowed to speak on that. Each speaker shall be limited to 4 minutes each. Majority of the council members voting shall be required to override a committee recommendation of indefinite deferral. A majority of the council members voting shall be required to override a committee recommendation of indefinite deferral. If such override is approved, the item shall be placed on the agenda for consideration at the next regular meeting of the council. If such override is disapproved, the clerk will permanently remove the item from the council agenda. So we are on Rule 8 reinstatement, BL 2023-87. Only 2 people are allowed to speak, and then we are voting. Okay? The first person who shall speak is Councilmember Hancock. You have 4 minutes. Councilmember Hancock, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And just as a prelude, I would like a roll call vote. So thank you to my co-sponsors, Aaron Evans, Freddie O'Connell, Russ Bradford, and John Rutherford. Along with the rest of the body, we were elected by the citizens of Davidson County. During budget season, we all heard from constituents on multiple sides of all issues. Today, we heard from constituents regarding the Belmont baseball proposal, supporters and those opposed. But with this issue, the constituents are overwhelmingly opposed to the lifetime subsidy. Shouldn't we at least talk about it? Rumors of this bill have been greatly exaggerated. This bill is not about health care. It's about fiscal responsibility. Our pending vote is not to make a decision on this bill. This vote is to invoke Rule 8 and allow all of Nashville's elected council members to have a discussion on the floor. This does not remove health care from Metro Council. All future council members will be eligible while on council. This does not change the benefit for any council members that have come before us or those that are here now. This merely reduces the lifetime subsidy for future council members. Council members pay 25%, Metro pays 75%. This is a Metro cost of $6,682 per year for individuals, $17,368 per year for families. Currently, after only 8 years of service, Metro will continue to pay $17,000 or more per year for the rest of your life. If you live 30 years after your terms, your after-office benefit would exceed $500,000. If you're a millennial on council, you could easily reach a $1 million benefit paid for by Metro government. We project our cost to increase by 50% next term. This bill proposes to flip the subsidy for those serving 8 to 15 years, where they would pay 75% and Metro would contribute 25%. Those serving 15 years or more would continue as we are today. We cannot continue to put this off for later. We must tighten our belts now and address this issue. In 1990, this legislation was enacted to bring us in compliance with Metro's employee health care benefits package. Employees then vested at either 5 or 15 years of service, depending on their path, and our financial obligation was less. Health care was a lot less expensive then, too. Council members had no term limits. Fast forward to 2013, and our budget was out of hand. HR changed employee vesting to 20 years. The city enacted term limits. A 2013 to 14 study by Deloitte comparing our compensation and benefits package with 17 peer cities had 2 recommendations. Give yourselves a raise, and to be consistent with common practice, eliminate council's lifetime subsidized medical coverage. We voted in a 54% raise, which brought us in range with the peer city average. Are we in a special class, or are we community servants? Should we earn benefits in 8 years that our very own 9,561 Metro employees work 20 years to earn? As former budget chairman has stated in personnel, we have over $4.5 billion of unfunded liability and health care benefits, and we need to judiciously plan for the future. This benefit for Metro council members cost Nashville $837,000 last year alone. That's equivalent to a $20,000 raise for each of us, even you, Vice Mayor. Next term, the cost is expected to reach $4.8 million. In addition to a $20,000 raise, each of us could have an annual $3,000 expense account. These are stories you've heard from cities like Charlotte, Tampa, Oklahoma City, San Antonio about their extra benefits. These cities have a surplus and don't give lifetime insurance subsidies. Neither should we. Vote yay to override the indefinite deferral. Let's show our constituents we care, we feel their pain, we're willing to have tough conversations.
Councilmember, I have to cut you off right there.
We got this, Nashville.
Councilmember, I have to cut you off. Councilmember Parker, you have 4 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, you know, in late 2018, I engaged in the same process that I think every one of you engaged with at some point, and that was considering if I could do this, if I could run for council. You know, I looked at my bills, I looked at my debts, I looked at my income, I looked at my obligations, and very narrowly, I was able to determine that I could spend a year running and that I could serve in this role. And the chief concern that I have about this proposal of cutting the overall compensation package for council members is it will reduce the scope of who can serve in this position, and who can represent their communities on this board. I just looking at some really basic data, I mean, 55% of Nashvillians over 25 have no college degree. 58% of Nashvillians live in households earning under $60,000, right? I mean, in order for this body to effectively represent all of Nashville, we need people from all different educational attainment levels, from all different socioeconomic backgrounds, and the overall compensation package is still very low relative to peer cities, but for some working class people who are considering serving their community in this way, it could be the difference maker for whether they choose to run or even can run. And to me, if we're narrowing that scope and that window of who can serve and who can represent our community, we're doing a disservice to, again, 55% of Nashvillians over 25 who have no college degree, 58% of Nashvillians who live in households that earn under $60,000. Those people are the majority of Nashville, and they deserve representation on this body. This body should not just be for independently wealthy people. It should not just be for retirees. It's phenomenal when those people are willing to dedicate their time and serve. But in order for us to be representative, we need people, again, of all backgrounds. And I just, this proposal, the justification for this has been something of a moving target. And I've been kind of, one thing that's been said is where it's unfair for council members to vest after 8 years, whereas it takes 20 years for other Metro employees. Well, there's not term limits if you work at codes. If you keep doing your job well, you just get to stay there. There's not term limits in other departments. In addition, the whole notion of being unfair to Metro employees, right? Who has come out strongly against this legislation? The union that represents Metro workers. So SEIU Local 205, check your email. They sent you a message of, kind of touching on some of the same points that I am, but, the Metro employees they're not in favor of us cutting this. The union is not in favor of us cutting the compensation package for council members. Another thing that I've heard is that Metro Council is a part-time job, and therefore we don't deserve any benefits, or we deserve less compensation than we have. We're approaching the
Councilmember Parker, I'm going to have to cut you off on that one too. Okay, so thank you. Thank you both. All right, so now we're voting. So I want to check one thing. So here's, pursuant to Rule 8, it's an override. So what Councilmember Hancock is attempting to do is to override the decision of the Personnel Committee. So if you're for overriding, you're going to vote yes to approve the override. If you don't want the bill to come back up, then you would vote no. Okay? So what we were checking on was if you abstain, that is considered not to be a vote on this matter. You have to vote yes or no. So Mr. Cooper, you may want to explain it. Again, the majority of the council members voting shall be required to override a committee recommendation of indefinite deferral. If you abstain, it's not considered a council member voting. Mr. Cooper?
That's correct.
All right. So you have to, if you abstain, it doesn't count. So what we would have to do is we're going to take the people who vote yes or no, and then you add up the total, and then you take to see if a majority of those people voting have approved an override. If not, the bill is permanently removed from the council agenda. Okay?
Vice Mayor, just point of order. So if we vote yes, then we are voting to override. If we vote no, we are not voting to override, correct?
That is correct. Okay?
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor.
If you want basically, if you want the bill back on the agenda, you vote yes. If you don't want it back on the agenda, you vote no. Okay? Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Mendez.
Yes.
Hurt.
No.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
Yes.
Suara,
Yes.
Hall,
No.
Councilmember Hall votes no.
Toombs,
Yes.
Gamble,
No.
Swope,
No.
Parker,
No.
Withers,
No.
Benedict, go on for now, Vice Mayor. Van Reese,
No.
Hancock,
Yes, please.
Young,
Yes.
Hager,
No.
Evans,
Yes.
Bradford,
Yes.
Roten,
No.
Syracuse, yes. Welsh,
Yes.
Sledge,
No.
Cash,
Yes.
O'Connell,
Yes.
Roberts,
No.
Taylor,
Yes.
I think Ms. Hauser is still not
Yeah, Roberts
in the
voted
meeting.
yes.
Druffel, I'm sorry?
Hey, hold on just a second.
Is
Robert, how did Roberts vote?
Oh, Roberts is a no.
Okay.
And I'll move on past Councilmember Hauser to Councilmember Druffel.
Yes.
Murphy,
No.
Pulley,
Yes.
Johnston,
Yes.
Nash,
Yes.
Bircher,
No.
Porterfield,
No.
Sepulveda,
No.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Stiles, no. Lee, shall I move on?
Council Lee is having trouble getting in to the call. She got knocked off and she's trying to call in.
Okay.
So could she call the mayor to be put on speakerphone?
Yeah, she can call in.
Henderson,
Yes.
Rosenberg,
No.
and checking to see if Councilmember Benedict is available.
Councilmember Lee, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How do you vote? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Lee votes no. Okay, thank you. Okay. We had one last person. Who was the person?
That was Ms. Benedict, and
Councilmember Benedict?
responded.
Okay.
Back on 2018.
So the vote is, Councilmember Benedict? It's not going to matter for the vote. So the vote is 20 yes, 18 no. So the bill goes back on the calendar on the next agenda. All right? So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjournment.
Councilmember, excuse me?
I'd like to move for adjournment.
Councilmember Hancock moves to adjourn. It is properly seconded. All in favor of the adjournment motion, say aye. Opposed, no. We are adjourned.
And so the council has concluded about a 7.5-hour meeting tonight. This makes 7 out of the 8 last council meetings dating back to June that the council has gone past midnight, sometimes well past midnight. In this case, 2 hours past midnight. And the time they did make it in the last meeting before they got out before midnight. They got out between 11 and 12. So the midnight oil has been burned quite a bit here in the council. Perhaps the most interesting thing the council did, several interesting things, at the very end of the meeting, they did vote to rescind their action to indefinitely defer a bill that would seek to modify health insurance benefits for council members after they leave office. This is a bill that had been considered before by the council in 2012, 2015, and 2017, but was not enacted, was actually rejected. In this case, because the vote, the 2018 vote, the bill will be put back on the next council meeting agenda on the 15th, and it'll be voted on again and see whether it passes on the second reading. Other bills before the council tonight on a fairly long public hearing, about an hour. They had quite a bit of debate from the neighborhood out in the Edge Hill area. And on second reading, the council by a voice vote, although there were some no's, approved an agreement involving Metro government and Belmont University to allow construction and operation of an indoor batting and locker room facility on the Rose Park Middle School property where the park is there. This has, again, as we said, been quite controversial before. Again, it was a voice vote. There were some substitutions made, a new substitute bill was put in there along with some amendments added, one including a sort of a community oversight committee that will see that this is being done in the proper way. The council also approved a number of resolutions and ordinances related to money from the federal government and from the state for various COVID-19 related things. One was a $50,000 grant from the National Endowment for the Arts to help arts programs and their employees endure from the economic hardships. Another resolution would accept a $900,000 plus grant from the Department of Homeland Security for the Metro Fire Department to purchase personal protective equipment and other related supplies related to COVID-19. Third resolution provides $86,000 from the State Health Department to help Metro Health officials prepare and respond to COVID-19. There were two other late resolutions that were even of more money. These come out of the city's limited CARES fund they got from the federal government, $2 million to help small performance venues here in town who've been hit quite hard. This is emergency money to tide them over, these people, the sponsors say, until the state can kick in with some more funds. This will keep them operating, keep their doors open in a lot of cases. It's $100,000 per applicant if they're approved, or up to 2 months of their revenue, either whichever is left. Also, council approves a $3.7 million in CARES funds for small businesses and for micro businesses. This will allow for both grants and also for technical assistance to help them as they continue to try to make their way through the COVID-19 problems. The council also tonight more or less put on notice that it may well put on the ballot in a special election on December 5th what might be a dueling choices for the voters on what to do about changing the Metro Charter. You might recall there's been petitions put in by a group to try to change and limit the amount of tax increases Metro can do in a given year to 2%, and also require public votes on a lot of things the council does right now in terms of leases and in terms of bond issues. This bill that was here tonight that the council actually amended and will vote on again in 2 weeks. If it gets 27 votes, it would go on the ballot if they decide to do that. What this bill would do basically would put on the charter, put on the ballot the chance for voters to say, well, we don't like this particular one that's being put out by the Americans for Prosperity groups. It's for them. We want to keep it the way it is. That's the kind of amendments the council will be putting on to do that. This actually came from a bill that Councilman Steve Glover had that also was going to amend various parts of the charter, and basically the council members commandeered that tonight, put it in as a different substitute, and basically took out all the provisions he wanted to do and added in the ones that they wanted to do in terms of giving voters some kind of choice on that, if indeed that's indeed what they wind up doing. Council also approved a number of bills tonight, 2 bills that would basically broaden out the mayor's ability to take various Metro departments like codes and others to enforce emergency health orders, and also basically give him the opportunity to take any number of Metro employees he wanted to use to also be able to issue citations in terms of enforcing the health orders. It was said by a representative of the mayor's office that as the city opens up and more businesses open up, they're going to feel there's going to be no need to do more enforcement and have more people to do that, and so that's why they want to have this opportunity. The bill passed on second reading. It'll be up on third reading in a couple of weeks. The council also passed one bill tonight that would also sort of broaden out the abilities of downtown and other businesses that want to have sidewalk cafe dining facilities within the public right of way and on sidewalks and things like that, not just in a downtown area where they can do right now in terms of sidewalk cafes, but also throughout Metro. This will allow them more flexibility as they look to what's going on with the problems with social distancing and things like that to see what they want to do. The council is now in recess until September 15th. At that time, they'll also be selecting a new chairman pro tem. There'll be 3 council members that were nominated for that tonight. Quite a few more were nominated, but declined the opportunity to run for this. Councilman Mendez, Councilman Sledge, and Councilman Hall. One of those will be selected to be the new pro tem to run the meeting if the vice mayor is not available or while he's taking a break. We'll see what the council wants to do about that. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage on September 15th until we say once again, good morning from the council chambers.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org.